Hey y'all. Welcome back for the 6th part of the Jinchuuriki's brother. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 38, The Bloodline Rebellion Part 9. In Konoha, with Team 7. Sasuke kept stealing glances at Narumi. Something was not right. VSST. Hinata. Do you know what's up with Narumi today? Sasuke whispered to Hinata. She shook her head. I'm not sure. She's been in a strange mood ever since we reached the orphanage for the delivery mission. Do you think it's that time of the month? Sasuke asked, only to receive such a threatening glare from Hinata that he shrunk back. He was surprised that someone like Hinata could even give such a scary look. I'll pretend I didn't hear that, Sasuke-kun. Hinata told Sasuke with venom in her voice. What? It was just a guess, alright? It was just something I heard from Shikamaru, he said defensively. I'm just trying to figure out why she's acting so strange today. Hinata looked at Narumi with concern in her eyes, as she watched Narumi's shoulders slumped, and her eyes on the ground as she walked deep in thought. I see you're trying my training method of walking without looking where you're going. Good effort, but you'll need a book to really get the most out of that training. Kakashi told Narumi in an effort to brighten the mood, when he noticed something was up. Her shoulders were still slumped over, but she raised her head to look at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei? She asked in a quieter voice than he was used to hearing from her. He replied as he kept up the appearance of reading his book as he walked. Do you know where my Ni-chan is? Narumi asked. Oh. So that's what it was all about. Her 3 squad members thought to themselves. He's still probably on that mission he left on since that time in Taki. Kakashi replied as he flipped a page on his book. Still? But that was months ago. He's never been gone for this long before. Narumi commented. Do you think something went wrong? She asked in a worried tone. Hinata walked closer to Narumi to hold her hand and gave her a gentle squeeze to comfort her, and to let her know she was there for her. However, she too was worried about her sensei. I wouldn't worry too much about him if I were you. Kakashi told Narumi. He's one of the strongest shinobi I've ever seen in my life. I can't imagine anyone catching him off guard. His mission is probably just taking longer than usual. Narumi felt a little better at hearing that, but it didn't stop her from being concerned. Sensing the atmosphere, Kakashi decided to call it a day, and let the kids go do something else. Look. I'll write up the report and wrap up this mission. Why don't the 3 of you guys go off and do something else? Help Narumi take her mind off of her worries. Kakashi suggested. Sasuke and Hinata nodded in agreement. They already had an idea of what they should do for Narumi. Alright then. I'll see you kids tomorrow. Have fun, you 3. Kakashi then disappeared in a swirl of leaves. So, what should we do? Wanna go spar? Sasuke asked Narumi. She shook her head. We could pull a pee prank? Hinata offered, surprising Sasuke, as Hinata was almost always just a bystander or a very unwilling participant when Narumi roped Sasuke into her pranks. He realized how much she wanted to help Narumi. She shook her head once again. Sasuke and Hinata's eyes met, and they had a non-verbal conversation with their expressions. Man, that didn't work? Looks like she's really down, Sasuke-kun. I guess we'll have to pull out the big guns then. Surely, you don't mean what I'm thinking? I'm sorry Hinata, but this might be the only thing that works. Okay, Sasuke-kun. If you think this will work. I have some money saved up. I hope it's enough. The 2 nodded at each other before Sasuke spoke up. Hey, Narumi, wanna get some ramen? Me and Hinata are paying. You can get as much as you want. Sasuke offered, and Hinata nodded. To their shock, she shook her head once again. I'm not feeling so well. I think I'll head home early today, guys. Enjoy the ramen for me. Narumi told the 2 in a quiet voice. She walked on ahead, leaving the 2 shocked Genin standing where they stood, and heading home. Sasuke-kun, Hinata said in a concerned voice. Maybe she just needs some time alone. I'll ask my Ka-san and Izumi Nizan and see if there's anything we can do. Hinata nodded, but couldn't help but be concerned. She had never seen Narumi this depressed before. Meanwhile, Narumi kept walking, until she reached her house. She opened the door. "I'm home," she announced to no one in particular. She was only greeted by the dark and empty house. She tossed her ninja gear on the couch, and trudged over to Naruto's room, somehow managing to avoid the mess that had built up in Naruto's absence without looking, in a manner that would have made Kakashi proud. She opened Naruto's door and entered the only room in the house that stayed clean and organized, as Narumi made sure to keep it neat, as she wanted her brother come back home to clean room. She grabbed a framed picture off of his desk, and curled up in his bed. She stared at the picture, a photo they had taken together when she was first attending the academy. A couple tears rolled down her cheeks. "Sniff, where are you, Ni-chan? Please come back soon," she whispered to herself as she wiped her tears. "At the daimyo's palace. Do we really need to dress up this formally?" Naruto complained to Mei again, as he tried to stretch his arms in his stiff, dark blue Motsuki Hari Hakama. "Oh, stop it. You're really trying so hard to ruin all of the hard work I put in to make you look presentable to the daimyo," Mei said as she slapped his shoulder. Naruto rolled his eyes. "If you ask me, I'd rather be wearing my shinobi outfit. If I'm here as your bodyguard, shouldn't I be wearing something I can fight in?" "Well, luckily for us, escort can mean more than just a bodyguard, Naruto-kun. You can also see yourself as my date for the night, and I'd say you're dressed perfectly for that role." Naruto's face began to blush a little. AAD date? This would be his first date ever, and he suddenly felt nervous. How was he supposed to act? Mei saw the reddish tinge on Naruto's cheeks and smiled. "Oh, he was just so adorable." "Relax, Naruto-kun. I did say you were my date for the night, but we're really here on business." Naruto nodded as he tried to calm himself down with some breathing techniques. Mei giggled at Naruto's behavior as they continued to walk towards the palace. "All right, we're almost here. Before we go in, let's check if we're in a presentable state. How do I look?" Mei asked Naruto as she presented herself to him with a slow twirl. She felt slightly nervous, as Naruto looked over her meticulously. She had masked her true intent with trying to look formal and presentable for the daimyo, but what she really wanted to hear was what Naruto thought of her. She knew she was beautiful, but it was something else to hear it from somebody you were interested in. I'd say you look perfectly fine. Everything is neatly worn," Naruto replied, addressing the state of her clothes. Mei was disappointed at his lack of attention at how she looked, but realized she should have been more forward about what she wanted to hear, especially from someone like Naruto, who wasn't the most socially adept person. "That's great, Naruto-kun, but how do I look? Do you think I look good?" she asked as she fluttered her eyelashes at him, trying again to hear what Naruto thought of how she looked. "Yeah. Everything looks good. The kimono looks nice on you, Mei," he replied, not knowing what she wanted to hear. She sighed before she gave a resigned chuckle. Looks like he knew hundreds of jutsu, but he didn't know how to talk to girls. She comforted herself by telling herself that this was part of his charm. "Well, thank you, Naruto-kun. You look quite handsome in your formal wear as well," Mei told Naruto as she adjusted his collar. Naruto felt his cheeks get warm again from her compliment, and the contact her hand made with his chest. Thanks," he stammered out. Mei chuckled. He didn't know how to tell her what she wanted to hear, but at least his behavior let her know what he really thought of her. That was good enough for now. "All right, Naruto-kun. We're here. Now, behave, and let me do the talking, all right?" Mei reminded Naruto. He shrugged. He knew he was mostly here to make sure she was safe and to make her feel at ease. She was the one who needed to do the talking to the important figures anyway. When the two entered the court of the daimyo, they could see an opulent party had been prepared. There were numerous tables covered in plates of expensive and exotic foods, and beautiful servers walking around with drinks and finger foods that people could grab. Silk banners, expensive paintings, imported porcelain goods, and other expensive decorations lined the giant hall, displaying the power and prestige of the water daimyo. Or at least that was the intent. To Mei, this was all just a display of excessive and wasteful luxury that would be better spent on other things. But what did she know? After all, she had spent most of her adult years living in a tent, hiding on several secluded islands. "Ah! There's the star of tonight's gathering," the water daimyo called out when she saw Mei looking around the party. "Daimyo-sama," Mei greeted as she bowed to the daimyo who walked up to her. "Ah, yes. Mei-san. Good to see you. Please, come with me," the daimyo said as he led her up the staircase in his grand hall, and to a loft that overlooked everyone. The gathered guests quieted down when they saw the daimyo preparing to speak at the loft. I thank each of you for coming tonight. We are gathered here today to celebrate the end of the civil war in Kirigakure, and for the return of peace in our lands. The daimyo spoke. The guests began to clap when the daimyo paused to let them react. We have here with us today, the one responsible for putting an end to that despicable and barbaric war, and the star of tonight's celebration. Please, give a warm welcome, to Terumi Mei. The daimyo announced, as he stepped back to hand the spotlight to Mei. She stepped forward to address the guests. Thank you everyone for gathering here to celebrate the end of the war, and to celebrate a new era of peace for Kirigakure. It means a lot to us, she said before giving a slight bow to the guests. Naruto watched her from below the loft. Even amongst these nobles, she didn't look out of place as she gave her speech, and despite only being 24 years old, looked at ease while addressing them. He was blown away by how elegant and beautiful she looked right now. Meanwhile, Mei could see Naruto from below as she continued to speak, and drew confidence from having 100% of his attention, and his look of awe. He didn't know it, but she had actually been quite nervous until then. And finally, I'd like to thank the daimyo for hosting this party, and celebrating our victory with us, Mei concluded her speech as she turned the attention back to the daimyo who looked pleased. Once they came back down from the loft, the party resumed. Mei rejoined Naruto and began greeting the nobles who came to congratulate her. My, what a beautiful young lady. One noble commented to another in the presence of Mei. Congratulations on your victory, my dear. Mei smiled politely and thanked them, though she was disgusted by how some of them were looking at her, practically undressing her with their eyes. Some of the younger nobles were bolder. Why don't we celebrate together privately? We can rendezvous at my room later. A handsome noble suggested. To most nobles, kunoichi were no different from courtesans. Just hired for different things. Sometimes, they were even hired for the same things, though the major villages usually turned those missions down. Mei quickly looped her arm around Naruto's arm. I'm sorry, but I'm here with a guest tonight, so I'll have to decline, she said politely with a smile, even though she would rather have dissolved him. And who exactly are you? The noble said in a condescending tone as he stepped up to Naruto. How dare this low-born scum get in the way of his conquest? Her guest, if I recall what she just said 2 seconds ago. Naruto replied coldly, without any of the politeness Mei was showing. Do you know who I am? I'm the son of the Minister of Commerce of Mizu no Kuni. I suggest you show me some respect. The man informed Naruto. Well, you heard what she said. She declines, Minister of Commerce's son Sama, Naruto said with a lazy look on his face, completely unintimidated by the man. After facing Yagura and the Sanbi, someone like this spoiled noble could hardly faze him. Why you? The noble growled at Naruto, before he was cut off by another noble who came to congratulate Mei. She quickly turned to greet the newcomer, while Naruto followed her, completely ignoring the now seething noble. The party was turning out to be quite boring for Naruto, mostly watching Mei greet people, and non-verbally chasing off people who wanted to get into Mei's kimono with his presence and small amounts of killing intent occasionally. An hour after her speech, Mei and Naruto were invited by the daimyo to dine with him privately, when the banquet started. Congratulations once again, Mei-san. I'm happy to hear that the savagery in Kiri is finally over. The daimyo said to Mei as they sat at their table. Thank you, daimyo-sama. Mei replied back with a bow, though internally, she was displeased at how the daimyo kept calling Kiri barbaric or savage, while he did nothing to help, even though he could have ordered Yagura to stop the genocide. Now, if I understand correctly, there were some things you wished to discuss with me? The daimyo said to Mei, as the servers brought their food. Now that the civil war in Kirigakure is over, we finally have peace in the village and surrounding lands again. Mei began. However, the war was not kind to Kiri. Our economy has suffered greatly during the 9 years of war, and our infrastructure is damaged as well. We need your funding and support, daimyo-sama. I see. I've actually sent out my own people to assess the situation in Kirigakure, and have had reports for what it's currently like. The daimyo replied, much to Mei's surprise. I'll be blunt, Mei-san. I'm not sure if Kiri will ever be back to what it was like before. The daimyo told Mei. Mei was taken aback by the daimyo's response. When had people come from the daimyo's court? I know things don't look great right now, but we can turn things around. We just need a fair chance, daimyo-sama. Mei told the daimyo. The shinobi population has been cut to less than a third of what it once was, and that's if you count Yagura's men that you currently have imprisoned. The civilian population has been cut by more than half, with many skilled laborers and educated people leaving Kiri for good, or being killed by the last Mizukage. There's absolutely no trade with any other villages, and Kyuri is not even able to produce enough food to feed its own people. Roads and docks are in disrepair, and crime is rampant. The last Mizukage waged a genocidal war against his own people, and the one before that let children fight each other to death. I'd say you had your share of fair chances already, and I haven't seen anything promising from Kirigakure since the Nidaime. The daimyo replied before digging into his expensive meal. But that was in the past, daimyo-sama. We've learned from our mistakes. Mei was not expecting the daimyo to have such a harsh outlook on Kyuri, and was taken by surprise. Perhaps. But I cannot waste taxpayer money on such a risky and potentially fruitless endeavor. Mei scoffed internally. And he could afford to waste taxpayer money on gold-trimmed porcelain dinner plates and expensive meals? Daimyo-sama, you'll be able to draw from our pool of talented shinobi for your military needs, should you need to handle things discreetly. Mei reasoned. The daimyo, however, was not convinced. Kyuri hasn't been stable for decades now. With Yagura as the Mizukage, we even stopped hiring Kyuri shinobi over the years, and truthfully, their absence wasn't missed too much. Our samurai forces can handle military matters, and should we need shinobi, we can hire shinobi from other villages. Mei was getting desperate now. Without the daimyo's funding or blessing, Kyuri would shrink to the point that it would become a minor village, or even cease to exist altogether. Please, daimyo-sama, you must reconsider. Things have changed now. You'll find that we are capable of doing things that samurai aren't able to do, and shinobi from other nations won't be loyal to Mizu no Kuni. What if Mizu no Kuni went to war with another nation? The daimyo sighed. Listen. How about we downsize Kirigakure? If we are able to reduce the number of shinobi to several hundred of your most elite, then I might be able to fund them with my personal wealth, instead of using taxpayer money. They'd be under my direct rule, and play a similar role to the 12 guardian ninja of Hai no Kuni. I'll even allow you to be the leader. Mei couldn't accept this. This would mean everything they fought for would be for nothing. They won't be able to rebuild their clans, and their heritage of the village would be lost. The civilians who believed in them and followed them would be forced to relocate. And the remaining shinobi would be firmly under the rule of the daimyo, instead of being allowed to run their affairs in an autonomous village as they had been. Daimyo-sama. Mei begged. Please at least give us a 5-year period to show you that putting your faith in us will be worth it. And what do you expect to be able to do in 5 years? Do you have a concrete plan? What are your goals for the 5-year period? How do you expect to ramp up your food production and kickstart your economy? How much money do you think you need? 1 billion ryo? 1 trillion? The daimyo asked dismissively. Mei wasn't able to reply right away. Kyuri was in a worse state than she had expected, and while she had plans for better policies, didn't know how to stimulate trade and kickstart their economy. Her plans banked on getting missions from the daimyo again, and without his cooperation, nothing would take off. That was when Naruto interjected. Well, Kyuri is currently in the process of finalizing a trade deal with Wave, and the Wave Shipping Company. The shinobi of Kyuri are probably the most battle-hardened forces on the continent, and the daimyo of Wave recognizes this and is interested in hiring their services. In exchange for patrolling shipping lanes, and protecting their merchants and fishermen, Wave will give reduced tariffs for Kyuri, and will help grow Kyuri's fishing industry, as well as help get their products out for trade at a reduced price. I imagine in a couple years, the fishing industry will be able to help feed the people of Kyuri, as well as produce a surplus for trade. The president of Wave Shipping Company also proposed a deal where they would provide raw materials to Kyuri, and the skilled smiths of Kyuri will create high-quality tools which they can also export. The friendly rates for Kyuri will make sure that Kyuri will get goods at a cheaper price, while selling Kyuri products at a higher price, until Kyuri is stable. Mei was shocked. What the hell was Naruto talking about? She had never heard anything regarding this before. I see. That could prove to be helpful. The daimyo said after some thinking. Who is this, Mei-san? Is this your advisor? I'm Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto of Kanahagakure. I'm here under the orders of the Hokage, who believes in Mei-san's vision for Kyuri, and seeks an alliance with Kyuri. I'm here as his representative. Naruto answered instead. Namikaze Uzumaki? The daimyo repeated to himself. So he was the son of the Yondaime Hokage and a member of the main branch of the Uzumaki clan? That meant he was of noble birth himself, and he even appeared to have the full backing of the Hokage, who himself had a very high standing with the daimyo of Hai no Kuni. This meant his words had weight to them. This changed things. Kyuri forces were being recognized for their experience, and with the right kind of publicity, could drive up Mizu no Kuni's military prestige. Kiri would also be gaining 2 new alliances in Wave and Konoha, which would stabilize Kiri, and improve their economic situation drastically. This could be used to his advantage for better relations with Hai no Kuni and Nami no Kuni. Maybe Kiri wasn't a lost cause after all. Well, in that case, perhaps I can allocate some funding to facilitate these things which could benefit both Kirigakure and Mizu no Kuni as a whole. I'm sure my ministers can agree this will be beneficial for everyone involved. The daimyo stated. If you can bring me the signed agreements with both Konoha and Wave, I'll be able to convince my council to allocate our funds to Kiri. Until then, I shall donate some funds from my personal treasury to help with the rebuilding efforts. I'll see if I can visit Kiri soon to declare you as the god I'm Mizukage, Mei-san. Thank you, Daimyo-sama. Mei was starting to have hope again. She looked at Naruto with gratefulness visible in her eyes. However, there was one thing at the back of her mind. She knew Hiruzen was interested in an alliance. What she didn't know was what Naruto was talking about regarding Wave. Was he making things up to convince the daimyo? In Tsunade and Shizune's house. Knock. 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 Shizune's eyes opened at the sound of pounding at their doors. Knock. 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 Shizune, Tsunade yelled out from her room. Can you check WHO's trying to break down our door at this time? Shizune rolled her eyes as she got out of bed. What was keeping Tsunade from checking herself? Knock. 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 Yes. Coming. Just a moment. Shizune replied as she shuffled towards the door. Yes? What is it? Shizune asked as she opened the door, only to be surprised to see Narumi at her door. Narumi-chan? What are you doing here at this time of the night? Shizune asked in surprise. Sniff Ne-chan. When Shizune saw that Narumi appeared to have been crying, all of her drowsiness vanished. She immediately pulled Narumi into the house, and closed the door. She sat Narumi down at the couch, and threw a blanket over her shoulders. She created a shadow clone to create a cup of hot chocolate, before she sat down next to Narumi and put an arm around her shoulder. Narumi-chan. What's wrong? Shizune asked. Sniff, I don't know. It just hit me harder today than the other days. Narumi told Shizune. What hit you harder today? Why don't you start from the beginning, Narumi-chan? Shizune said in a calm and soothing tone, as she put her hand comfortingly on Narumi's cheek. Narumi nodded as she leaned into Shizune for comfort. You know how my Ni-chan has been on his mission for a while now? Shizune nodded. He used to go on missions all the time, but he's never been gone for this long. I'm worried something might have happened to him. Ne-chan, he's all I have in this world, I can't lose him. I don't know what I'll do if. Narumi started to cry again. Shizune hugged Narumi, and patted her back. Shh. Don't worry, Narumi-chan. I'm sure he's alright. Humph. Alright? As if anybody can hurt that kid. Tsunade commented as she stepped into the living room with Shizune's clone. That little brat is strong enough to handle himself. Shizune's clone handed Narumi her cup of hot chocolate, before it dispelled itself. But Ba-chan. If he's alright, what's taking him so long to come back? He's never been gone for this long. I wish I could go out there to look for him. Tsunade ignored Narumi calling her by the honorific she hated, since Narumi seemed to be distraught. She sat down by Narumi on her other side. Don't worry about Naruto, Narumi-chan. That kid is too stubborn to leave you here alone and die off somewhere. Shizune slapped Tsunade's back at her untactful comment, but Narumi didn't seem to mind. Listen, you know the Sannin, right? Tsunade ignored Shizune's glare and asked Narumi. The San what? Narumi asked in confusion. Tsunade felt a vein twitch on her forehead. They didn't teach about the Sannin in school anymore? The disrespect. The Sannin. The 3 legendary ninja of Konoha? Tsunade asked again for confirmation. Narumi looked confused. Tsunade sighed. Well, that's not important. The point is, they're strong enough to handle anyone, but Naruto was strong enough to beat one when he was 14. Do you really think someone was able to hurt him so bad that he can't return to you? Don't you have faith in your brother's ability? I guess you're right. I should believe in him more. He'll definitely return. It's just that I miss him so much. Today, I went home, and when I saw the empty house again, it just hit me really hard. I miss having him home to greet me, like when I used to go to the academy. I know it's difficult right now, Narumi-chan, but he'll be back soon. And if you don't like coming home to an empty house, why don't you stay with us? Shizune asked. That's fine with you, right? Tsunade-sama? Valpe. There goes all semblance of peace and quiet. But she wasn't about to turn down her favorite niece. Of course. You are always welcome at our house. And I mean always. You can grab your stuff tomorrow. For tonight, you can wear the pajamas you leave here for girls' night. We'll all sleep in the living room tonight. Tsunade told Narumi with a warm smile. Sniff like a sleepover? Narumi asked. Tsunade and Shizune both smiled at her. They loved the adorable little redhead. Of course. We'll have a sleepover every day until Naruto comes home. Narumi gave them a smile, as she wiped her tears. Thanks Ba-chan. Ne-chan. I'll go get changed. She ran to get her pajamas. And stop calling me Ba-chan. In one of the daimyo's guest rooms. Naruto was in his king-sized bed, thinking about the night's events while digesting his food. He was happy to have some good food again, after eating ration bars and camp cooking for months, and happy to be sleeping in a nice bed again, after sleeping in sleeping bags. He was about to fall asleep, when he heard his door creak open. He immediately unsealed a kunai, and held it under his pillow, pretending to be sleeping. He stretched out his senses, until he felt a familiar chakra signature. Mei? What is she doing here? Naruto-kun? Are you sleeping? Mei whispered as she closed the door and tiptoed into the room. Mei? What are you doing here at this time of night? Naruto asked in surprise as he sat up. She sat herself at the foot of his bed. I couldn't sleep, so I visited you. Now put that kunai away, will you? He sealed the kunai back into the seal on his palm. So, what's keeping you up? He asked Mei. There was a lot on my mind, so I couldn't sleep. Then I decided I could use some company, but you were the only person here that I wanted to see. Hope you don't mind. Mei replied. No, not at all. Make yourself comfortable. Naruto told Mei as he got up to light a candle. Don't mind if I do, Mei said as she lied down on Naruto's bed while he lit a candle. Naruto placed the candle on the bedside table and sat on the edge of his bed. So, you want to talk about what you're thinking about? He asked. Mei gave him a playful smile. Not until you lay down too. I feel bad for stealing your bed. He felt weird laying down next to Mei, in a dark bedroom, with just the two of them, but he decided to humor her and lied down on the very edge of the bed, to keep the maximum amount of space between them. So? She rolled over onto her belly, facing Naruto as she lied perpendicular to him, resting her head on her crossed arms, as she bent her legs at the knees and gently kicked her legs back and forth. Naruto felt his breath hitch when he looked at Mei. Why was she acting so casual tonight, and why did she look so damn cute doing so? And what was this weird feeling he was feeling in his chest? Well, first of all Naruto-kun, I'd like to thank you for being such a good escort tonight, scaring off those lecherous perverts. Mei started. Oh of course. It was clear that you didn't like the way they were staring at you like something to be conquered. He replied as he began nervously twiddle his thumbs as he stared straight at the ceiling. My. Such a gentleman, aren't you? Did they make you feel jealous? Mei teased in a seductive voice. She loved watching how uncomfortable she made Naruto. Naruto struggled to reply, as his toes curled under the blankets. She needed to stop playing this game before he burst a blood vessel or something. Her voice became a little more serious as she rolled over and used Naruto's firm stomach as a pillow, forming a T shape when seen from above, staring at the ceiling as well. I was wondering. What was that whole thing about Wave? As far as I know, we don't have any ongoing negotiations with Wave. You're right. There aren't any negotiations with Wave. Naruto replied. Mei sat up immediately, and turned to look at him. So, you're telling me you made that up to convince the daimyo to support us? Naruto-kun. Well, I didn't make it up completely. That's a real deal you can take, Naruto said calmly. She raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I know someone who knows both the daimyo of Wave and the president of Wave Shipping Company. They owe that person a favor, and that person would do anything for me, so all I gotta do is ask. He replied. You're banking a lot on some assumptions. Mei argued. What are you going to do if that person decides not to ask them? Or if they turn him down? Naruto-kun, this was quite irresponsible of you. The blonde just smirked. He pulled out 2 papers, that was marked with the official seal of the Wave Shipping Company, and the daimyo of Wave. I already asked, and they drafted the papers. So, all you gotta do is sign, Naruto said as he handed over the papers. Mei took the papers from his hand, and started to read over the agreements. They were just as Naruto had said to the daimyo, and seeing the actual numbers made her eyes widen. This was almost too good to be true. How and when did you manage to get these? She asked in shock. He just smirked. I have my ways. He had secretly sent out clones to Wave during his recovery, and they brought it back via Hiraishin, all without anyone noticing. So, are you going to sign those or what? Mei reached over to place the papers on the bedside table. She then looked at Naruto in the eye before asking, why do all this? Why go so far to help us? To help me? Did the Hokage tell you to do this? He shook his head. It's not like that. Then why? Mei asked again. I'm not sure. I guess I just felt like it. I guess I got close to you guys while I was here. After all of the tough times we went through, I want everyone to finally be happy. I want you to be happy. I don't really get it, but it is what it is. He answered. Mei gave him a warm smile as she stroked his cheek softly. Naruto's face turned red again, and turned his face away from her in embarrassment. However, Mei grabbed him by his chin and turned his face towards her, before she planted a kiss on his cheek. What was that? Naruto stammered out, as he felt his cheeks tingle. That was me thanking you for being such a sweetheart. She replied with an affectionate smile. SW sweetheart? He had heard a lot of names, like asshole or jerk, but sweetheart? That was not something he was used to hearing. At least not since his parents died. Yes, sweetheart. Now why don't you tell me more about how you'd like to see me be happy? Mei asked as she lied back down, using his chest as a pillow. Naruto gulped. Why was his throat feeling so parched? What the hell was going on? What do you mean? Mei started to trace circles on his chest with her finger. You know, things like why you want to see me happy? I guess I just like seeing you happy. It just doesn't feel right when you're unhappy. I like to see you smile. You have a very pretty smile, after all. Naruto told Mei, who couldn't help the small tinge of red from appearing on her cheeks. Is it just my smile that's pretty? Mei asked teasingly, trying to get more out of him. He shook his head. No, everything about you beautiful. It's just that your smile is what I appreciate the most. It does something to me, but I don't really quite get what it is, he said awkwardly. She was almost straight on blushing, but she still wanted to tease him more. Now, Naruto-kun. Let's not get too naughty here. I'm not sure that's the kind of thing you want to share with a lady. I'm flattered, but I'm going to have to watch out if little Naruto stands at attention every time I smile. Naruto's face resembled Narumi's hair. That's not what I meant. It's more of a warm feeling in my chest, okay? She smiled cheekily. Oh, is that so? So you're saying I don't turn you on? I'm not attractive enough? She lifted one leg onto Naruto, and squeezed her chest together as she breathed on his neck. Naruto gulped again, but there was no saliva in his mouth to swallow. He covered his crotches one hand, and tried to hold himself back, but his body betrayed his mind, and reacted. That's not it at all. Naruto choked when Mei kissed his neck. What was it you were trying to say? Mei cooed in his ear. Mei, I don't know what you're doing, but I think we should stop. I feel strange. I feel hot all over. I can't think straight. I'm dizzy. Only fair that you feel that way too, after you did that to me first, Mei whispered in his ear in a suggestive tone. Huh? When did I do that to you? Naruto asked in surprise. You've been doing it to me this whole time. She replied with a seductive smile. What? Naruto sat up in confusion. Shh. Enough about that, Mei said as she sat up and put a finger on Naruto's lips to hush him. Now, why don't we get back to how you want to see me happy? Mei cooed as she slipped her nightwear off of one shoulder. Naruto's eyes widened to their maximum size, and it took all of his control to not have blood gushing from his nose. Mei leaned in to grab his chin, and planted a deep, hungry kiss on his lips. Naruto felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up, and felt a jolt of electricity shoot through his whole body. He felt like he was floating on a cloud. When Mei pulled her head back, Naruto's head subconsciously followed her forward, trying to get more, before he caught himself. He couldn't believe his first kiss was with a woman as beautiful as Mei. He touched his lips in disbelief, which felt like they were tingling. It had felt amazing. He couldn't imagine anything feeling better than how Mei had just made him feel. Mei smiled at the effect she had on Naruto, before she slipped the other shoulder of her nightwear off. It slowly slipped down her arm until her kimono-style nightwear was hanging off at her elbow joints, exposing her generous bosom. Now, why don't I show you what you can do to make me happy? He nodded stupidly as he allowed Mei to take off his own top. Naruto knew at that moment, that there would definitely be something that felt better than that kiss. The next morning, when Mei's green eyes opened up, she was greeted by the snoring form of Naruto, who had one hand on his stomach, and the other one wrapped around her shoulders as he slept. The memories of what they did the night before came flooding in, and she felt her cheeks burn. She couldn't believe she was no longer a virgin, but she had no regrets. Everything felt so right. She cuddled even closer to him, and rested her head on the crook of his neck, as she breathed in his scent. It was now obvious, she was officially in love with this incredibly powerful, but socially awkward blonde man next to her. She imagined a life where she could wake up like this every morning, and felt incredible contentment. She enjoyed his warmth and the feeling of comfort that he evoked in her, and she slowly fell back asleep with a content smile on her face. A few minutes after she fell back asleep, it was Naruto's turn to wake up. His blue eyes blinked a few times as his mind followed his body in waking up. Did he just have the most amazing dream, or did last night actually happen? He turned his gaze to the beautiful person who was cuddled up to him, which confirmed that last night did, in fact, happen. For the first time in his life since his parents' death, he felt almost whole. He used his arm that was wrapped around her to lovingly stroke her auburn hair. His mind went back to the times when his parents were still alive. He would sometimes enter their room in the morning, and find them cuddling as they slept like he was doing with May. He looked at May once again, and saw the content smile on her sleeping face. To him, that smile was more beautiful than any of the other smiles he had ever seen in his life, including May's other smiles. He planted a kiss on her forehead before he closed his eyes. Content. He allowed himself to drift off to sleep, hoping to enjoy this moment of his life a little longer. In the Kyuubi dungeons, Ao was kept occupied in May's absence, sorting through the thousands of prisoners they had. He had to first sort through the shinobi that had surrendered to them after the Battle of the Gates of Uzushio, weeding out the fanatical bloodline haters, from those who were sort of roped into Yagura's forces. Then he had to sort through the prisoners that were put in the dungeons by Yagura, separating the true criminals and dangerous prisoners from those who were sent there for being bloodline sympathizers. Put that man back in the cells. I'm putting him in the list for execution. Ao told a guard, who shoved an angry-looking man back into his cell. One more cell, and I'm taking a break. Talking to these insane bastards is tiring. Ao commented to the guard. He looked at his list, writing an X next to the last man he had screened. He looked at the next name on the list and gasped. Nezu. He rushed over to the cell the guard was about to open, and saw a man lying on the cold prison ground, staring at the ceiling. Nezu? Is that you? Ao called out. The man seemed to stir at hearing his name. Ao? When the man got up to get closer, Ao was shocked by what he saw. His old friend Nezu had been reduced to a gaunt, tired-looking man, who looked 10 years older than his actual age. He had only been in prison for a couple months, but his mental anguish and torn spirit had broken him down quickly. He didn't know what had happened to his wife and child, and knowing his decisions caused the death of thousands of people was weighing down heavily on him, and he stopped taking care of himself. Nezu, what the hell happened to you? Ao asked. Nezu looked down in shame. He didn't know how to tell Ao. Chapter 39, The Bloodline Rebellion Part 10. Kyuubi Council Meeting. May sat at the head of the table in the council meeting hall, overseeing a council meeting, which was comprised of various shinobi and civilian leaders. It was an even mix of clan heads who were elevated to clan head status for being the closest surviving member of the original clan heads, leading civilians or guild masters who were chosen for their expertise in economic or infrastructural matters, and some of the more capable and non-bloodline hating shinobi from the loyalist faction who were there to show that May would be showing mercy to those who surrendered. Ever since May had returned from the capital a few days ago, she had quickly gone about implementing changes in policy, especially regarding the leadership of Kyuubi. She had learned from the Sandaime Mizukage's mistakes in creating a bloodline caste system, and tried her best to have equal representation for both shinobi and civilians. Though she was not oblivious to the tension between the clan heads from bloodline-bearing clans and the pardoned loyalist shinobi, May was still in a good mood from her time in the capital, and the things she gained from it. She glanced across the table and met eyes with Naruto, who was present as an observer, and he responded by giving her a smile and a nod. Ao looked over the table, making sure that everyone was present, before he stood up to address the new council of Kyuubi. Now that everyone has been accounted for, the council session will now begin. He gave the floor to May, who nodded in appreciation to Ao, who nodded back before sitting down. So, I'm sure what you all want to hear about first is about my meeting with the daimyo, and the direction our village will take in regards to the rebuilding of the village. May began, and the council members nodded. The daimyo has agreed to start sending missions our way again, as soon as Kyuubi is stable enough to send out shinobi for missions, and to give us funding once again. May announced, and people let out the breaths they had subconsciously been holding. They were relieved to know the lifeblood of the village had been secured. He was also convinced to generously donate money from his own treasury towards the reconstruction efforts of the building to help us get on our feet faster, she continued, brightening the tense atmosphere of the council with her good news. This is great news, Mei-sama. One of the civilian councillors commented. It is reassuring to know we have the daimyo's support once more. How were you able to convince the daimyo? One former loyalist asked in curiosity. Previous talks with the daimyo weren't so fruitful. Mei smiled as she glanced at Naruto. Well, we had some help. She mentioned as she gestured towards Naruto. Many of the council members who were unfamiliar with him looked at him in confusion. And who exactly is he? Some of the civilians asked. However, the shinobi who had heard the rumors of his origin were surprised. Isn't he from Konoha? Mei nodded. He is indeed from Konoha. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto here was sent here on a secret mission to help us, with the intention of forming an alliance with us. Some of the loyalists were uncomfortable around Naruto when they heard his lineage, and were even more uncomfortable with the fact that Konoha was involved in overthrowing another village's regime. The rebels, however, smiled in approval. He had gone through the same struggles with them, eating the same low-quality food, sleeping in the same conditions, and shedding blood with them. They almost considered him one of their own. I can see that some of you are uncomfortable with this alliance. And I understand why. But know that it was this alliance that convinced the daimyo that Kiri will be stable enough for him to invest in. Mei reminded everyone. The former loyalists begrudgingly accepted, though they were still wary of Naruto. As for those who doubt Naruto's intentions, here's the next bit of good news, Mei continued. Naruto here was able to use his connections in Nami no Kuni to broker an alliance and trade deals between Kiri and Wave. Murmurs broke out in the council, some surprised at his large contribution and grateful, while some were still suspicious. What were the terms like exactly? One of the suspicious councillors asked. Mei brought out the contracts and handed them to the councillor. Why don't you read it out loud for us? He took the papers and began reading out the points of the agreement. In addition to an alliance, the daimyo of Nami no Kuni is willing to lend us both fishing vessels and personnel to help us grow our fishing industry, to help us produce more food for our citizens, and to create a surplus for trade, until we can produce enough of our own fishing vessels and personnel. These are quite generous terms. What do they want in return? Someone asked. Nothing, I suppose. It doesn't say. The councillor reading the agreement replied. Discussions broke out amongst the councillors once again. Of course, they'd offer an agreement like that. They're just a minor nation with no shinobi presence. The alliance itself is the benefit. Allying themselves with one of the 5 major villages is good for them. One councillor commented. Mangetsu rolled his eyes. Where have you been for the past 10 years? Are you sure it was Kiri? Have you seen the state of our village? We can't even provide enough food for everyone. Our shinobi forces are no bigger than a minor villages like Kusa. We can hardly call ourselves one of the big 5 right now. I don't know where this arrogance is coming from. Learn to be grateful for once, you dumbass. How dare you? The insulted man shouted back. He's right, you know. Ao interjected. You should learn to think before you speak. Perhaps then you wouldn't make yourself look like a fool in front of everyone. The councillor sat down begrudgingly, after being chastised by the second most influential person in Kiri. With Ao's remark, the discussions died down. Now that everyone's quieted down, let me continue reading. There's more. The councillor holding the contract told everyone. In addition to what Nami no Kuni is offering, the Wave Shipping Company agrees to give us access to their trade connections in return for us protecting their trade routes and merchant vessels. They'll also give us reduced tariffs for imported and exported goods. They also agreed to provide us with raw materials at cheap prices for us to process into finished products, which they'll export using their trade network. This deal stands for 5 years, with a 5-year extension if deemed necessary. Everyone present was impressed at the agreement Naruto was able to get for them. This was a steal. The civilians and former rebels gave Naruto a grateful nod, as well as words of gratitude. Even the loyalists had to accept that Naruto was giving them a huge help in coming out of their economic crisis. Mei smiled when the council began to accept Naruto and his contributions. Now that everyone is aware of how big of a help he's been, I'll conclude my report. The daimyo will be visiting the village in a week to deliver the first round of his donations, as well as inaugurate me as the Godime Mizukage. The council clapped for Mei, to congratulate her on a trip that proved to be far more fruitful than anyone had imagined. Now that that's done, I'd like to hear if there's anything that should be brought to my attention. Mei told the council. Councilors began to give reports of the sectors they were put in charge of. Soon, it was Ao's turn to speak. He rose with a grim look on his face. While you've been gone, I've been sorting through our prisoners, both the ones imprisoned by Yagura, and those that we have captured. Very good. How has that gone? Mei asked. Our policy of pardoning some of the less fanatical loyalists has padded out our shinobi forces number significantly, but we still have hundreds of former followers of Yagura who have committed atrocities or have bought into his ideals deeply, imprisoned. He replied. I see. Other than the war criminals, we should go over them once more to see if any are willing to work for Kiri again, and put the past behind them. Perhaps their time in the dungeon has caused them to reconsider. Mei suggested. Very well, Mei-sama. However, there's one particular prisoner that I haven't been able to decide on, Ao stated. Oh? And who might that be? Mei asked. Nezu. Ao replied with a troubled look. Nezu? He's been imprisoned? How is he? What's the problem regarding him? Mei asked. Mei-sama. It turns out he's the one who alerted Yagura of our hidden bases, including the one on the gates of Uzushio. That fucking bastard. He got thousands of us killed, Mangetsu yelled as he slammed the table with his fist. Mei's face was one of shock. He's been a double agent this whole time? Ao shook his head. I've been able to figure out it was only in the last few weeks of the war that he started supplying Yagura with information. He was broken by Yagura's torturing of his wife and child. Mei was torn about what to do with Nezu. She had put him in an extremely dangerous situation by planting him as a spy in Yagura's high council, and he had provided crucial information to her for years. She understood that he was put under extreme pressure with the lives of his wife and child threatened, and she wasn't sure she would have held up either, if she was in his position. However, be as it may, he was also responsible for the death of thousands, and that couldn't just be ignored either. Several former rebels were incensed at his betrayal, and began demanding for his death. Mei wished she could do something for him, but her hands seemed to be tied. Nezu deserved to be punished. In the Hokage's office. Hiruzen sat in his office, going through the reports and information brought by his surveillance on Danzo. He sighed as he burned up the useless reports and recordings. Danzo had somehow learned to behave since the Uchiha massacre, and kept quiet. Either that, or he had found the surveillance measures, and found ways around them. It would be ideal to catch Danzo in a political quagmire to legally end him and his ambitions, but if things don't work out, I might have to take things into my own hands. Hiruzen considered. If his gamble with Naruto panned out, then he'd have a backup plan. He was deep in thought, considering the approaches he should take to trap his former teammate, when a red toad with a pair of goggles around its neck jumped through the open window and landed on his desk. Kosuke? What are you doing here? The Sandaime asked the messenger toad in surprise. I have a message from Jiraiya-sama. Kosuke informed Hiruzen, before he regurgitated a scroll from the storage space in his gut. Thank you, Kosuke-kun. Hiruzen told the young toad, as he took the scroll and opened it up. A quick look at the scroll revealed that it was a report from Jiraiya and his spy network. Hello sensei. Some of my informants have been hearing rumors that the war in Kiri might be over. While I'm not certain which side of the war was victorious, most of the rumors seem to indicate the rebels may have won. This might have greater implications on the balance of nations. I'll head over and see what the truth of the rumors are. If there is indeed a new regime in Kiri, I expect there to be a lot of diplomatic visits from other villages. Due to Kiri's strategic position, perhaps we could send a delegation before they lock themselves into alliances with the other villages and try to work something out first. In any case, we'll have to wait and see what the truth is. Jiraiya the gallant. The majestic toad sage of Mount Myaboku. Hiruzen chuckled at Jiraiya's antics. He burned the scroll after reading it, to make sure Danzo never saw the report. Right now, Hiruzen was the only one in Konoha who truly knew what had happened. Naruto had been successful in his mission once again. I knew I could count on you, Naruto-kun. Well done. We'll have Kiri's gratitude, and we'll be able to secure an alliance with them in no time. The old Hokage mused. With this, I hope we are one step closer to achieving peace amongst villages. This report also confirmed another thing. If Naruto had been able to play a key role in turning the tide for Kiri as he expected, Hiruzen would have his successor. Hiruzen felt relieved of some of the things that had been stressing him in the past few months, and smiled. At that moment, the door to his office slammed open, and a boy came flying in through the door. Hiruzen didn't turn around, but prepared himself to dodge some blunt kunai, or some other hair-brained attack strategy from his grandson. When he didn't sense anything coming, he turned around, slightly confused. Gigi. I just met the coolest girl today. His grandson, Konohamaru, yelled out in excitement. Flashback. A red ball flew through the air towards a group of 5 young preteens who were hanging out. The ball struck one of them in the back of the head, and rolled on the ground. Konohamaru ran around the corner of the street, looking for his ball which he saw fly this way. When he spotted his red ball, he smiled, and ran towards the ball. He was surprised to see some older kid pick up his ball. Is this yours, kid? The older boy asked angrily. Yeah? Could I have it back? Konohamaru asked. The older kid looked back at his friends who chuckled amongst themselves and nodded. Isn't an apology due first? You hit my head with this, you stupid brat. The older preteen told Konohamaru. Oh. Sorry. We didn't mean to. I was just playing with my friends, and one of them sent it flying over here, so I came to get it. Konohamaru explained. You hear this, kid? We don't want to hear your bullshit excuses. The boy's friend said aggressively to Konohamaru. But it wasn't even my fault. I just came to get the ball. Besides, I already apologized, didn't I? Konohamaru said in his defense. You don't sound too sincere, kid. The bullies argued we'll keep the ball if you're really sorry. Wait, but that's my ball, Konohamaru said as he reached for his ball. One of the older kids stopped him by blocking his way. You trying to take it by force? Listen, kid, the ball is ours now, so beat it, before something bad happens. But it was a gift from my Ka-chan, Konohamaru cried out as his eyes began to tear up. But it was gift from my Ka-chan. The bullies repeated in a mocking voice as they laughed at Konohamaru. If you want your ball, you can take it. By force. The older kids then began to surround Konohamaru. Narumi hummed to herself as she skipped towards Shizune and Tsunade's house with a paper bag full of freshly made anpan buns, when she sensed a bunch of negative emotions coming from the street nearby. She headed towards the source of negative emotions, and saw a bunch of older kids pushing around a small crying boy. Hey! Leave him alone. Don't you see he's just a kid? Narumi shouted at the bullies, as she rushed over. Who the heck are you? One of the bullies asked. Help! These guys won't give me my ball back. Konohamaru pleaded to Narumi. Narumi glared at the bullies. Stop being mean to the boy, and give him his ball back, she shouted. The bullies looked at each other before they faced her again. Mind your own business, and get lost, you stupid tomato girl. One of them told Narumi, unknowingly triggering her with the nickname she so hated. And why don't you leave the anpan behind? We're feeling a little peckish. Another bully stated with a mischievous smile, as they began to surround her. Narumi held her bag of anpan in her arms, and her hair covered her eyes, casting a shadow over them. What did you call me? She growled out with venom in her voice, which the boys foolishly ignored. I said, hand over the anpan quietly, you stupid tomato. One of them demanded, as he reached over, trying to take the anpan by force. When he was close enough to grab the bag, Narumi smashed her forehead into his face, sending him tumbling back with blood streaming from his nose. When he crashed into the ground, and started to cry in pain, the other bullies finally got over their shock from the surprise attack. That bitch. Get her. The bullies began to charge at her. The first bully that reached her was rewarded with a spinning back kick into his jaw, which sent him to the floor, out cold. The second one threw a wild haymaker at Narumi's head, but she ducked under his arm, and let him pass by her, and she elbowed him in the base of his spine. He fell to the ground clutching his lower back, seizing up in pain as well. The next boy flew at her with a flying side kick in terrible form, and Narumi easily shifted her weight to the side to let him fly by her, before she gave him a devastating uppercut to the crotch. He fell to the floor, crying. Konohamaru cringed and subconsciously covered up his family jewels when he saw that. The last boy standing was the one holding the ball, and after seeing his friends get demolished by the small redhead, he was trembling in fear. Give me his ball, or I'll teach you what happens when you call me a stinkin' tomato, she yelled at the trembling boy, who thought he saw a fire burning in her eyes and 9 locks of hair flailing behind her. He nodded eagerly, and handed her Konohamaru's ball, before he gathered his friends and ran away as fast as they could. Yeah, you better run. Remember what happened today the next time you want to call Namikaze Uzumaki Narumi a tomato, Narumi yelled out to the retreating bullies, as she shook a fist at them. Konohamaru's jaw was hanging open, as he stared at the redhead in awe. She had beaten 4 bigger boys by herself, and she hadn't even dropped a single anpan in the process. Here. This is yours, right? Narumi said with a kind smile, as she handed the ball to Konohamaru. Wow, that was awesome. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen. You were all like, pow. Boom. Bam. And they were all on the ground. You have to teach me how to do that. Konohamaru squealed in excitement. Eh? Teach you? Narumi said in confusion. Konohamaru nodded eagerly. I don't think I can do that. I'm too busy. I've got training, missions, and I want to hang out with my friends too. Maybe you can learn from your parents or a tutor. She suggested. You're a ninja? No wonder. Also, I already have a tutor, but he's nowhere near as cool as you. I want you to teach me. You must have some cool secrets methods, Konohamaru demanded. I don't think so. I don't like spoiled brats who think they can get everything they want, you know. Narumi told Konohamaru. But I'm the Hokage's grandson. He whined. Yeah. Whatever. Like that means anything. I'm apparently the Yondame's daughter, and I don't get things handed to me by everyone either. I've had to work hard to become strong, you know. It's not like I have some secret shortcut to get strong. Konohamaru was surprised someone turned him down after he revealed he was the Hokage's grandson, but he respected her more for it. Even though he had enjoyed some of the perks of being the Hokage's grandson, he hated how nobody saw him for himself, and only saw him as the Hokage's grandson. I promise I'll work hard. And I won't be a spoiled brat. I promise, Ne-chan. Konohamaru begged. Narumi could see he was desperate, and he had pressed the right buttons by calling her Ne-chan. She had always wanted a little sibling figure of her own. I guess I could teach you a couple small things here and there. She mused out loud. Yes. That sounds great. Please. Konohamaru pleaded. Maybe I'll consider it. If you start calling me boss, Narumi said with a mischievous smile. You got it, boss, Konohamaru shouted, as he saluted her. Narumi giggled. Looks like she got a student of her own now. Just like her Ne-chan. All right then. Say, what was your name again? Narumi asked. I'm Konohamaru, boss. Konohamaru told Narumi. Narumi giggled again. All right then, Konohamaru-chan. I'll teach you a couple things every once in a while, but for now, I gotta go. See you around. She then waved goodbye to him as she turned around to leave. Here, catch, Narumi shouted, as she threw an anpan over her shoulder. The anpan fell right into a surprised Konohamaru's hands. And next time anyone messes with you, let your Ne-chan know. Nobody's gonna mess with my minions. Narumi told Konohamaru as she walked away. Konohamaru had stars in his eyes as he watched his hero walk away. She was officially the coolest person he knew. Konohamaru's playmates ran to where he was when he didn't return for some time. Konohamaru. What's taking so long? A girl with her orange hair tied into 2 very large pigtails, named Moegi, asked as she ran over. She's so cool, Konohamaru whispered to himself. Who are you talking about? Moegi asked. I think that may be her. Konohamaru's other friend, Udon, commented, as he pointed at Narumi's back. Konohamaru turned around to his 2 friends. Guys. We have a new boss. Her name is Narumi. Eh? His 2 friends said simultaneously in confusion. Flashback end. Hiruzen chuckled as his grandson told his grand tale of how he met the coolest person in the world. I see young Narumi has made quite the impression on you. The Sandaime commented. Heck yeah. She's so cool. I'm going to work extra hard so I can be just as cool as her. Konohamaru told his grandfather as he punched and kicked at the air as he saw Narumi do. Hiruzen was glad Konohamaru met Narumi. Both he and Konohamaru's mother were too busy to spend much time with the boy. Narumi's kind and caring nature would make her an excellent older sister figure for the young boy. I'm sure she'll be a positive influence on you. There's much you can learn from her. She has a very positive attitude and an excellent work ethic. The will of fire burns brightly in her. Hiruzen told Konohamaru. Konohamaru didn't know what this will of fire thing Hiruzen kept mentioning was all about, but he nodded in agreement anyway. At Kiri, the next week. Much of the main processional street had been cleaned up and fixed up in preparation to welcome the daimyo, who was now carried down the street in his palanquin, as he waved at Kiri's citizens. Not too far behind him was Tazuna, the now daimyo of Wave, and Tsunami, who were also carried down in a slightly less ornate palanquin. They were flanked by the most elite samurai in the daimyo's retinue, as well as Kiri's most capable shinobi, who stayed vigilant against any threats in the shadows. They soon reached the Mizukage Tower, and entered Mei's office. "Daimyo-sama." Mei greeted the two daimyos with a bow, when she saw them enter. "You've done a great job in fixing up this place. I'm amazed at what you were able to do in such a short time. I've certainly made the right choice in putting my faith in you," the daimyo of Mizu no Kuni told Mei. "Thank you, daimyo-sama," Mei replied as she straightened out the Mizukage robes she was wearing. "I can see you could still use a little bit of help though. Luckily for you, we have an excellent engineering and construction department in Wave Shipping Company, don't we, Tsunami?" Tazuna informed Mei. Tsunami nodded. "Of course. We have a lot of experience in reconstruction and renovation. We can discuss this further after your inauguration, Mei-sama." Mei nodded gratefully, as she glanced over at the Mizukage hat sitting on her desk. The crowd outside waited anxiously as they grew in number. Soon they'd be officially recognized by the daimyo once more, and the new Mizukage, who represented a new and brighter future, would be inaugurated. A few minutes later, Mei, Ao, and the two daimyos emerged on the balcony of the Mizukage Tower to address the people. "Thank you everyone who gathered here today," Ao stated to the people, who began to quiet down, now that the ceremony was beginning. "Today is a big day for Kiri, and marks the start of a new beginning. Please, give a warm welcome to the daimyo of Mizu no Kuni, as he inaugurates our new leader who will guide us into a brighter future." The people cheered as the daimyo stepped up to address the crowd. "Today we gather here to celebrate a momentous day. Today is the day where the culmination of your struggles and sacrifices come together to open up a new and brighter tomorrow." The daimyo began. Naruto looked up at the balcony, standing with the crowd below. In his eyes, Mei looked radiant in her Mizukage robes, exuding confidence, dependability, elegance, grace, and charisma befitting a Kage. He was happy, truly happy, for Mei and her inauguration. However, there was still a lingering sense of sadness as he watched the daimyo give his speech, and finally place the Mizukage hat on her head. Now that she was officially the Mizukage, his mission here was now complete. He now had to return to Konoha. He gave her a bittersweet smile as he clapped with the others. Mei looked down at the crowd, waving at them, for the first time as the official Godime Mizukage of Kiri. She smiled at seeing each and every face present, but one made her smile more genuinely than the others. Seeing her love clapping at her with a smile on his face made her special day feel more meaningful. Without his help, she doubted she would have come this far in the first place. However, she was so caught up in the elation of the moment where all of her struggles and hardships bore fruit, that she didn't notice that his smile hid a sense of sadness. The next day, Mei and Naruto left Mei's home after a night of private and strenuous celebrating, to get some lunch, and to enjoy each other's company, as they walked around the rebuilding village to become better acquainted with Kiri's villagers. "Congratulations, Mizukage-sama." Villagers greeted the new Mizukage as she walked around. She greeted them with a grateful smile, and thanked each one of them. The villagers of Kiri saw the pair walking around together, and wondered if they were an item. Many of the female shopkeepers and customers commented on how good they looked together, with many men secretly, and sometimes not so secretly, wishing they could be Naruto, and many women wishing they could be Mei. As the two looked for somewhere to eat, Naruto spotted a ramen stand, and suddenly got a craving for ramen. "Hey, Mei? How does some ramen sound?" he suggested. "Ramen?" Mei thought out loud. It wasn't something she had normally, but now that he mentioned it, she didn't mind having some. "Sure. Why not?" she replied with a shrug, and the two headed inside the stand. Welcome to the owner of the ramen stand stopped mid-speech when his wife elbowed him gently in the ribs to make him look up from washing the dishes. "Mizukage-sama. Welcome to our ramen stand. How can we help you?" Mei gave him a warm smile as she entered. "We came here to get a bite. Where should we sit?" Mei asked. Please. Sit right here." The owner replied as he quickly cleared the seat directly in front of him. "What would you two like?" the owner's wife asked. "Could I get 3 servings of your miso seafood ramen?" Naruto asked after looking at the menu, surprising the owners by the large order. "Oh, of course. Would you like an empty bowl so you can share?" the owner's wife asked, not sure if it was all meant for him. "No. That'll be fine. It's all for me anyway," Naruto clarified with a smile. Mei chuckled as the owners tried their best to hide their surprise. "And what would you like, Mizukage-sama?" "I'll get what he's getting. Only, I'd like a normal portion for one person," she replied, as she nudged Naruto. The two owners nodded and got to preparing the food right away. A little later, Naruto and Mei emerged from the stand, with satisfied bellies, and a smile on their face. Good choice, Naruto-kun. That was better than I expected. Maybe I should drop by here more often from now on. Mei commented. See? I told you. You never go wrong with ramen. Naruto told Mei, feeling vindicated in his love for ramen. As the two walked back towards Mei's house, Naruto spotted Mangetsu and Suigetsu walking. Give me a second, will you? I've got something I've been meaning to do. Naruto told Mei, before he rushed off. Mei wondered what Naruto was up to, and followed him discreetly. She stopped a short distance away, and hid herself behind an alley, when she found Naruto speaking with Mangetsu. Hey Naruto-san. I saw you were on a date with Mizukage-sama, eh? Mangetsu said with a smirk. Naruto, and also Mei, who was hiding, both blushed. We were just out to get a bite together, Naruto said with red cheeks. Anyway. That's not important. I've got something I've been meaning to get back to you. Naruto told Mangetsu, quickly trying to change the topic. Mangetsu wondered what Naruto was talking about, as he watched the blonde pull up his sleeve. With a puff of smoke, Naruto unsealed a large scroll from a storage seal on his arm. Huh? What's that? Suigetsu asked. While Suigetsu didn't know what the scroll was, Mangetsu knew right away. Is that the clam summoning scroll? Mangetsu asked to make sure. Naruto nodded. I believe this used to belong to your clan, Naruto stated as he handed the scroll to Mangetsu. Mangetsu took the scroll, somewhat unconsciously, as he was still in shock. You just hand this over? For nothing in return? Don't you know how valuable this is? Naruto nodded. I'm sure it's very valuable, but it means even more for your clan. It's your heritage after all, isn't it? I know what it's like to have what belongs to you taken away. Mangetsu was left speechless by Naruto's magnanimous gesture, and stood there with his mouth gaping open with his arms clutched around the scroll. I'll still be able to summon the clams, you know. But I thought it was only right that a new generation of Hozuki should be able to choose who signs the scroll next. Mangetsu smiled and shook Naruto's hand. Hey! I appreciate that. I'll remember this, Naruto-san. Naruto greeted the brothers goodbye, and rejoined Mei, who had watched everything take place. Let's get back home, shall we? Naruto suggested to Mei. Mei hooked her arm around Naruto's and cuddled close to him, as they began their journey back. I saw everything you know. Mei told Naruto. Did you now? He replied. That was a really kind thing you did back there. A lot of people took advantage of Kiri's civil war to take a lot of our treasures. Many clans lost heirlooms and other pieces of their heritage. I know the Hozukis will be grateful to you for returning their lost summoning. Hey! It's not a big deal. Just giving back a lost item back to its owner. Naruto replied, brushing it off like it was no big deal. Besides, I still get to summon the clams, so it's not like I lost anything. Mei smiled as she watched Naruto pretend it was no big deal. He tried to come across as aloof or uncaring, but she saw the kind-hearted man he was inside. He even secretly began sponsoring several orphanages across the village, something that Mei found out. Something that she found to be very attractive. Something that turned her on, now that she thought about it. Let's get back home quickly, Naruto-kun. Mei told Naruto with a blush forming on her face. I suddenly thought of something new I wanted to try, she whispered suggestively into his ear, causing him to leak a trail of blood from his nose. That evening, Mei wrapped her robe around her naked body, as she watched Naruto wash the dishes from the dinner he had cooked for them. She had been pleasantly surprised by how good his cooking was, and had rewarded him with something special, namely her, as the dessert. Their relationship had been everything she had ever wished for in a relationship. She loved how powerful and confident he was in battle, but also how shy he was when it came to things like love. She loved how he tried to come across as uncaring, but he had a heart for the weak. She loved how he was a man's man, but also was not above doing things that were traditionally considered feminine, like cooking or cleaning. As she watched him clean up after their dinner, she let her mind wander, imagining a life with Naruto. She could see a life where she'd come back from the office to be greeted with a kiss. A life she'd share with Naruto, appreciating doing mundane things, like sitting in front of fire together, and enjoying each other's company without words. Maybe they'd have a few children together. She chuckled when she imagined a red-haired mini Naruto doting on his blonde little sister who resembled herself. She walked up behind Naruto and wrapped her arms around his waist from the back. You know, you'd make a great housewife, Mei joked. That meal had a mother's touch to it. Naruto rolled his eyes as he cleaned another plate. Now that's sexist. Who says a father can't cook? He joked in a faux angry tone. Mei giggled. You're right. You got me there. She rested her chin on his shoulder as he continued to clean, just enjoying his warmth for a moment before she spoke again. You know, I've been reading my family history, and found something interesting. What is it? Naruto asked. Back in the Warring Clans era, it seems a Terumi woman married into the Uzumaki clan. Mei told Naruto. Really? Huh. That's interesting. Naruto thought as he put down the plate he was washing for a second to think. Could that be why? That could be why you're able to use boil release, you know. Mei told him, as if she could read his thoughts. But more importantly, that could mean you're the result of a Terumi and Uzumaki marrying. Mei told Naruto, trying to hint at something else. I'd say it resulted in something pretty nice, wouldn't you say? Naruto chuckled. Geez Mei. Coming on thick with the flattery again? Do you really want me to do that to you again already? Mei blushed. Naruto-kun. You can't be so crass to a lady. But I won't say I don't. Naruto laughed as he turned around to return the embrace. He kissed her forehead when she pouted. You know, what do you think about what I said earlier? Mei asked as she rested her head on Naruto's chest. About doing that? I'm down. Mei slapped his chest. No, you blonde idiot. The other thing. You know. About an Uzumaki and Terumi marrying. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty cool, I guess. I wish I had my family records so I could look into it as well, but sadly, that's not happening anytime soon. He replied, not catching what Mei was really trying to say. Mei remembered how dense he could be when it came to these things, so she decided to just come out with it. Naruto-kun. Do you love me? Naruto wasn't expecting to be asked something like that, so he paused for a second. What was love anyway? I mean, he guessed he really liked her and cared for her, and they did do those things that only lovers are supposed to do, right? I guess I do. Mei smiled. That meant a lot from this emotionally stunted idiot. Do you think you can stay here then? Naruto froze when Mei dropped the bomb. Noticing him tensing up, Mei decided to elaborate. I mean, you can go back to Konoha and wrap up this mission first. I'm not even asking you to betray your village and become a Kiri shinobi or anything. I was thinking I could ask the Hokage if you can be Konoha's ambassador to Kiri or something. Naruto pictured a life next to Mei. She'd be the Kushina to his Minato. They already had the chemistry, and he was happy when he was with her. He went over the times he had spent with Mei, and he was very tempted to take the offer. However, when he remembered the lunch they had earlier that day, the ramen reminded him of Narumi. He suddenly remembered that Narumi was waiting for him in Konoha. He pulled away from Mei's embrace. I can't. Mei was surprised to hear his answer. What? Why not? I thought you loved me? She asked, unable to mask the hurt in her voice. I do. But I have responsibilities in Konoha. Responsibilities that I can't just abandon. Naruto replied sadly, unable to meet Mei's hurt gaze. Like what? Mei asked, curious to know what was getting in the way of their relationship. Maybe she could come up with some solutions to work around them. My sister. She needs me. I have to be there for her. I'm all she's got. Though Mei was hurt, she found his loyalty and devotion to be endearing. She had to find some way to make this work. Why can't she come too? Maybe we can have some sort of shinobi exchange program to cement our alliance? Mei suggested. Naruto shook his head. She can't. She's not allowed to leave the village like that. She's too valuable for the village for something like that to happen. Konoha wouldn't ever let her Jinchuuriki live in another village. Not even Hiruzen would allow something like that. Then what are we gonna do about us? Mei asked. I don't know. It's not like you'd leave Kiri to be with me, right? Naruto asked. Mei froze up when she heard Naruto. For a second, she actually considered leaving Kiri. She'd abdicate the position of Mizukage, and live with Naruto in Konoha. She'd have a wonderful life living with the man of her dreams, enjoying a lifetime of lovingly teasing the flustered fool she had wrapped around her finger. She'd actually be happier with less responsibilities anyway. She would prefer having time to spend with her husband and children. However, while she'd be off enjoying her life, Kiri would be the one to suffer. Again. The only person she could hand over the position of Mizukage would be Ao. While he was a very capable shinobi who excelled in all of the tasks given to him, he was more fit to be a second in command, lacking sight of the big picture, despite ironically having an eye that gave him transcendent sight. His overly security-minded nature would cause him to be a paranoid leader, which was not too different from Yagura, at least in that sense. He didn't have the personality or charisma to hold a divided village like Kiri together, and was too blunt and rigid to be effective diplomatically. She was the only one who could hold together this fragmented village, and the only one who had the vision to lead them. And she knew it. She had gotten to where she was now from years of fighting, and from the blood of thousands of people who had died to get her here. To throw that all away for the sake of something trivial like her love and happiness? That was unacceptable. I can't. My village needs me. Mei admitted, more to herself than Naruto. The atmosphere in the room darkened as the two realized what this meant for them. I guess. It's over then, Naruto said quietly. Mei grabbed and held onto his hands with her own, as she looked into his eyes. No. It's not over. At least not yet. It's not over until you leave. Mei told Naruto with a determined look in her eyes. But I have to go, Mei. Naruto told her in a resigned tone. Mei tenderly caressed his cheek with her hand. I know. She acknowledged quietly. But I don't want us to be so focused on that we can't enjoy the time we still have left together. While you're still here, I'm still yours, and you're still mine. So don't think about what will happen. Just focus on now. Just be 100% mine while you're still here. Naruto looked up at Mei with widened eyes. She was right. He was too busy feeling sorry for himself, that he almost wasted what little precious time he had left with Mei. Naruto didn't say anything back, but he grabbed her waist, before pulling her into a deep, passionate kiss. Mei threw her arms around his neck and reciprocated, pulling him towards her bedroom again. They'd make the most of the time they had left. At the gates of Kiri, the next day, Naruto stood at the main gate of the village, along with Tazuna and Tsunami, who had stayed after the inauguration to negotiate further terms with Mei, resulting in Wave agreeing to help rebuilding the village infrastructure, in exchange for future favors. With them stood Nezu, and his family, who was grateful to Naruto and Wave, as Naruto was able to have Nezu spared by convincing the council to exile him instead of executing him, as a form of compensation for his years of contribution. Nezu and his family would be relocating to Wave, where Tazuna offered him a job in security. In order to minimize contact between Nezu and the rest of the villagers, they had been forced to leave early in the morning, and only a few people came to see them off. Mei stood at the head of the small crowd that gathered to greet them farewell, which included Ao, Chojuro, Haku, Kimimaro, Suigetsu, Mangetsu, and Zabuza. While Tazuna, Tsunami, and Nezu and his family boarded the ship, Naruto looked over the people who came to greet him goodbye. He recalled how he and Mei had agreed to greet each other farewell with a smile, and to let each other go on good terms. As such, he tried to mask his pain by pretending to be fine, but lingering to see each and every face he had gotten attached to would make leaving more difficult. He decided he needed to leave quickly. I guess this is it then. Take care, everyone. Naruto told everyone as he prepared to board the ship. He turned around to leave, but was stopped by Mangetsu holding on to his shoulder. Naruto turned around to face Mangetsu in confusion, and was greeted by a scroll Mangetsu handed over to him. Naruto took the scroll and looked at Mangetsu with a raised eyebrow. What is this? It's a copy of a secret clan jutsu. You probably can't use it, but maybe you can glean something from it. Mangetsu explained. It's a token of appreciation for the summoning scroll you returned to us. Naruto smiled and shook Mangetsu's hand after sealing away the scroll. Thanks. I'll try to put this to good use. He was then approached by Mei, who had come in her normal wear instead of her Mizukage robes, making it clear she was here to send him off as Mei, and not as the Mizukage. Here. I've got something for you too. Mei told Naruto as she handed him a familiar-looking scroll. Naruto was shocked as he took the scroll. It was the summoning scroll he had wanted to get from Yagura's storehouse. Is this all right? I thought it was valuable to the village? Naruto asked. Mei just gave him a smile. Consider a fair exchange. You gave us a summoning scroll, so we gave you one back. Now we're even. The clan that used to use that summoning is gone anyway. Naruto smiled and sealed the scroll away. He stuck out his hand to give her a handshake as well. Mei ignored the hand and leaned in for a deep kiss which surprised everyone, as they had been keeping their relationship a secret. She pulled away after several seconds, leaving Naruto's face with red cheeks. Goodbye, Naruto. I'll always remember what we had, she whispered so that only he could hear. She gave him a smile, before she turned around and left with the rest of the Kiri shinobi. Letting him go with a smile like she promised. Naruto turned around and began to board the ship as well. He turned around to give her one last glance, only to see her back. He gave her a bittersweet smile before he boarded the ship leaving Kiri. Mei also turned around to give Naruto one last look, only to not see him. She smiled to keep herself from crying, and turned back around. The ship set off a few moments later. "I'll be at the Mizukage Tower. Don't disturb me unless it's something important," Mei told everyone, before she disappeared in a swirl of mist. At the Mizukage Tower. Mei collapsed into her seat, before the tears began to fall uncontrollably from her eyes. She had barely managed to hold herself together in front of the others, but now, she was unable to keep it in any longer. She wept, heartbroken at letting go of the love of her life for the sake of her duty to the village. Ao was outside her door, about to knock so he could enter, when he heard her crying bitterly inside. He had assumed Mei's farewell kiss was something of a flirty attempt at manipulating Naruto, in order to keep him on Kiri's side should things threaten to go bad. He had watched approvingly, thinking it was smart and clever of Mei to use an unexperienced young man's heart against him. However, as he stood outside of Mei's office, hearing her cry her heart out, he realized Mei had truly loved him, but let him go anyway. She had chosen Kiri over her own happiness. He clenched his fists, ashamed of thinking of Mei that way. She was a young woman herself, and deserved to be loved, but she put the good of the village above her own desires. His respect for her rose immensely, and he vowed to follow her loyally always. On the ship. Naruto sat deck at the ship, staring off into the horizon. His heart ached with a pain that he was not used to, and his mind needed the distraction. "You really loved that girl, didn't you?" he heard a voice ask. "Huh?" he asked as he looked to see who spoke to him. He found Tsunami looking at him with an empathetic smile, as she sat down next to him, and patted his back. "What is this for?" Naruto asked when Tsunami offered him a handkerchief. Tsunami replied by wiping the tears he didn't realize were streaming down his face. "It'll get better with time," Kazuna commented as he appeared on the deck. "Until then, this might help get your mind off of her." Naruto stared at the bottle of sake Kazuna was offering for a couple of seconds, before he took the bottle and took a large chug. Now that was a man's drink. "Attaboy!" Kazuna cheered, trying to help brighten the mood. Naruto smiled as he wiped his eyes dry. "Thanks," he told the two. He'd never been one to let his emotions rule him. He took another sip, determined to get his emotions back on hold. He needed to remind himself of what was most important to him. "I'm sorry I've been away for so long. I'm finally coming home, Narumi," Naruto thought to himself, as he looked towards the direction of Konoha. "Omake. We gather here today, to celebrate the life of Narumi," Sasuke told the gathered crowd of shocked people. "What? What happened?" Ino screamed out in shock. Sasuke looked up to the ceiling, thinking about how it came to this point. A few hours earlier. "Man, that was tough. I'd much rather fight some chunin, rather than digging around a massive garden looking for some lost key. It turned out it was in the laundry the whole time," Narumi complained. "HNN. Tell me about it. If you ask me, they shouldn't even allow these stupid things to be missions," Sasuke replied, agreeing with Narumi. "Grrrrrrr." Narumi and Sasuke snapped their heads towards the source of the sound, only to see a red-faced Hinata holding her stomach. "Are you hiding an angry dog under your hoodie?" Narumi asked. "And no. I'm just a little hungry," Hinata squeaked out, embarrassed at her un-Hyuga-like behavior of having her stomach rumble. Sasuke rolled his eyes. "And here it comes in 3, 2, 1. I know just what you need. Ramen," Narumi shouted out with enthusiasm. "And there we have it, folks," Sasuke commented, speaking to no one in particular. "Of course, you'd suggest ramen. Is ramen all you eat?" "I wish," Narumi said with a huge grin at the thought. "I don't know why not though. There are so many kinds. Seafood, curry, beef, pork, miso, and even veggie if I need some greens. I've practically tried them all," Narumi bragged. Sasuke grinned. "I bet there's a kind you haven't tried." Narumi was offended. How dare he challenge her this way? But at the same time, she was intrigued. "And what might that be, Sasuke-chan?" she asked. "I've got it at home. It's actually my favorite kind," Sasuke told her. Her interest was officially piqued. "Really? Make me some," she demanded. Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Fine. Why don't you come over as well, Hinata? Hinata nodded. That sounds good with me, Sasuke-kun. Thank you. At Sasuke's house. Narumi sat at the table, her legs bouncing on the balls of her feet in excitement as she waited for her ramen. Alright, I'm done now. Sasuke announced as he brought 3 plates of red ramen out from the kitchen. Ooh. It doesn't have soup? It's like sort of yaki ramen? Narumi asked in interest. It's a kind of tomato ramen. My ka-san found it in the imported section of the market. Sasuke told his 2 teammates. Thank you, Sasuke-kun. Hinata told Sasuke as she picked up her chopsticks. Sweet. Thanks, Narumi shouted out before she began to practically inhale the large mound of noodles on her plate. Sasuke watched with a wicked smile on his face, not even eating his own ramen. He glanced at his clock. Almost time. Delicious, Narumi shouted out with red sauce all over her mouth, and some even on her nose, before she suddenly seized up. And here it comes, Sasuke whispered to himself with a malicious smile. Narumi screamed, as sweat began to pour down her face, practically breathing out fire that would make Sasuke's Gukakyu no Jutsu jealous. OWWW. Hot. Hot Hoto thought. Huot. Narumi screamed as she began to fan her mouth. Hinata looked at Sasuke in confusion. Her ramen was not spicy at all. Sasuke-kun? Hinata asked. He. Her ramen is actually a different ramen from ours. Hers is a ramen called hot chicken noodles. Or what I like to call nuclear fire noodles from hell, Sasuke said with a wicked chuckle. Narumi ran around the table in circles screaming, until she passed out, comatose. Sasuke leapt from his seat and picked up Narumi, taking her to the living room. Hinata followed, and was surprised to see all of her friends waiting there, confused. Hey, what's going on? We were waiting here for almost an hour. Ino asked when Sasuke entered the room and placed Narumi on a table. Did you bring the flowers like I asked? Sasuke asked Ino. Ino nodded and presented him with a bouquet. Perfect. Thanks. He told Ino as he took the flowers from her. He walked over to the unconscious Narumi, and clasped her hands together on her stomach. He then placed the flowers in her hand. All right. Everyone. Quiet. Sasuke announced. Everyone was confused as to what was going on, but they went along to see what was going on. We gather here today, to celebrate the life of Narumi. Sasuke told the gathered crowd of shocked people. What? What happened? Ino screamed out in shock. Sasuke looked up to the ceiling, trying hard not to laugh. Our dear friend has succumbed to a dangerous illness. An illness known as ramen addiction. A moment of silence for the deceased. He clasped his hands together in a fake prayer, while his friends looked on in confusion, not understanding what the heck he was talking about. Shikamaru? Would you mind? Sasuke asked, making the gestures to tell him to take photos. TSK. This is troublesome. I can't believe I passed on cloud gazing for this. Shikamaru complained. Alright. I'm taking the picture on 3, okay? 1. Snap. Hey. I thought you said you'd take the picture on 3. I wasn't ready, Ino yelled out. Oops. It was too troublesome to count. What can I do? Shikamaru replied with a shrug. Sasuke grabbed the Polaroid picture and watched it develop. He snickered as he saw a photo of Narumi's mock funeral develop. Might I ask what this is all about? Has she actually passed away? Shino asked in a monotone voice. Sasuke was about to respond, before he was smacked in the back of the head so hard by a bouquet, that he fell on his face. Like heck I am. Narumi screamed out in fury, with 9 locks of hair flailing behind her. PSST. I think we should get out of here. I feel like it's about to get real troublesome, Shikamaru whispered to everyone else, as Narumi stomped towards Sasuke. Outside the house, the friends cringed as they heard what sounded like a little girl screaming in Sasuke's voice. How dare you defile ramen like that? You shall pay the price of your sins. Narumi's voice mixed with a strange deeper voice boomed. Looks like you've already prepared the place for your funeral. Good. Do you think we should help? Ino asked. Nah. He'll be fine. Let's go cloud gazing or something. Shikamaru suggested. Ino was worried for Sasuke, but let herself be pulled away by her friends. Shikamaru handed everyone earplugs when a shrill scream pierced through the air. Hellllll peep. Chapter 40, A Hero's Return. On the streets of Konoha. I heard he destroyed a whole regiment of shinobi by himself. A regiment? I heard it was a whole battalion. You guys have been hearing nonsense. He destroyed a whole army. Alone. Is it true that he defeated the Mizukage on the same day? Wasn't the Mizukage the Sanbi? He defeated a Baijuu? That's crazy. He truly is the second coming of the Yondaime. Guys. I heard he's coming today. No way. We should go greet him. Narumi's ears perked up to the rumors that were circulating around the town as she waited for her minions, nibbling on a stick of dengo. She tried to mind her own business, but she couldn't help but notice the massive crowd that began to gather, starting from the gates, all the way to where she was sitting. What's all this fuss about? She wondered out loud to herself as she got up and began to crane her neck to see what was going on. He's here. The hero of the Kiri Civil War. Our next hero of Konoha. Narumi tried to see who this person was, and tried to squeeze through the taller crowd, so she could see who they were talking about. However, when she tried to squeeze through, she was roughly pushed back by angry and annoyed elbows and backs. Where do you think you're cutting in front of? Buzz off, brat. I'm just trying to see who this hero is. Narumi argued back as she tried to enter through another opening she saw. Get lost, kid. She was shoved back harshly, falling on her bottom. Ow. Hey. Boss. Konohamaru, who had just appeared on the scene with his friends, yelled out when he saw his boss get pushed to the ground. Oh. Hey, Konohamaru-chan, Moigi-chan, Udon-chan. Narumi greeted them as she rose and dusted off her hands and butt. How dare they lay their filthy hands on our boss? Let's get 'em guys, Konohamaru yelled out. It's fine. No need to make a big deal about it. It's probably some stupid stuff. My Ni-chan always told me crowds were for sheep anyway. Let's get out of here. We've got training to do anyway, right? Narumi told her three minions, trying to de-escalate the situation. The mention of training distracted Konohamaru right away, as he was excited to show Narumi the practice he had put in since their last training session. Narumi giggled at Konohamaru's enthusiasm, and ruffled his hair. All right my minions. To training ground 7. Last one there owes everyone a stick of dengo. Go. Narumi and the three children ran off, leaving the crowd with a cloud of dust in their wake. Those brats. Some people coughed as the dust settled. Hey. It's him. The blue dragon of Konoha. The demon of the mirage, somebody shouted out, and grabbed everyone's attention. Naruto walked down the streets, cheered by the population of Konoha. Though he hadn't been in a war Konoha was involved in, he was still a war hero, and the villagers of Konoha loved their heroes. After the death of the Yondaime, the Sannin breaking up, the suicide of the White Fang, the loss of the Senju clan, and the Uchiha clan massacre which alone resulted in the loss of at least 3 S-rank shinobi, Konoha was hungry for heroes. So when rumors began to come up from Kiri about a Konoha shinobi who devastated entire armies alone and was able to defeat a perfect Jinchuuriki, the people were filled with pride. They finally had another army-busting, world-beating shinobi in their village again, which had always been a point of pride for them. Naruto walked down the streets with a mostly blank face, only occasionally giving a slight nod to civilians that he remembered weren't assholes to Narumi, but he largely ignored the celebration around him. He hated their two-faced nature, their double standards. How could they hate one child of the Yondaime, and worship the other? He kept an eye out for a mop of red hair, but when he wasn't able to find what he was looking for, he got annoyed, and decided to ignore the unofficial triumph and fanfare for him, and go straight to the Hokage. He wanted to get this over with so he could see his sister as soon as possible. At the Hokage's office, Hiruzen sighed when he saw Naruto's cold reaction towards the villagers through his crystal ball. Why couldn't he just be a little more cordial to the villagers? Naruto already had the power, ability, lineage, and achievements. All it would take for him to be unanimously chosen as Hokage would be a little bit of likability. Would it kill him to smile to the villagers every once in a while? Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, here to make a report on another successful mission. Naruto reported with a smug smirk on his face, as he appeared in a swirl of leaves. Hiruzen chuckled as he put the crystal ball away. Alright, Naruto-kun. I've already heard the rumors. Let's hear what the truth is. I went, kicked ass, helped Kiri find its footing, then returned. Naruto replied tersely, keeping it vague on purpose as to hide the details of his relationship with Mei and his many jutsus that he kept secret. Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose as he sighed. I suppose you could make the written report more detailed? I'd like to hear what kind of opponents you faced, what kind of shinobi force Kiri is capable of fielding, and what it was like fighting the Mizukage. I want to see a report on what you did to help Kiri find its footing, And I like to hear the truth behind such rumors like you beating an entire army alone with one massive fire jutsu. Naruto shrugged. I'll try. Hiruzen sighed again. Alright. I understand you might be tired from your long mission, so you may go rest. I'll give you a month off, so you can catch up with your family and friends. Your pay for multiple S-ranked missions will be sent to your account. The Hokage told Naruto. Speaking of family. Naruto began. Hiruzen hit a discreet gulp. Oh no. Please don't ask about Taki, please don't ask about Taki, please don't ask about Taki. Remember my mission to Taki? Naruto asked. Hiruzen cursed the cruel gods up above. Of course. What is it? Hiruzen asked with a nervous smile he put on to hide his fidgeting hands beneath the desk. I was wondering how that went. Is Narumi okay? How about the rest of my team? Were they able to catch Sween? Naruto asked. Oh. Of course. Sween will not be a problem to anyone ever again. Hiruzen replied back vaguely. As for your sister and your team, Kakashi has been taking care of them. If I recall, he was training them on the basics. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Hiruzen's vague answer. He decided not to press the issue however, much to Hiruzen's relief. As long as Narumi and his team was alright, he didn't really care. When Naruto seemed to accept the answer, Hiruzen changed his mind and thanked the kind gods up above. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Hiruzen asked, trying to wrap this meeting up quickly. No, Hokage-sama. That will be all. Thank you. Naruto replied. He then saluted Hiruzen, and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. When he was sure Naruto was gone, Hiruzen slumped into his seat, and let out a breath he'd been holding back. Damn. I need a smoke. And a drink, Hiruzen mumbled to himself as he reached for the drawer under his desk. He opened the secret compartment. He needed the good stuff today. On Training Ground 7. Sasuke and Hinata worked on their elemental control as they stood on top of water with a leaf stuck on their forehead, as they watched Narumi train her students. Hya! Hya! Konohamaru yelled out, as he spun around and smacked the wooden training dummy. No. Not like that. You have to twist your whole body. Remember? You have to be the whirlpool, Narumi yelled out as she lightly slapped Konohamaru's out-of-place limbs with a thin stick to get them in the correct position. You want to keep your body moving. If you throw a punch, and they dodge it, keep your arm flying, so you can spin your body around, and smack them with your other elbow. Narumi explained. Geez Narumi. They're kids. Stop wasting your time training them, and let them play. I want to spar so I can kick your butt again. Sasuke told Narumi. Hey. Training us isn't a waste of time. And we'd much rather train than play. Right guys? Konohamaru asked Moegi and Udon. I'd rather just play kickball, to be honest. Moegi replied as she panted from the exercise. Kickball, eh? Narumi said as she rubbed her chin with an evil grin that Hinata and Sasuke had seen on Naruto's face before. Oh no. Sasuke-kun. Those poor children. Hinata mentioned to Sasuke. Leave them. If they die, they die. He replied nonchalantly in jest. Or at least what Hinata considered to be in jest from Sasuke. Alright. Listen to your boss, minions, Narumi shouted out as she held a ball under her arm. The three kids stumbled towards her, exhausted from their training already. Since you guys wanted to play with the ball so bad, I decided to add it to our training for today. Narumi began. Yay! Can we play kickball? Moegi asked with excitement. Oh, we'll be playing kickball alright, Narumi said with a smirk that sent shivers up the children's spines. Here it comes. Sasuke told Hinata, who looked worried, as opposed to Sasuke's face, which looked like he was about to see something fun. Alright, here are the rules. I'll kick the ball at you, and you have to dodge. If you get hit, you have to do the water bucket spinning exercise for 5 minutes. Narumi explained. Now dodge. The kids spent the next few minutes throwing their bodies around to avoid getting hit by a ball which had been turned into a weapon by Narumi and the speed she kicked it at them. She had created several shadow clones to form a circle around the kids, who caught and kicked the ball towards them from different angles and sides. Konohamaru jumped to the side to dodge the speeding projectile which promised pain. However, in doing so, he got in the field of vision of Moegi, who didn't see which clone caught the ball, and where it was coming from next. When Konohamaru dodged again, Moegi was caught by surprise as one of Narumi's clones blasted a powerful shot at Moegi. She was like a deer caught in headlights as the ball flew towards her face. Her eyes widened and time seemed to slow down as her body froze. Oh no! Moegi-chan. Look out! The original Narumi yelled out when she saw that Moegi looked like she was unable to dodge, and the ball came at her face faster than Narumi had intended. Moegi was blown away by the ball, and flew a short distance away before she rolled on the ground, until she hit a tree stump. There was no movement from her after that. Moegi-chan. Narumi, Konohamaru, and Udon yelled as they rushed towards her body, while Hinata and Sasuke stared on with a shocked look. Narumi was panicking. Had her clone kicked the ball that hard? It was just supposed to be enough to hurt, so they'd have incentive to dodge. It was an exercise meant to sharpen your reflexes that her brother had done with her, but she apparently had gotten carried away. When the three worried people approached Moegi, she disappeared in a puff of smoke, and a log was left in its place, surprising everyone. Kawarimi? The three Genin of Team 7 immediately thought to themselves. Now. I don't think you're supposed to throw the ball that hard, Narumi-chan. A familiar voice scolded in jest. Huh? Narumi wondered as she looked over her shoulder behind her, where the voice came from. Naruto stood a short distance away, with a surprised, but blushing Moegi in his arms. Narumi stood there frozen, with her mouth hanging open. Naruto put Moegi down, then put one hand on his hip as he shifted his weight onto one leg. So, are you going to come greet your Ni-chan, or are you going to stand there with your mouth open as an invitation for bugs? Naruto said with a smile. Ni-chan, Narumi yelled once she got over her shock, and she ran at him. She leapt into his open arms, and wrapped her arms around his neck, and rubbed her face into the crook of his neck as tears began to flow freely. Ni-chan. I missed you so much, Narumi cried out as Naruto held her in his arms. Despite almost being a teenager now, she reverted being back into her 7-year-old self when she saw her brother. Naruto smiled as he patted her back with one arm, and stroked her hair gently and lovingly with his other hand. I've missed you too, Imoto. More than you know. Sasuke watched the scene, happy for his friend, and happy to see his sensei and hero again, but there was a sense of jealousy lingering as well. He had once wished he had this type of relationship with his brother, but now his brother was a missing nin who had murdered most of his clan. Though he thought about Itachi less due to Naruto's words to him, his relationship with Itachi was not one you would describe as friendly. Hinata was not too different from Sasuke in terms of how she felt at the sight of the Naru sibling reunion. She was happy for her friend and happy to see her sensei and crush, but it evoked a feeling of sadness in her heart. She had the largest family out of the three, but ironically, she received the least amount of love and affection. While Sasuke's mother was busy with police work, she was still an affectionate and loving mother to Sasuke whenever she had time, while Naruto was 100% devoted to Narumi, and would drop anything and everything for Narumi. She wished her mother, who used to dote on her, was still alive. Who is that? Konohamaru asked Sasuke as he watched his amazingly cool boss cry like a little child in some blonde's arms. That's our sensei. Narumi's brother. Sasuke replied. Boss's brother? Konohamaru wondered out loud. He's so cool. Moegi commented with a blush as she sauntered back to her friends. And handsome. What's so cool about him? Boss is so much cooler, Konohamaru said in defense of Narumi. And not to mention, much prettier. He added with a small blush on his face. Hey! Pretty? You mean that violent mountain gorilla? Please. Sasuke scoffed, as he recalled Narumi after his prank. You really think she's cooler than Sensei? As if that annoying redhead can hold a candle to Naruto Sensei, Sasuke said in defense of his hero. You take that back. Narumi Ne-chan is a hero. She's super strong. I bet she could kick your butt. Yeah, I bet that's why you're hating on her, Konohamaru shouted back. A hero? If anyone's a hero, it's Naruto Sensei. Haven't you heard the rumors? Sasuke asked Konohamaru. What rumors? Konohamaru asked in curiosity. The Blue Dragon of Konoha? He defeated an entire army with one jutsu. He's supposed to be stronger than the Kages of other villages for crying out loud. Sasuke told Konohamaru. The little Sarutobi's eyes widened in shock. That's him? The Blue Dragon? The demon of the mirage is Narumi Ne-chan's brother? Sasuke nodded with a smirk. Yup. That's our sensei, he said with pride. Hey guys. I want you guys to meet someone, Narumi said with a smile, though her eyes were still puffy from crying. This is my Oni-chan, Naruto. He's the bestest. Say hi. Narumi told her minions. Hello, Naruto-san. The three greeted, Moegi slightly blushing at her savior. Hello everyone. I'm Naruto, Naruto said with a warm smile. And who are these kids, Narumi? He asked. Narumi's smile lit up with pride. These are my minions. This one is Konohamaru, that one is Udon, and that's Moegi. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Konohamaru? As in the Hokage's grandson? He's your minion? That's right. She's training us to be strong shinobi too. Konohamaru added. Training little kids now, are we? Naruto said with a sadistic smile. Narumi, however, didn't catch on. Sasuke and Hinata did, however, and they tried to stop her, but it was too late. Yup. I think I'm doing a pretty good job too. They'll be kicking some major butt pretty soon. I see. So, I'm assuming you've been training yourself as diligently as you've been training these kids, right? Naruto asked. Oh, you have no idea. We're pretty strong now. Much stronger than when you left us in Taki. We learned a lot from that mission. Narumi replied. Sasuke shot her a glare to remind her not to tell Naruto what happened, which Narumi didn't fully catch on to, but realized she had been talking too much. Now that, I'm glad to hear. I'm sure you don't mind showing me, right? Naruto asked. Narumi began to stall. You know what? We're already here at our training ground. You three kids can stay and watch or go home now. I'm going to test my Genin on their skills. Naruto told Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon. The Genin of Team 7 gulped but got ready to spar with their sensei. Good. Now show me what Kakashi's been teaching you. Naruto challenged. The three looked at each other nervously as they got in their stances. If you won't come at me, I'll strike first. Here I come, Naruto shouted out as he rushed them. Root HQ. Danzo didn't really ever show emotions, but he felt like destroying things today. He was displeased. Very displeased. How did all of his spies fail to figure out where Naruto had been this whole time? That blonde bastard had been on a mission in Kiri, secretly building up a huge reputation for himself. A reputation that was strong enough to make him the new Hokage of Konoha. Danzo's face looked stoic, but his clenching fist told a different story. All of that planning and work to destroy Naruto's reputation and turn the people against him, and he comes back after one mission, and is seen as the second coming of the Yondame. The people of Konoha were suckers for heroes, and Naruto had established himself as a hero of the highest degree. Danzo doubted he stood much of a chance against Naruto if he ran against him as a candidate for the next Hokage. That would be problematic. Naruto did not trust Danzo in the slightest, and Danzo suspected Naruto might have a clue about Danzo's involvement in the Uchiha clan massacre. According to the rumors, he was apparently too strong for Danzo to act against him without exposing all of his secrets, and worst of all, he could be absolutely ruthless, unlike Hiruzen, who let Danzo slide too many times. That part he begrudgingly respected, though it was bad news for him. He wondered what his next steps should be. There was a big decision to make. Should he just scrap his plans and try to get on Naruto's good side? Or was there still a way to smear his reputation? He stared at the chess pieces in front of him. White had him checked. Insuna. So? Have you thought about my offer? A hooded figure asked as he entered the Kazekage's office. Raza had a grim look on his face as he read through a scroll, keeping his guest waiting for a response. He finally spoke after a couple of seconds. Have you heard the reports from Kiri? News that the idiot Mizukage is waging a genocidal war against his most valuable assets? That boy is a fool. The hooded man replied. Raza shook his head. No. News regarding the victory of the rebels. The guest shrugged. Now that's surprising. I assumed they'd lose. But what does this have to do with our plans for Konoha? Raza threw the scroll at the guest, who caught it. What the reports have to do with your plans for Konoha, is that a Konoha shinobi, one Konoha shinobi, was apparently strong enough to change the entire tide of the war, and even defeat the Mizukage. He was apparently able to defeat several battalions by himself. The hooded man read through the report. These are rumors. You know how people are, inflating and exaggerating the exploits of their heroes. This means little for our plan. You mean like the exaggerated tales regarding your fight against Hanzo of the Salamander? This means quite a bit for your plan. Raza replied rudely. The man just smiled at the thinly veiled insult. If you're so scared of this boy, leave him to me. I'll show you that my exploits in the battle are not an exaggeration. You and your shinobi can go fight the fodder. I'm sure you can at least handle that, right? He said sarcastically. Are you mocking the power of Suna? How dare you, Raza shouted as he slammed the table. The hooded man just smiled as he watched Raza. You can take your plan and eat it. Suna is not interested in risking the lives of its shinobi for a hair-brained plan to stoke your own pride. Find someone else who's interested in being your pawn, because Suna will play no part in this foolishness. Raza replied. Now get out of here, before I make you. The man shrugged and left the room. So? He thinks he can talk to me this way because he's on his home ground? Kukukaku. It seems people have forgotten about the power of Orochimaru of the Sannin. I suppose it's time for me to make a return to the stage, and show him just how persuasive I can really be. On the streets of Konoha. Hey look, it's Naruto-chan. Kakashi-kun, I said look. Anko told Kakashi, who was reading his book, as she pointed at Team 7 walking together. Did you say something? Kakashi said as he looked up at Anko. Hi, Kakashi-sensei. Dengo ne. Narumi greeted with an upbeat attitude at having her brother back. Hey there, Ramen Gaki. Looks like you finally got your wish. Anko greeted back. Finally back, are you now, Naruto-chan? Well, you're too late now. I'm on a date with Kakashi-kun. All this could have been yours, but you just had to keep a lady waiting, didn't you? Anko said with a pout as she presented herself. Huh? What? What are you talking about? Naruto said with a blush at Anko's assertive presentation of herself. Even after his relationship with Mei, he was still uncomfortable with overly flirtatious women. Anko smirked when she saw him squirm. She loved doing that to people, whether if it was through her overly aggressive flirting, or through torture. Meanwhile, when Sasuke spotted Anko, he went white and hid behind Narumi. Kakashi mirrored Sasuke, and went white when he saw Naruto, but he tried to mask his nervousness. If Naruto found out about Taki, he didn't want to imagine what would happen next. Hey Naruto. Long time no see. Kakashi tried to greet nonchalantly with a two-finger salute. Naruto's eyes narrowed when he saw Kakashi. Hello, senpai, he said through his teeth in a cold tone, saying the last word with a bit of a bite to it. Kakashi gulped. How much did Naruto find out already? Hey, you guys fall off a cliff or something? You look like crap, Anko teased when she saw the state the Genin were in. We just had a spar with Naruto-sensei. Hinata replied. You, Narumi yelled as she pointed at Kakashi, when she remembered her gripe with the man. Your training sucks. We were able to force him to use some jutsu the last time we sparred, but now he beat us all with just taijutsu. We got weaker. Now, let's calm down here. First of all, I doubt you forced him to do anything. He probably decided to use a few jutsu for fun. Trust me. I know this. Kakashi replied, and Naruto nodded in agreement. Second, you've all drastically improved. Maybe not as flashily as you hoped, but your chakra control and elemental manipulation has improved by leaps and bounds. Your taijutsu is also much smoother and more precise, Kakashi continued. He's right. You've all improved quite a bit. I'm actually quite impressed. Naruto admitted. Then how come you were able to beat us so easily this time? I even had my Sharingan this time. Sasuke asked. You see, I went harder on you this time, because you guys were way too confident for your own good. I needed to teach you to be humbler and more cautious. Also, I brushed up on my taijutsu during my time away. Naruto explained. But about that Sharingan. Naruto turned to look Kakashi in the eye. If I recall, Sasuke here didn't have his Sharingan yet when I left. Naruto began. Sasuke cursed under his breath. He forgot he wasn't supposed to give any clues as to what happened in Taki to Naruto. He was just so excited to fight against Naruto, that he revealed his Sharingan. Kakashi gulped. Shit. So do you mind explaining why he has a Sharingan now? Naruto asked in an ominous tone. Anko smiled mischievously as she watched Kakashi rack his brain for an answer, and Sasuke panicking as if some great secret had been revealed. Ooh. Looks like somebody's in trouble. Was Kakashi-chan a bad boy? She teased to escalate the situation, much to Kakashi and Sasuke's annoyance, who wanted to do the opposite. Well you see. Kakashi began, trying to stall for time as he thought of an excuse. Naruto-kun. A yell interrupted Kakashi. Naruto turned around to see who called him, and saw Izumi waving at him, as she walked up to them with Mikado. How have you been? We heard you were back, and wanted to find you earlier, but we were busy with work. Izumi explained as she walked up to Naruto. Kakashi thanked the gods up above. I owe you one, Izumi-san. He thought to himself. I've been alright. Just glad to be back home. Naruto replied. It's good to have you back too. Narumi-chan here has been missing you a lot, you know. Izumi replied. Narumi held on to Naruto's arm and leaned into him as she nodded. Naruto smiled and patted her head, seemingly forgetting about the interrogation he was conducting on Kakashi. Are you busy? Tsunade-sama and I were wondering if you were available for dinner. Mikoto asked. Naruto smiled. I always have time for you, Oba-chan. Where are we eating? Mikoto smiled back. That's sweet of you, Naruto-kun. We were thinking yakiniku-kyu. Why don't we head over there now? Izumi can go over to the hospital to bring Tsunade-sama and Shizune-san, while we head over first in order. That sounds good with me. Naruto replied. Alright team. Let's go have a team dinner. The Genin were glad to hear that, because the strenuous spar from earlier had worked up an appetite in each of them. As Naruto was led away by a Narumi who was excited for some food, he turned around and gave Kakashi a glare. We'll continue our conversation some other time, senpai. Kakashi paled, but nodded. As Team 7 and the two Uchiha women walked away, Kakashi let out a sigh. Hey, I haven't seen you that scared before. What was that all about? Anko asked. Anko? Do you happen to have any poisons that will put me in a false death state? Kakashi asked desperately. Anko rubbed her hand on her chin. Not really, but if you're interested in poisons that will kill you, I'm your girl. Kakashi sighed and hung his head. Hopefully your poisons hurt less than what Naruto will do to me. Anko gave him a mischievous smile and raised her eyebrows up and down. Kinky. Nice. At yakiniku-kyu. Sweet. I haven't had yakiniku for so long. Narumi commented as she entered the restaurant and took a smell of the delicious aromas wafting inside. Mikoto chuckled at Narumi's enthusiasm, and put her hand on her shoulder. If I knew you liked yakiniku almost as much as you liked ramen, I'd have brought you sooner. How's that seat over there, Ka-san? Sasuke asked as he pointed to an open room. That looks fine, sweetie. Let's go in. Mikoto replied, causing Sasuke to blush at being called that in front of his friends. Ka-san. Sasuke complained. Narumi sniggered. All right now, sweetie, hurry up and go sit down, she teased. Oh? I didn't know you guys had that kind of relationship. Congrats. Tsunade commented as she entered the restaurant with Shizune and Izumi. He's quite the looker, isn't he? Tsunade added as she gave Narumi a wink. Narumi and Sasuke's faces both turned red. What? Sasuke? Oh gosh. No. Ew. How could you even say that, Ba-chan? Narumi shouted out. Me? With this violent mountain gorilla? Sasuke asked in shock, like it was preposterous to even consider it. Mountain what? Narumi turned around as she gave Sasuke a death glare. A violent mountain gorilla's favorite beautiful F-flower, of course. Why you didn't let me finish my sentence? HMMPH. That's right. And leave out the first part next time you describe me to others, you jerk. Narumi pouted angrily. I'm going inside. Come on Hinata-chan, let's go. Hinata gave Sasuke an empathetic look as she was dragged in by Narumi. Sasuke stood in his spot, not understanding what just happened. Wasn't she the one who was disgusted at the prospect of dating him first? He looked at Naruto, wondering if what just happened had actually happened. Naruto just shrugged. I'm staying out of this one, he answered as he entered the room. Sasuke followed in after Naruto, shaking his head. Shikamaru was right. Girls are troublesome. Tsunade, Mikoto, Izumi, and Shizune stood outside and giggled. They'd be so cute together, wouldn't they? Izumi asked the other women. Shizune rolled her eyes playfully. Oh stop it, Izumi-san. Don't tell me you're going to try to pair them next. What? Did I say something wrong? Don't you think they'd be cute together, Mikoto-sama? Izumi asked, looking for backup. While I would love to have Narumi-chan as part of our family, I'm going to let Sasuke find his girlfriend on his own. Mikoto replied in a roundabout way, not directly answering Izumi's question. Hey, I wonder what kind of man Narumi's going to end up with one day. I pity the poor soul who has to deal with Naruto. Tsunade commented, as she walked inside with Mikoto. Geez, how come nobody answered my question? They're super cute together, Izumi insisted. Sure. We'll go along with that for now, Shizune teased. Let's head on in. Hey. I'm serious. And don't forget what I said about you and Naruto-kun either. Izumi pointed out. Shizune began to blush, and she covered Izumi's mouth with her hand. Shh, don't say that out loud here. What if he hears? Shizune whispered in near panic. Izumi smirked as she removed Shizune's hand from her mouth. Oh ho. So you're warming up to the idea already, aren't you? And no. Of course not. I'm just worried he might get the wrong idea, Shizune stammered, while Izumi just responded with a cheeky smile and raised her eyebrows up and down. Just hurry up and go in. Shizune told Izumi before she pulled a grinning Izumi into the room. At the Namikaze Uzumaki household, after dinner. Oof. Now that was a good meal. And the best part is that I didn't have to pay for it. Bless those two kind women. Naruto commented as he opened the door to his house for the first time in months. He was greeted by the sight of an absolute mess in his house. A stark contrast to how he had left it, which was neatly and in perfect order. Looks like you've been doing your chores excellently, Naruto said sarcastically. Hee hee. Oops. Narumi said as she scratched the back of her head. Naruto just gave her a stare that said you're not getting away with that. In response. I'll clean it all up. Right away. I promise. Watch this. Narumi quickly told Naruto, to prevent him from nagging. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 10 clones of Narumi suddenly filled the living room. Alright clones. Get cleaning. Hurry. Narumi ordered as she clapped her hands. They rolled their eyes at her and grumbled as they began to work. Great use of the Kage Bunshin, Narumi-chan. Naruto told Narumi, impressed at the lengths she went to be lazy and make up for her procrastination. You'll be helping them too, right? Of course. I meant to help out from the beginning. Narumi lied, but fooled no one. Right. Naruto replied. Well then get to it. I'm gonna wash up and try to salvage my room. He then headed towards his room. Narumi's clones sniggered as they watched Narumi sigh and begin cleaning. Oh shut up, you guys. Less laughing and more cleaning. Narumi ordered. The clones stuck their tongues out at Narumi, but then went back to cleaning. When Naruto opened the door to his room, he was shocked by how clean and spotless his room was. There wasn't even any dust anywhere. Huh. That's strange. Naruto thought to himself as his trained eyes scanned the room for clues as to what happened. The bed is made, but there's a small human frame imprinted on the blanket. The photo of me and Narumi is not in the location where I normally put it, but it's within reach from the bed. His eyes went to the trash can in the room and saw that it had empty bowls of instant ramen inside. So Narumi has been using my room. Strange though. She doesn't even keep her own room this clean unless I nag at her. He wondered. Hey Ni-chan, the milk carton says it's past its expiry date, but it doesn't smell that bad yet. Should I throw this away? Narumi asked as she approached him and gave it to him to smell. Naruto didn't even take the carton before he responded. Yes. You should definitely throw that away. Naruto replied with a grimace. So you've been using my room, eh? Naruto asked Narumi. Narumi blushed a little at being caught. Hee hee. Well, the room reminded me of you, so I used your room a few times. But I kept it clean. I promise I didn't break anything. Oh yeah, except for one of your ceiling brushes, but I replaced it. Promise. Naruto didn't mind her using his room in the first place, but the reason she used it melted his heart. Alright you little rascal, come over here. He told Narumi, who nervously inched closer, wondering what he was going to do. She was surprised when Naruto gave her a warm hug. You don't have to worry about using my room, Narumi. And thanks for keeping it so clean. Narumi responded back by hugging his waist, and leaning her face into his chest, where her eye level was. You're welcome, Oni-chan. She told Naruto with a giant smile on her face. After they split from their hug, Naruto came out with Narumi into the living room, and scanned the area. Alright, why don't I help you out so we can finish this faster? Naruto offered, and Narumi immediately agreed. A couple hours later, the house was spotless and neatly organized like Naruto preferred it to be. The two then headed to their rooms to sleep. Naruto was in his bed, settling into sleep, when Narumi entered the room with her stuffed fox doll in her arms. Ni-chan? Do you think I could sleep in your bed tonight like I used to when I was younger? Narumi asked shyly. Naruto smiled. She might be a Jinan now, but she'd always be his baby sister. Sure, why not? Hop on in. Naruto offered as he scooted to make space in his bed. Narumi grinned and hopped right in. Hope you don't mind that I brought Kyuubi-chan with me, she said as she put the stuffed fox doll between her and Naruto. Naruto chuckled. Sure, why not? Kyuubi-chan can stay too. Thought I still don't get why you called it Kyuubi-chan when it only has one tail. Narumi giggled. Oh, you know. Just thought it was a cute name. She snuggled into Naruto, and fell asleep faster than usual, feeling completely safe and comfortable in her brother's protective arms. Naruto looked up at the ceiling and drifted off to sleep, feeling completely content. He was glad to be back home, and back with Narumi. Meanwhile, as the two siblings slept peacefully, one being was not a complete piece. I told you not to call me that. I'm the mighty Kyuubi, not some snugglebug. The Kyuubi roared angrily and defiantly in Narumi's mindscape. Narumi giggled as she slept. But it's such a cute name, she mumbled in her sleep. Chapter 41, Preparation for the Exams. In the Hokage's office, a few weeks after Naruto's return. A few dozen jonins were packed into the Hokage's office, and talked amongst themselves as they waited for the Hokage to address them as to why he summoned them. They were already pretty sure what the topic was about. The Chunin exams. It was one of the biggest events in the village, as the event happened every 6 months, rotating between the villages each time, and guests from many different villages, including some from the capital cities, would come visit to see the spectacle. It was a huge undertaking for the hosting village, one that allowed the village to show off their village's amenities, beauty, splendor, and strength, as well receive a huge economic boost from the influx of guests during the duration of the exams. These pros, however, came with the cons and a need for increased security for both the guests, but also for the village, as it was easy for spies to sneak in with so many new faces in the village. But the true objective of the exams was to showcase the potential of your village's shinobi, and the stars of the inter-village event would be the Jinan who participated with the hopes of getting promoted in the exams. You could be promoted in the field as Chunin, but the Jinan who were promoted in the exams were seen as special, and were given more attention and support for their development. So, you think you're going to enter your team in the Chunin exams this year? Nah. They could still use some more experience. I don't want to risk them getting hurt too seriously. I've heard we even got some teams coming from Ame this year. Those sadistic bastards. How about you? I think my team might be ready, but maybe it wouldn't hurt to wait for the next one. Asuma and Kurenai, two Jonin sensei, waited for the Hokage to arrive as they listened to the different Jonin sensei discuss whether they would enter their teams or not. I wonder how many teams are going to enter from the Leaf this year. Asuma commented to Kurenai. Seems like they don't trust their teams. Kurenai commented. I'm surprised that so many people already made up their minds not to enter their teams. It's the more responsible thing to make sure your Jinan are ready before you force them into the exams. You know dozens of Jinan participants die each time, right? Asuma asked Kurenai, who was a relatively new Jonin. That many die each time? Kurenai asked in surprise. She had been promoted in the field, and she had only seen the tournament stage of the Chunin exams, which had much fewer deaths due to the presence of a proctor. You mean there's a high chance that my Jinan might actually die in these exams? Asuma chuckled at Kurenai. What, were you planning on entering your Jinan or something? Kurenai nodded. Of course. I believe in my team's ability. They've come a long way, you know. It's my duty to help achieve their dreams, and this exam is a great way to start. Weren't you going to enter your team? Asuma shrugged. Hey. I don't know. I was going to ask my team, but I'm not sure they'll actually sign up for it. Besides, it's very rare that a rookie team enters the Chunin exams. I suppose that's true too. Kurenai began to wonder if she should nominate her team after all. Hiruzen entered the room with Iruka at that moment. Ah, I see you've all gathered. Apologies if I kept you waiting. Hiruzen told the Jonin as he went to his desk. The Jonin all quieted down when the Hokage sat at his desk. Now, I'm sure that. Hiruzen was interrupted when the door opened, and Kakashi and Naruto walked in. Yo! Kakashi greeted everyone with a 2-finger salute. Is Kakashi a Jonin sensei? Why is he here? Kurenai asked Asuma, who just shrugged. It seems that we are late. Sorry, Hokage-sama. Naruto told Hiruzen as he glared at Kakashi, who avoided eye contact to go stand next to a different Jonin sensei who was clad in green. Hiruzen chuckled. It's fine. Now, as I was saying, I'm sure that most of you know why I've called you all to my office. As you are aware, the Chunin exams will take place in our village in a little under a month. The Jonin sensei nodded. Now, before I take any nominations for teams, I'd like to remind you of the purpose of the exams. While the exams do serve as a way for Jinan to be promoted into Chunin, let's remember that it's also a way to show off the strength of our future Chunin and Jonin to potential clients, but also to our rivals. It's also a way for villages to release bad blood or tension between villages, by showing each other up through our Jinan. As such, I'm sure you are aware of the inherent risk of death that comes with these exams. Hiruzen looked over the Jonin before him to make sure they all understood before he continued. If you do not feel that your team is able to adequately represent our village, or if you do not feel like they are ready to participate, do not feel compelled to nominate your team. Hiruzen reminded everyone. With that being said, I'd now like to hear if any of you would like to nominate your team for the Chunin exams. He finally announced. Yosh. The noble green beast of Konoha, Might Guy would like to nominate Team 9 for the Chunin exams. A man with a bowl cut and a tight green jumpsuit shouted out enthusiastically with an overly brilliant smile and a thumbs up. Hiruzen chuckled at the antics of one his most powerful, but also quirkiest Jonin. Alright Guy. I'll put your team down for the exams. Iruka, would you mind writing down the names of his Jinan on the list? Hiruzen asked. Hi. Right away, Hokage-sama. Iruka replied before he started writing. After Guy, several Jonin sensei of the older Jinan teams began to nominate their teams. Kurenai looked around and saw none of the Jonin sensei of rookie Jinan teams were raising their hands, and debated internally if she should just wait for next time. As she was about to make up her mind to wait, Naruto's hand went up, much to the surprise of the others that were present. I'd like to nominate Team 7 for the Chunin exams, Naruto said lazily. There was silence in the room as many of the senseis present looked at Naruto like he was crazy. There hadn't been a rookie team in the Chunin exams since Naruto and Itachi's team, and that was over 10 years ago. Why are you serious? A Jonin asked, breaking the silence. Naruto didn't respond. Are you sure you want your team in the exams? We're expecting a fairly large showing this time around, which means increased risks. We even have a team coming from a new village in the land of rice paddies. We don't know what to expect, and we can't guarantee the safety of your Jinan. Hiruzen told Naruto, making sure he was aware of the risks imposed on his Jinan, specifically Narumi. I'm aware. Naruto replied. And I have complete faith that, not only will my Jinan make a good showing, but they'll make it to the final round, and even be the top contenders. At this, some of the Jonin began to scoff. Did he really think his rookie team could beat their more experienced Jinan? Some of the most experienced Jinan were almost 20 years old, or even older. Did he think some little 12-year-old children who had been doing D ranks for a few months would stand a chance? They hadn't even hit puberty for goodness sake. Their scoffing and murmurs were not missed by Naruto, who became irritated. However, he kept his face blank. And Naruto-san? Are you sure about this? Iruka asked. I'm aware that some of your Jinan are quite talented, but they were in the academy not too long ago. Is it wise to put them into such a dangerous setting so soon? Wouldn't it be better to wait until the next one? Most senseis wait until their Jinan have more experience under their belts. He told Naruto in concern for his former students. All of my Jinan are very talented, Iruka-san, Naruto said in a cold tone that made the hair on the back of Iruka's neck stand up. I don't care what they were doing however many months ago. What matters is how prepared they are now, and you don't know anything about that, so I don't know why you think there's any weight to your opinion. Why don't you tell me your opinion on the matter when I actually ask for it? Naruto replied rudely, making Iruka flinch back in surprise. And besides, I don't care what the other Jonin sensei do. I'm not like the other senseis who have no faith in their Jinan, because they did a shitty job in training and preparing them for life as shinobi. I know what my Jinan are capable of, because I actually care about their training and development, and I know they can easily handle whatever this Chunin exam has to offer. Many of the Jonin became furious at Naruto's jab at their capacity as Jonin sensei, and didn't hide their displeasure of Naruto and his assessment. Why, that arrogant bastard. How good of a sensei does he think he is? Just because he's strong and has the Hokage's favor, does he think he can just do and say whatever he wants? Naruto ignored all of the grumbling and complaints that were coming from the others. He didn't concern himself with the opinions of people that were insignificant in his life. Hiruzen sighed as he watched Naruto alienate himself further from his peers. What did he have against them? Did he have to be so rude? The tension in the room, and volume of the grumbles continued to rise, until another hand quietly went up into the air, catching the attention of others. I, Yuhi Kurenai, would also like to nominate Team 8 for the Chunin exams. Naruto looked over at the small woman who had a determined look on her face and gave her a small grin. It looked like he wasn't the only one who took their jobs as Jonin sensei seriously, and actually had faith in their rookie Jinan. Gasps broke out all over the room. Really? This woman was going to risk her Jinan as well? Ah, screw it. I might as well go for it too. A large man next to Kurenai stated. I'd like to nominate Team 10 as well. Hiruzen looked at his son silently for a few seconds before he turned to Iruka. Well, you heard them. Add Team 7, 8, and 10 to the list as well. Iruka looked at Hiruzen in shock for giving them permission, but he was merely a Chunin school teacher, and he was the Hokage, so he quietly complied. The other Jonin senseis were shocked. It looked like there would actually be 3 rookie teams in the exams this year. This was unprecedented. Well, if that's all, I'm outta here. I'll see you next time, Hokage-sama, Naruto said casually, before he raised his hands to perform the hand seals for the Sunshine. Good luck to you and your teams, Kurenai-san, Asuma-san, Naruto said with a grin of approval, before he vanished in a swirl of leaves. Why that arrogant prick? We'll see how great your Jonin really are. One disgruntled Jonin yelled out after Naruto left, which was a sentiment shared amongst many of the Jonin. And with that, he just painted a huge target on the backs of his Jonin. Asuma commented to Kurenai. Interesting character, isn't he? I can't seem to really understand his character. Sometimes he seems like a sweet and caring person, but sometimes he just seems like a villain. Kurenai replied as she shook her head. While his belief in his students is quite admirable, what an unyouthful attitude. Might Guy commented to Kakashi. How did you manage to befriend such an unyouthful person? Guy asked. Kakashi looked up lazily from his book. Did you say something? Darn you and your lazy, hip attitude, Guy yelled out with a trail of tears streaming from his eyes. Hiruzen chuckled at the scene. Well, at the very least, it looked like this year's Chunin exams were going to be interesting. At Training Ground 7. Hey, not bad, but watch this, Sasuke said with a grin before he skipped a rock across the stream and hit a target on the other side. His grin widened. Looks like somebody lost another bet. So, when can I expect you to finish cleaning my kunai and my room by? Oh. And remember, no shadow clones. Grah. How? Narumi growled in frustration as she threw a stone into the ground. How was this annoying prick so good at throwing? Sheesh, Narumi, why so angry? Naruto asked as he appeared in a swirl of leaves. Oh, she's just coming to terms that I'm better, Sasuke said with an innocent-sounding voice, but an arrogant expression on his face in contrast. Narumi was shaking with rage, but she couldn't say anything since he was right. At least when it came to throwing. That didn't stop her, however, from giving him a glare that looked like it could set things on fire with a glance. Naruto chuckled as he shook his head. You kids and your games. Looks like me and Hinata-chan are the only normal ones here, eh? Hinata-chan? Hinata blushed when her sensei suddenly called her out. Anyway, I have an announcement to make. We won't be taking any more missions for the time being. Naruto announced to his team. Eh? Narumi and Sasuke shouted in unison at the same time. But you just got here. Our last C rank was boring. We didn't even get to do any fighting. We were hoping to do fun A rank missions with you again. Narumi whined. You're not really supposed to be fighting anyone on C rank missions, except maybe fending off a bandit or two. Rookie Jonin like you aren't supposed to be taking anything higher than that in the first place. The mission to Wave that ended up as an A rank mission was an accident, and you haven't had any other missions higher than a C rank since then, except maybe Taki, which might be a B rank at most. Naruto explained. Actually, that was an A. Narumi was cut off by Sasuke, who clamped his hand around her mouth. Didn't this idiot remember that they weren't supposed to talk about Taki? What's the reason we won't be taking any more missions, sensei? Sasuke asked, trying to take Naruto's attention away from Narumi. Naruto gave the two a curious look, before he decided to just pretend he didn't see anything and just answer his question. He pulled out 3 papers, and handed one to each of his Jonin, who read over them. The Chunin exams? Narumi asked with one eyebrow raised. That's right. I've nominated Team 7 to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. That's why we'll be focusing on honing your skills and teamwork instead of taking missions. Naruto replied. Does that mean we get to be Chunin soon? Narumi asked with stars in her eyes. Sweet. Sasuke shared her sentiment, and was excited to create his legacy. A Chunin at age 12? That would be quite impressive. He was excited to be able to show off his skills on the big stage and make a name for himself. Hinata, however, did not feel the same as her 2 teammates. The Chunin exams? But sensei, aren't rookies not allowed to enter? Eh? Why not? Narumi asked. Many of the Jonin that participate in the exams die each time. Hinata explained. heard that's why they don't let rookies enter. Sasuke and Narumi's enthusiasm died down a little, as they began to consider the risk of death. Hinata's right. Dozens of Jonin do die in every Chunin exams, Naruto stated, further scaring his Jonin. However, I believe know how talented and skilled you guys are. You guys were talented coming into Team 7, and I've personally seen the hard work you've put in, and have seen how much you progressed since then. I don't mean to gas you guys up, but I think you guys will blow the other Jonin out of the water. Naruto told his team, who began to look more hopeful again. Now, ultimately, the choice to participate is up to you, but I have complete faith in your abilities. Whether you participate or not, how I view you guys or think of you won't change at all, but I think pushing yourself to the limits is the best way to really reach your potential, and this might be the best opportunity to do that, so give it some thought. Narumi and Sasuke's eyes met and they nodded. They had made up their minds to enter the exams. However, when they turned to look at Hinata, they could still see the fear and doubt in her eyes. Are you going to participate? Sasuke asked Hinata. I don't know. We're just rookies, and sure you guys are as strong, but I don't know if I'm good enough to participate. Hinata admitted. What? That's nonsense, Hinata-chan. You're super strong. You're the best from the three of us when it comes to taijutsu, and you're really good with throwing things too. Narumi told Hinata. Yeah. Definitely better than Red over here. Sasuke added. Hey. Watch it. Narumi told Sasuke with a glare. He just gave her a grin. Your Byakugan is also crucial when it comes to dispelling genjutsu or scouting as well. You're an indispensable part of this team, so don't count yourself short. Sasuke added on. So, what do you want to do, Hinata-chan? If you really don't want to participate, we'll wait until you're ready. Remember, we're a team, and we'll always have your back. We'll stick with whatever decision you make. Narumi told Hinata with a warm smile. Hinata looked at her two friends with a grateful smile. Their faith in her, and also their willingness to always stick by her side and watch her back gave her the confidence she needed so desperately. Sensei? I think no, I want to participate in the exams as well. Hinata told Naruto as the expression on her face changed from one of self-doubt into one of determination. Naruto smiled warmly at Hinata, but also the rest of his team. His heart was filled with pride in his team, with the way they looked out for each other, and encouraged each other. He couldn't ask for a better team. Glad to hear that. I'm proud of you guys for showing the initiative and courage to take on a big challenge like this, and even more proud at the support you show for each other. I'm now sure I was right in believing in you guys, and made the right decision in nominating you guys. Naruto told his team, and they beamed in pride at the praise. Now, as long as you have my permission, you're allowed to participate, but I still want you to go tell your parents and get their permission and blessings as well. You'll need all the support you can get, and I don't want you to be sneaking behind their backs at an event that's supposed to be something they can take pride in. Naruto told his team, and they nodded. However, Hinata was worried inside. How was she going to bring this up to her father? At the Uchiha household, Mikoto smiled as she watched Sasuke hungrily place a umeboshi-flavored pickled tomato on his rice before he ate it with gusto. There was a period after the massacre when Sasuke had been turning colder and detached, but Naruto and Narumi had helped him come back and retain his traits from childhood. Sasuke was happily eating his favorite dish, until he noticed his mom staring at him with a smile on her face. Something on my face? He asked as he wiped around his face, making sure he wasn't eating too messily. Mikoto chuckled. She reached over and gently caressed one of his cheeks. It's nothing. I was just looking at my handsome boy. You're growing up so quickly, you know. Keika-san. Sasuke whined. I'm not a baby anymore. Of course, honey. You're a Jonin now. I know you're not a child anymore, Mikoto replied. But no matter how old you get, you'll always be my baby. He pouted at being called a baby, but that reminded him of what he needed to tell his mother. Oh. That reminds me. Sasuke mentioned as he pulled out the application form for the Chunin exams. Naruto-ni-san signed us up for the Chunin exams. He did what? Mikoto shouted out in shock, all traces of her warm smile disappearing as she snatched the paper from her son's hands to examine it. He signed us up for the exams. That means I have the chance to become Chunin, Sasuke said excitedly, not realizing his mother was in near panic. You're aware that people die in the exams, right? Mikoto asked her son in concern. Sasuke nodded. Yeah, sure, but you can die at any time. You could die on a C-rank mission, but you could also slip on a wet tile and hit your head. Mikoto was not convinced. The Chunin exams were much more dangerous than any C rank, or maybe even some B rank missions, since their sensei would not be present with them. She was worried she'd lose her last remaining child. Are you sure you want to participate? Wouldn't it better to wait a little longer? Get more experience and all? She asked her son. Ka-san, you said you wouldn't baby me anymore. Why are you so worried? You don't think I can handle some other Jinan? Sasuke asked. It's not that. I know you're strong. Mikoto began. It's just that, it's hard for me not be worried. You're my last. Mikoto began to choke up. You're all I have left. Sasuke couldn't be mad at his mother at the sight of tears streaming down her face. He got out of his seat and walked over to his mother to pat her back and comfort her. Ka-san, I know you're concerned that I might get hurt, but you don't have to worry. I have Narumi and Hinata with me, and they'll have my back. Sasuke told Mikoto in an effort to assuage her fears. Mikoto smiled a little as she wiped her tears. She was so thankful that Sasuke had his friends, and he was lucky enough to be on the same team as them. I'm glad to hear that. It makes me happy to know you have friends you can trust your life with. Mikoto told Sasuke as she took him into a hug. All right. You can take the exams. You have my blessing, Mikoto relented. Sasuke gave her a wide smile. Thanks, Ka-san. I promise I won't let you down. I'll show everyone that the Uchiha clan is still strong. Mikoto smiled. I know you will. And I'm going to teach you some new things to help you in the exams too. Sasuke had stars in his eyes. He was always excited to learn more jutsu. His mother had never looked so cool before. At the Hyuga household, the Hyuga main family, and the head of the branch family, were seated together, having dinner. Hiyashi-sama. Hisashi began. Neji has informed me that his sensei has signed him up for the upcoming Chunin exams. Hiyashi nodded as he ate. I see. I am aware of his talent as a shinobi, and his skill with the Juken. I am sure he will bring honor to the clan with his performance. He has my blessing to go represent our clan in the exams. Thank you, Hiyashi-sama, Hisashi said with a bow, and turned to his son, Neji. Thank you, Hiyashi-sama. Neji reluctantly told his uncle. He hated bowing to the man, but that was his place in life. I'll do my best to bring honor to the clan. Good. I have no doubt in your ability. Hiyashi told Neji. While he didn't show it on his face, Hiyashi was jealous of his brother Hisashi. Hiyashi was stronger than Hisashi, but how come Hisashi had the son who was the epitome of Hyuga strength, while he ended up with a meek daughter who couldn't even defeat her sister who was 5 years younger? Was this some sort of cruel joke of destiny? He sometimes wished Neji was his son instead of Hinata. He would have been the ideal heir. He shook his head when caught himself thinking that again. How could he wish Hinata wasn't his daughter? She was the spitting image of his wife. He sighed in disappointment in himself. He was an excellent clan head, but Hinata was proof that he was an inadequate father. If only he could make her stronger somehow. Hinata meanwhile, nervously picked at her food. She was working up the courage to tell her father that she would be participating in the exams as well, but her uncle cut in and made her lose the timing and courage. Stop picking at your food, Hinata. Either eat it, or leave it. It's bad manners, Hiyashi scolded Hinata, as he ate his food with elegance and grace. Hi. Apologies, Ado-sama. Hinata responded. However, she was still nervous and was working up the courage to address her father, and she continued to fidget, thought she left her rice alone. If there is something you wish to say it, instead of fidgeting around. Hiyashi sternly told Hinata when he noticed her movements. Eep. Hinata's face went red when she was caught. Now she had to speak, whether she was ready or not. I've also been nominated for the C Chunin exams, Ado-sama. Hinata nervously informed her father. The other elders of the clan had been eating quietly, but when they heard this, they couldn't help but express their surprise. You've been nominated for the Chunin exams? As a rookie Jinan? One of the main family members asked. Hi. Hinata confirmed meekly. The adults present began to murmur amongst themselves. How had she been nominated for the Chunin exams so early? Neji was considered to be nominated early, and he was prodigy of the clan, and he was in his second year. Hinata showed no such promise, and here she was, as one of the first rookie Jinan in the exams in over a decade. Neji scowled when he heard Hinata. How had this weakling been nominated earlier than him? Great. More favoritism for the main family. They just couldn't let a branch member have his moment for once. Of course, they'll have to throw the main family a bone to remind us of our place. He thought to himself. Hiyashi was also shocked by the news. There had been no indication that she was good enough to put herself in such a risky situation. He was of course worried that she might make a bad showing and disgrace him in the clan, but he was also worried that his daughter might die before he had a chance to work out the problems in their relationship. "And you wish to participate?" Hiashi asked Hinata with a stern look to dissuade her. Being the meek child that she was, he thought that would be enough to discourage her. Hinata shrank under his gaze, but she had already promised her friends that she would participate with them. She gulped once to gather her courage. "Hi, Adu-sama," she replied quietly. "And you believe you're prepared for such an undertaking? You've barely been a Jinan for a few months. There will be people coming from other villages who have much more experience as a shinobi, and more experience with killing." Hiashi emphasized the last part to discourage his daughter. "I'm aware of that, Adu-sama. I still wish to participate," she barely managed to reply. "And why is that? Have you considered what it would be like if you went in unprepared and embarrassed yourself? Embarrass the clan? As a clan heiress, you should know your actions affect the standing of the whole clan, and not just yourself. Think like a clan heiress, Hinata, and make responsible decisions. I don't believe you're ready for the Chunin exams yet," Hiashi stated. Hanabi looked at her older sister with a concerned look. She knew her sister was strong, and could prove it if she entered the exams. She just hoped Hinata wouldn't be discouraged by her father's harsh words. "Wani-chan." Hinata's face fell, and her already small confidence in herself began to falter at his words. However, when she caught Izashi's look towards her, a look which told her to believe in herself, she was reminded of the faith Naruto and her friends had put in her. She couldn't let herself be discouraged and let them down. "Why, you're wrong, Ado-sama. I am ready," she replied with growing steel in her voice which caught everyone off guard, especially Hiashi. "What was that?" Hiashi asked with a glare, showing her that he was not pleased with her challenging him in front of everyone. However, Hinata didn't care about that anymore. She owed it to her team who trusted her, and she owed it to herself to enter the Chunin exams to prove herself. "I said, I was ready for the Chunin exams, and I plan to enter. Ado-sama," she said firmly, surprising Hiashi by not stuttering, and with the fire he saw in her eyes. Hanabi was startled as well, but was excited to see this side of her sister. "Go, Wani-chan. Show him that you're not weak." She cheered on mentally as she watched how the scene unfolded with interest in her eyes. Hiashi was a little offended by how Hinata addressed him, but he was secretly pleased with the backbone she was showing by standing up to him. He decided to test her resolve a little further. "You wish to go against my wishes and participate? Very well. If you're so confident in your abilities, you can participate. However, should you embarrass the clan, know that your position as heiress will pass on to your sister. Do you still wish to participate?" Hiashi asked. "Yes," Hinata replied. "You don't need to worry about me embarrassing the clan, Adu-sama. My team and I are more than capable of handling this exam together. If you watch and are displeased with my performance, you may give her the position if you'd like. I don't mind." Hiashi stared at the fiery Jinan in front of him, and wondered if she was truly his daughter. He didn't express it, but he was impressed, and he wasn't the only one. Hizashi, Hanabi, and the other elders watched the conversation between father and daughter with interest, and were surprised to see this side of Hinata. Perhaps there was more to her than they had thought. "Fine. You may participate if you wish. We shall see how you perform," Hiashi stated before he went back to eating his dinner. Proud of herself for finally being able to face her father and seeing a glimpse of approval from him for the first time, Hinata smiled brightly, a rare sight for the Hyuga clan. Realizing he hadn't seen her smile like this in a long time made Hiashi feel sad, and a little remorseful. However, Neji was displeased at what he thought was favoritism. Not just from their clan, but from the village. He made up his mind to embarrass her during the exams himself, and show the main family that the branch family was not inferior to them. Training Ground 7, the next day. "So, have you guys all filled out and signed the application forms?" Naruto asked his Jinan. "Hi, sensei." The three Jinan answered, as they handed him the papers. "Very good," Naruto replied as he collected the forms. "Now, let me lay out the schedule for your training." He began. "From the spars between you three, and the spars against me, I've picked up a few weak points in your individual styles, and also in teamwork. We'll use a similar training schedule as before, where I'll get a personal tutor for each of you, and train you each, one at a time. We'll also go over some team drills at the end of training on every week, got it? Any questions?" Narumi raised her hand. "Will Yugao-sensei be coming to train me again?" Naruto nodded. "You and Sasuke will each have the same sensei as before. The only change will be for Hinata. Hinata's eyes widened. What happened to Shizune-sensei? She asked in surprise. She had grown to like the woman, and was a little disappointed that she wouldn't be training her. Shizune-san has already taught you the things I wanted you to learn. There are other things I want you to learn, and the sensei I brought is the best person to teach you those things. Naruto explained. Brought? Sasuke asked with an eyebrow raised. He didn't see anyone. Aw. Naruto-chan. Way to go with the flattery. I really am the best, aren't I? Anko replied as she stepped out of the woods with Kakashi, who walked out with Anko's arm around his shoulders as he read his book, and Yugao who walked behind them with a confused look on her face. What was going on with Kakashi-senpai and Anko? Sasuke's face went white, and hid behind Narumi. Aw. If it isn't my favorite Uchiha boy. Hello. Anko greeted a scared Sasuke with grin that was a strange combination of innocent and mischievous. Dengo-ne-chan is going to be teaching Hinata? Narumi asked. That's right, Squirt. I'm going to teach her how to be a kick-ass kunoichi, that's both deadly and sexy, just like me. Anko replied energetically. Sasuke reached out and put a hand on Hinata's shoulder. Sorry, but it sucks to be you right now. He mouthed to her. Hinata gulped. Anko-san was a little too intense for her. She was worried about how training would go. Hinata-chan is a bit shy, so be nice to her, okay, Dengo-ne? Narumi told Anko. Who? Me? I'm nothing but sweet, girly. Don't worry about us. The two of yous are going to be best friends. Isn't that right, Hinata-chan? Anko asked Hinata as she slithered her arm over Hinata's shoulders. Hinata nodded nervously. Please save me, Kami-sama. Hinata prayed to herself. Council meeting, a couple days later. Alright. We'll make sure the Konoha police force double their patrols during the exams, and have the Anbu watch the shadows then, Hiruzen concluded after some discussion with his council. I'll also try to see if I can secure some more food and other provisions for extra guests who will be in the village during the exams, Hokage-sama. Akimichi Kuza informed the Hokage. Good. That'll be extremely beneficial for our economy. Thank you, Kuza-san. Hiruzen replied. Now that we've covered all of the main points that we needed to discuss, I'd like to dismiss the civilian side of the council. I have some shinobi matters I'd like to discuss. Hiruzen told the council, and the civilian council members nodded and left the room. A little after the last civilian council member left the council meeting room, Hiruzen addressed the remaining people. Now that the civilians are gone, there's something I'd been considering that I'd like to discuss. Hiruzen began. I'm sure all of you have heard about Naruto-san's achievements in Kiri, correct? The Sandaime asked, and everyone nodded. Good. So, I've been thinking about his mission, and the things he was able to accomplish undercover, and began to consider the merit of having a Black Ops force for missions that cannot be traced back to Konoha. Don't we already have the Anbu for that? Tsunade asked. Hiruzen shook his head. What I'm talking about is different. The Anbu are secret in the sense that their individual identities are hidden, but it's clear they represent Konoha. I'm talking about a force that will not be traced back to Konoha. On paper, these shinobi will not even exist. You mean like Root from the past? Shikaku commented. Root? Tsunade asked, asking a question that was in the minds of several others that were in the room. Root was a branch of the Anbu that was secret, and like I mentioned earlier, was used in missions that should not be traced back to Konoha. Hiruzen began. Danzo began to feel nervous about where the conversation was going, though nobody could tell by seeing him. It was previously headed by Danzo, but I ordered him to shut the program down, years ago. Isn't that right, Danzo? Hiruzen asked with a smug smirk on his face that everyone missed except for Danzo. That is correct. Danzo replied tersely. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but what exactly is the point of doing this? Kuza asked. There will be times when we wish to support another village against a rival village, but if our involvement became known, would spark off another war. With the alliances that are in place, it would quickly spread to involve all 5 of the major villages, and the casualties from that war will be catastrophic. Having a mercenary force that is not linked to us will give us the option to help others secretly, while keeping conflicts localized. Of course, they could also be used to do more unsavory missions that would prove necessary or maybe even profitable, but might tarnish the image of the village. Hiruzen explained, and everyone agreed with his points. The formation of the unit will not take place until after the Chunin exams, as all of our attention should be on hosting the exams safely and successfully. However, it doesn't hurt to get started on planning, or at least be aware of such plans, early. Any suggestions that could improve this new version of Root would be welcomed. I have a suggestion, Naruto stated, as he raised his hand. Danzo began to suspect the two of them were planning something against him, and put up his guard. Ah yes. Naruto-san. What do you suggest? Hiruzen asked. We could start by giving them a very neutral-looking set of armor or uniform, that will make it difficult to tell where they came from. Naruto told Hiruzen. Do we have any examples of their old uniforms to see what they looked like, so we can see what needs to be changed? Ah, of course. I should have one somewhere. Hiruzen replied, as he began to go through some scrolls. Danzo was now really nervous. What were they about to do? Ah. Here it is. Hiruzen unsealed a set of Root Onbu armor and uniform, which really looked like standard Konoha Onbu gear with a black cloak covering everything. The cloak does a nice job of covering everything, but the armor is too similar to Konoha Onbu armor, and the mask has a distinct Konoha flavor. We'll have to come up with something more neutral. Naruto commented. Great point. We'll keep that in mind. Hiruzen replied. Anything else? The other shinobi began to voice their opinions, and Hiruzen had them all written down. While the discussions were ongoing, there were two people in the room who shared a look. Danzo gave Hiruzen a blank stare, hiding his emotions, but he was raging inside. With this, he had exposed Danzo's operation and let everyone know that Hiruzen ordered it to be shut down years ago. Now anyone seen wearing that armor would basically let everyone know of Danzo's treachery. Hiruzen gave his old teammate a smile. If Danzo wanted to play games, then Hiruzen would show that he was no amateur either. A hidden grove outside of Konoha, a few days later. I trust you've come alone? A hooded man with a cane asked another hooded man who had been waiting for him. Ah. If it isn't Danzo-sama. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The second man hissed out with a snake-like grin. Save your pleasantries for someone else, Orochimaru. We have things to discuss. Danzo replied. Straight to business, eh? Looks like nothing's changed. Ah, reminds me of the past. It always was fun scheming with you. Orochimaru commented. Danzo ignored Orochimaru's comments. So, you're planning an invasion of Konoha, and want my help? I see you're still well informed. That's right. You and your little root forces can help my forces enter Konoha, and leave some key choke points open so that I can deal with our enemies. Orochimaru replied. Our enemies? Danzo asked. Kukaku. Don't play this game with me, Danzo. We both know what you want, and we both know that Sarutobi-sensei is holding you back from attaining it. So, what is it you want? Danzo asked. So, I can get everything I want, eh? Orochimaru chuckled. First, I want all of the research materials I had to leave behind in Konoha. Some of the more dangerous things have been destroyed, but I'll get the other remaining things. Next? Danzo asked. Kukaku. Destroyed? Or kept in that little burrow of yours, Danzo? Orochimaru asked. And what else? Danzo asked, silently conceding to hand over the dangerous material he had hoarded for Root. I would like some orphans for some tests. Orochimaru added. Done. Now, I need. And I also want an Uchiha with an awakened Sharingan. Orochimaru added, cutting off Danzo mid-speech. A Sharingan? That's right. And a Hyuga as well. They could be one of the branch members. It doesn't matter. Orochimaru clarified. That's quite the demand. I'm afraid I'll have to add another target in exchange for those two. Danzo told Orochimaru. Very well. Who is this special person? Orochimaru asked. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. I need him dead. Danzo informed Orochimaru. Kukaku. The Yondaime's son, eh? So, you fear him as well? Orochimaru said with a taunting grin. I need him gone, and I can't have it linked back to me. So don't leave a mess behind. Danzo replied. Have I been one to leave a job done badly? You leave those two to me. Just make sure you keep your end of the deal. Orochimaru told Danzo. Of course. Now, if there's nothing else, this meeting is over. Danzo told Orochimaru. He didn't want to drag out a meeting with Orochimaru, and risk being spotted. Kukaku. Thank you for your hospitality. Orochimaru replied sarcastically. I shall see you again soon. The two of them turned around and left, both parties planning on using each other, and backstabbing them once they got what they needed. It would be a battle of timing, appearing to look cooperative until they got everything they wanted, and then dealing the first blow, before the other party had the chance to betray them first. Kukaku. Here I come, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru thought to himself as he vanished into the forest. Omake. Narumi gritted her teeth and pounded her fist into her palm as she walked down the streets. Grrr. How dare he get me like that? Narumi growled as she recalled her punishment for the bet she lost against Sasuke. They had wagered to clean each other's equipment and rooms, but Narumi was not prepared for how dirty Sasuke had left his room. Oh, no, you can't use your shadow clones since I can't use them if I lose. Narumi mockingly repeated what Sasuke said in her best impression of Sasuke's voice. Tchh. What a loser. Who told you to not know how to use them? It's not my fault you suck. Narumi grumbled to herself. Just how many stinkin' kunai and shuriken does he have, and why are they so dirty? And how do you keep your room that dirty? Even my room isn't that messy, she yelled to herself as she threw her hands in the air. Mikado Oba-chan wouldn't let you keep your room that dirty. Narumi thought aloud to herself. So that means you made your room extra messy and stinky on purpose, she concluded. Ugh. You jerk. I MMA get you back for this, Uchiha Sasuke, she yelled out. Oi. Boss. Konohamaru greeted her when he saw her. Narumi turned her head and saw her 3 minions running to her. Oh, hey Konohamaru-chan, Moigi-chan, Udon-chan. What's up? She asked. We were playing ninja. Konohamaru told Narumi. Do you want to join us? We could use your help making it more realistic, since you're a real ninja, Nei-chan. Moigi asked. Play ninja? Narumi asked herself as she thought. An evil grin began to spread across her face as she had an epiphany. Sure. I'll play ninja with you guys. She replied as she began to chuckle to herself as she began to plan her revenge. Sweet. Are you going to give us a mission? Or do you want to be the bad guy? Konohamaru asked. I'll be your boss, and give you the mission. Narumi told her minions. Now, gather around me, minions. Let me tell you something about being a shinobi. She began. The 3 excited kids came closer to her and gave her their attention to hear what she would say. Now, what do you think is important to a shinobi? She asked. Being strong. They replied in unison. Narumi chuckled. You're not wrong, but another super important thing is being sneaky. Oh. That makes sense. Konohamaru commented. Now, there's different types of being sneaky. Narumi explained. There are the people who are good at being stealthy, but there are also people who are good at acting to trick people. What kind of people are we? Moigi asked. You and Udon-chan are pretty good at acting, but not the best at stealth. Meanwhile, Konohamaru sucks at acting, but he's pretty good at hiding. Narumi explained. So as a boss, it's important for me to know what my minions are good at, and assign roles accordingly. I'll give you guys individual missions that'll suit what you're good at, but really all of those missions will be a part of a bigger single operation. Narumi told the 3 kids. The 3 kids were super excited. This was super realistic. It felt like they were actual ninja. They should have gotten her to play with them earlier. So, what do we have to do, boss? Konohamaru asked enthusiastically. So, you can sneak into the Uchiha's house, and sneak this into Sasuke's shampoo. Narumi told Konohamaru, as she pulled out a small vial from one of her seals. Eh? What's the point of this? Konohamaru asked as he took the vial. When you become a shinobi, there'll be times when you need to sneak into some secret location, and either steal things or plant things. This is all part of your training, Konohamaru-chan. She told him. Konohamaru lit up with a smile when he heard her explanation. That sounded legit. Now, Moigi-chan, you need to find Sasuke, and pretend you're lost and scared, and you need his help finding your way back. This is your training to learn how to trick people and give false information. Narumi told Moigi, who accepted the mission and the explanation. Finally, Udon-chan, find a bucket or pot with some dirt in it, and wait near Moigi-chan's house, and pretend to be clumsy and spill it on Sasuke. Narumi told Udon. This is She began to think of an explanation to tell Udon, but in reality, she had chosen him for the role because he really was clumsy, and nobody would question him making such a mistake. This is your training to do an ambush, and feign innocence. Yeah, feigning innocence after doing something so you don't get held responsible. Narumi told Udon, who nodded. Alright my minions, go and do your missions. She told the 3 kids, who saluted her and ran off to fulfill their parts. Hee. Time to get a camera and hide in Sasuke's house, she said to herself with an evil grin as she rubbed her palms together. With Sasuke. Sasuke was walking back home from his training spot in a forest, as he chuckled to himself. He couldn't wait to see Narumi's face after all the work he made her do. He purposefully messed up his room, and left his dirty laundry all over the place. Hey, that'll teach you to challenge me, he thought to himself smugly, before he was distracted from his thoughts by a little girl. Help! Sasuke Ni-chan. I haven't been to this part of the village before, and now I can't find my way back. I'm scared, Moegi said with teary eyes and her puppy dog look. Moegi? Sasuke asked in surprise, seeing one of Narumi's minions here. Fine. Come with me. I'll take you home. Sasuke rolled his eyes as he reluctantly agreed to take the little girl home. He walked into the more populated part of town, where Moegi began to direct him towards her house. Udon spotted Moegi coming and prepared to do his part of the mission. When Sasuke and Moegi got closer, he stepped out of the alley with his pot full of dirt. Oh, hey Moegi. Sasuke Ni-san. Udon greeted as he ran towards them, trying to give the appearance of running by them. He waved at them to greet them, but then tripped on a rock and fell, sending the pot flying in the air. He looked up and saw Sasuke covered in dirt from head to toe. That wasn't how he was planning on accomplishing his mission, but a mission well done was a mission well done, right? Sorry, Sasuke Ni-san. I was clumsy again. Udon apologized. Sasuke was annoyed, but he knew how clumsy the boy was, so he decided to let him go. It's fine. I'm just gonna go home and wash up. You can find your way home now, right? Sasuke asked Moegi. Aha! It's right over here. Thanks, Ni-chan. She told Sasuke with a smile, before she headed home. Ugh. Now I gotta wash all of this dirt off of me. Sasuke grumbled to himself as he headed home. At the Uchiha household. Konohamaru was trying to climb into one of the windows of Sasuke's house, when he was stopped by an Uchiha civilian. Hey! Who are you, and what are you doing here? She asked. Konohamaru panicked and being caught but tried his best to come up with an excuse. I'm sorry Tobi Konohamaru, and I was trying to enter this house, because Narumi Ne-chan told me to deliver something here. Narumi-san? Oh, in that case, you're welcome here. Here, why don't you go in this way? The Uchiha woman told Konohamaru as she directed him towards an open door. Thanks? Konohamaru told the lady as she left. Now that he was in, all he had to do was put the contents of the vial into Sasuke's shampoo, and hightail it out of here. After he opened Sasuke's shampoo and poured the liquid inside the vial inside the shampoo bottle, he quickly left, not noticing Narumi, who was hiding near the bathroom with a camera. A few minutes later, Sasuke entered his house grumbling. Stupid dirt got everywhere. Ugh, I'm going to have to wash my hair several times to get it all out. Hee. Good. You do that, Sasuke-chan. You do that. Narumi thought to herself as she watched Sasuke enter the shower. Several minutes later, Sasuke came out of the shower in some clean clothes. Ah! Now that was refreshing. Sasuke hummed to himself. He was startled when Narumi suddenly popped out of the laundry hamper and snapped a picture. Aha! Gotcha, she yelled, before she ran away. Sasuke stood there shocked, before he got over the randomness of the event, and shrugged. What the heck was that all about? He asked himself as he entered his room. He took his hair dryer, and went to his mirror to style his hair, when he was shocked by what he saw. Sakura? He stuttered to himself when he saw a pink-haired person staring back at him in shock. He raised his trembling hands to his hair, and saw the person in the mirror copying his movements. He yanked out a hair, and brought it towards his eyes with trepidation. No. Please don't be pink, please don't be pink, he whispered to himself with closed eyes, as he brought the hair closer for observation. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of pink hair. Narumi chuckled to herself as she heard a scream emanating from Sasuke's house. No. Narumi, I'll kill you when I get my hands on you. Better make sure he doesn't catch me. She told herself as she ran home as fast as she could. She ran past a green-clad duo who looked similar to each other, causing their bowl-cut hair to wave in the wind she caused when she ran by them. A few seconds later, a pink-haired boy ran by them with a kunai in his hand. Whoa! That's some speed. The younger one commented to the older one. Such a youthful exercise. How inspiring. We should join them in their training and run as well. 10 laps around the village at top speed. Go! The older one yelled with a smile that shone with a blinding gleam. Yosh! Training it is, Guy-sensei. Let's go. The duo set off into the sunset, running at top speed. Chapter 42, The Chunin Exams Begin. In Konoha, a few days before the start of the Chunin exams. Hey! It's your turn to seek. Moegi complained when Konohamaru tried to weasel his way out of seeking again in their game of ninja hide and go seek. Hey! I need the practice. I almost ruined Narumi Ne-chan's mission when I almost got caught. Just one more time. Besides, it'll help you in becoming a better tracker too. Konohamaru pleaded his case, hoping he could convince his friends. How about you? Don't you need to practice tracking as well? And don't we need to practice our stealth too? Moegi countered. Konohamaru was not expecting Moegi to use his argument against himself, and was left stuttering, trying to say something back, but not being able to come up with any good reasons. He was about to just try to whine his way through, when he was distracted by bright pink hair in the distance that stood out from the rest of the population of Konoha. Whoa! Check that out! Her hair is even more colorful than yours. Konohamaru told Moegi as he pointed at a young Jinan in the distance. Huh? Moegi turned around to see who Konohamaru was pointing at. Oh. That's just Sakura-san. I don't really know her that well, but she was nice enough when I bumped into her once. That's Sakura? Konohamaru asked in shock. Hey! That's that annoying girl who bullied our boss in the academy. He growled as he punched his palm with his other hand. He suddenly began to storm off towards her. Where are you going, Konohamaru? Udon asked, worried his hot-headed friend would do something stupid. I'm gonna teach her a lesson, he shouted back as he continued to stomp towards the pink-haired Kunoichi. But what are you gonna do, Konohamaru-kun? Moegi asked, sharing Udon's concern. I'll figure that out once I get to her, Konohamaru shouted back. Should we try to stop him? Udon asked Moegi as they watched their friend walk off. Moegi rolled her eyes. Nah. I don't want to get involved in this. Let's go play catch or something. He'll come back when he's done. Sakura was going through her shopping list of supplies that Kurenai had suggested she stock up on for the exams, when she was suddenly interrupted by someone rudely shouting at her. Hey you! Pinky! She looked around to see who it was that was shouting at her. Huh? Are you talking to me? Yeah. I'm talking to you. Are you Sakura? Konohamaru demanded aggressively. Sakura was thrown off by having a child she had never seen before randomly walking up to her and demanding to know who she was so rudely, but he was a kid, so she decided to try to be nice in her response. Yeah. I'm Sakura. What's your name? She asked with a smile, trying to placate the kid who seemed to be mad at her for no good reason. Konohamaru ignored her question. So, you're the annoying girl who bullied our boss. Sakura was confused. Your boss? She wondered out loud. Who's your boss? Narumi Ne-chan. You have some nerve making fun of an awesome person like her. Who do you think you are? Konohamaru yelled at her. Sakura's cheeks reddened as she remembered how she used to join in, and sometimes even lead, other children in making fun of Narumi to validate her insecure self. She was embarrassed of her behavior in the academy and was hoping to forget that and leave it behind her. However, now some random kid was now bringing it back up and berating her for it. Sakura mumbled as she tried to think of what to say next. She wasn't proud of what she had done, but she didn't really need to apologize to some random kid either. It wasn't his business. She would apologize if she came across her, like she did with Ino a few weeks ago. She wanted him to leave her alone but didn't want to be excessively mean or rude in doing so. She wanted to be different now and be nicer when she could. Well? What do you have to say for yourself? Konohamaru shouted as he crossed his arms in an attempt to look intimidating. Sakura didn't even notice. Hey, so. Sakura began before she realized she didn't know his name. Anyway, it's true I wasn't the kindest to Narumi, and it's something I'm not proud of. I'll work it out with her when I see her some other time, but it's really something that's between us. Thanks for reminding me to try to mend things with her though. Sakura replied with a smile, hoping the kid would leave her alone. HMMPH. As if. You're probably just lying because you want me to leave you alone. You're just scared of confrontation. Coward. He accused. Sakura felt her patience being tested. I'm a Jinan, you know. What makes you think I'd be scared of a kid like you? She asked, the veins on her forehead beginning to bulge a little, as she spoke through her teeth in a barely maintained smile. Konohamaru was offended, feeling like Sakura was dismissing him as being just a little kid and seeing him as being unable to do anything. What? You think I can't do anything just because I'm a kid and you're a Jinan? Konohamaru huffed out. Well. Kinda. Sakura replied with a shrug. Listen, it was nice meeting you, but I got stuff to do. I'll see you later. Sakura told Konohamaru as she turned around to get back to shopping. Konohamaru was angry at being brushed off like he was someone insignificant. Hey! Get back here. I wasn't finished. When Sakura ignored him and walked away, he was furious. Hey! You! Get back here. Hey! Get back here, you! Big forehead girl. He didn't quite know what effect those words would have on Sakura and had randomly said anything that he noticed about her, but he was about to find out the consequences. Sakura froze in place before her head whipped around to glare at Konohamaru. What? Did you call me? She growled out. I said you had a big forehead. What you gonna do about it? He asked, feeling sure that she wouldn't unleash violence on a little kid. Why, you little brat? I'll teach you a lesson. She screamed out as she ran towards him. Konohamaru gulped. Clearly that wasn't the smartest move from him. He turned around and ran for his life. I'm gonna clobber you when I get my hands on you, Sakura shouted out as she chased Konohamaru. You're crazy if you think that'll convince me to stop running, Konohamaru shouted back as he looked behind him to see if she was gaining on him. He was so preoccupied with Sakura that he didn't see the person in front of him and crashed into him. Oof. Ow. Hey. Konohamaru whined as he rubbed his cheek, which was red from the impact. Are your eyes just there for decoration? Stupid kid. The teen Konohamaru ran into shouted out at Konohamaru as he grabbed him by the scruff of his collar. Sakura ran around the corner of the alley to see the scene between Konohamaru and some boy who seemed to be a shinobi. She walked towards them to try to de-escalate the situation, and apologize on Konohamaru's behalf, when she noticed the strangely dressed shinobi had a Hittite inscribed with the insignia of Suna. Hey, sorry about that. We were playing, and he got carried away. He must have not seen you standing there. We'll try to be more careful. She spoke apologetically in an effort to calm down the angry teen. Let the kid go, Kankuro. Don't make a scene. A blonde girl with her hair tied in 4 pigtails, who also had a Suna Hittite, told the Suna teen. You can be more careful next time. The boy known as Kankuro responded, relieving both Konohamaru and Sakura, until he added on to that as he gave her a sadistic smile. But he'll have to pay the consequences for this time. He raised his hand to strike Konohamaru, and was mid-swing, when his hand was pinned to the wooden fence next to him by a stick of half-eaten dengo. Arg, Kankuro shouted out in pain, and dropped Konohamaru, who quickly scurried off and hid behind Sakura. Konohamaru, Sakura, Kankuro, and the blonde Suna girl turned around to see who had thrown the stick of dengo. If I see you being mean to one of my minions again, I'll really get angry, Narumi shouted through gritted teeth. Narumi ne-chan, Konohamaru shouted out in relief before he ran over to find refuge behind her. You bitch. I was just gonna slap him around, but I'll make you pay for that, Kankuro shouted out as he pulled the dengo stick, which was stuck surprisingly deep into the fence, out of his hand. Kankuro. Stop. You're making this a bigger deal. The blonde Suna girl warned, but Kankuro was too pissed to care. Shut up, Tamari. I'm not about to let some stupid bitch talk to me like that. Hey. Language, Narumi shouted back as she got into a taijutsu stance. She didn't like potty mouths, even if they were going to fight. There was a kid around here, for goodness sake. Kankuro reached for the large object that was wrapped up in bandages and hanging on his back, when sand began to blow towards Kankuro. Where's all this sand coming from? Narumi wondered, before she saw a short, auburn-haired boy emerging from the coalescing sand next to Kankuro, which seemed to make him pale. Kankuro. The boy said with authority. You're being an embarrassment to Suna. Stop. Or I'll kill you. The way he said those last words sent shivers up Narumi's spine. He said it so nonchalantly, as if it were nothing to him, but he said it in a manner that made it clear it was more than just a figure of speech. Gee Gara. Kankuro choked out in fear. Why, you got it. Sakura, who had been seeing this whole scene, saw the Suna Hittite hanging on his neck, and decided to ask him a question that had been on her mind. You guys are from Suna, right? Are you here for the Chunin exams? The red-haired boy ignored her question, and kept his eyes fixed on Narumi. Tamari decided to speak up and answer Sakura's question. That's right. Will you guys be participating as well? Yup. Narumi replied enthusiastically, as if there wasn't a guy who had tried to fight her earlier, and a guy who was staring at her creepily in front of her. Can't wait to kick some butt and show who's boss. That was news to Sakura. She didn't know Team 7 was going to participate as well. I'll be in the exams as well, she told Temari. Temari looked the two girls up and down. While they didn't seem to be too much younger than her, they didn't look like much. They didn't seem like they had experienced the true horrors of a ninja's life yet. She could smell the rookie on them. I see. Gaara commented. In that case, I'm excited to be able to see you again during the exams. There's something about you that's different. Something interesting, he told Narumi as he gave her an unhinged smile that creeped Sakura out. What is your name? He asked her. Narumi? She replied. Gaara, right? Gaara ignored her question. I'll see you later, Narumi, he said as he turned around to leave, saying her name to himself as if he was trying to remember it for later. Temari gave her a concerned look. Listen. If I were you, I'd drop out of the exams. You don't want to have Gaara take an interest in you. Temari warned Narumi. Eh? Why? He's not that ugly. Sure, he's a little creepy, but if he thinks I'm pretty, maybe he's not as weird as I thought. Narumi responded naively, misinterpreting what Gaara meant by taking an interest in her. Temari just stared at Narumi dumbfounded in silence, wondering if she was joking or if she was actually that dumb. She decided to leave Narumi to her fate if she was actually that stupid, and walked away, joining Kankuro and Gaara. Well, that was a weird encounter. Wonder what it was about me. My hair? Narumi commented to herself as she turned around to leave with Konohamaru. Hey! Narumi. Can I talk to you for a second? Sakura asked as soon as she got over the creepy encounter with the Sand Trio. Narumi turned around with a frown. What do you want, Sakura? Want to make fun of my round cheeks again? Sakura winced. This was the effect she had on Narumi, something she hadn't really put much thought into before. She really needed to mend things with Narumi. No. Listen, I just wanted to apologize for how I treated you back in the academy. It was really mean, and stupid of me. I regret how I acted back then and wish I could take it back. I know I can't, but I still wanted to let you know I'm really sorry. Narumi looked at Sakura with one eyebrow raised, and stared at her as if she had grown a second head. Eh? Are you sure you're Sakura? There's no way you're actually apologizing to me, right? Is this some sort of prank? Narumi asked as she looked around for any signs of a prank. Hey! I'm serious. This isn't a prank or anything like that. I'm genuinely sorry. I've been bullied before too and should have known better. I should have understood how bad it feels to be made fun of, but I wanted to be part of the cool crowd for once, and I thought people wouldn't make fun of me if I put the negative attention on you instead. I've realized how stupid that was, and I know I can't change the past, but I want to still apologize. I want to make things right between us. Sakura told Narumi. Narumi stared at Sakura skeptically for a couple seconds, trying to see if she was being genuine. Sakura stood there awkwardly as Narumi looked over her. It was weird just standing there, without any response, neither positive nor negative. Each second felt like an awkward purgatory until Narumi stuck out her open hand when she couldn't sense any deceit or negative emotions coming from Sakura. Sakura looked at the hand and looked up at Narumi. You sound like you're being genuine, and you tried to help out my minion here, so I'll believe you this time, and forgive you for being mean to me in the past. Sakura broke out into a wide smile and shook her hand. This doesn't mean we're best friends or anything like that though. Narumi clarified. It just means I won't hold your past actions against you. I still have to see what you are like now. Sakura nodded. Of course. I just didn't want there to be bad blood between us. We may not be on the same team, but we are comrades after all. Narumi nodded. Alright. Well, I guess I'll catch you later then, Sakura. Come on Konohamaru-chan, we're going now. Sakura nodded and waved goodbye. She got back to shopping with a smile on her face. It felt good to clear up the bad blood. At Ichiraku's. Sheesh, what's the big idea, calling us to meet here, and then coming late? Sasuke complained to Hinata. I'm sure she'll be here any time now. Hinata told Sasuke to calm him down. Sorry I'm late guys, Narumi shouted out as she ran towards the ramen stand. About time. We were here for like 20 minutes. Sasuke complained. You're the one who told us to come here in the first place. I know. My bad. I was held up by some random Suna guys who were trying to bully Konohamaru, Narumi said in her defense. Suna? Sasuke asked with a raised eyebrow. Are they here for the Chunin exams? Narumi nodded. Yup. They were kinda weird, but I guess they're alright. One of them even said I was interesting. I think he might like me. Sasuke choked on the water he was drinking. You're kidding, right? Some random Sunagenon likes you after meeting you for 3 seconds? You? Does he know what kind of mount? What kind of what, Sasuke-chan? Narumi asked with eyes open threateningly wide, and chopsticks held up like a pair of senbon. Sasuke decided it would be best to make the most of the opportunity that Narumi gave him to save his skin. I was saying what kind of mountain would best accentuate your hair in a picture. It's important to know these kinds of things if you ever take pictures together, you know. I haven't thought of that. Narumi wondered, going off on the diversionary tangent Sasuke brought up to save himself. Sasuke sighed in relief, knowing he had gained another day to live. Ayame giggled with a hand over her mouth, as she watched the 3 Genons banter. You kids want your usual, right? The Genon nodded in confirmation before they went back to their conversation. So, what were the Sunagenon like? Did they look strong? Hinata asked, trying to see what their competition would be like. They didn't look all that scary. Just a little weird. But you know what was even weirder than the Sunagenon? You won't believe this. Narumi told her friends. What happened, Narumi-chan? Hinata asked. Guess who I met on the way here? Narumi asked the other 2 Genon. Who was it? Stop hyping the story up and hurry up and tell us what happened, Sasuke said impatiently. All right. Sheesh. You don't know how to appreciate good storytelling. Narumi responded. Anyway, Sakura was also there when we met the Sunagenon, and when I was about to leave, she stopped me to apologize to me for how she was in the academy. She what? Sasuke asked in disbelief. Are you sure it was Sakura? Maybe it was someone else in a henge. That's what I thought at first too, but it seemed like she was being genuine. Narumi replied. Don't tell me you actually forgave her just like that. Sasuke asked. Hey, she said she was sorry. It seemed like she changed after her academy days. I wanted to give her a second chance. Narumi told Sasuke. Don't you want to get revenge? Get her back for making your life miserable in the academy? Sasuke asked. I think she did the right thing, Sasuke-kun. Hinata commented. You guys are too nice. I'd have used the Chunin exams as an excuse to kick her butt. Sasuke told his 2 teammates. Oh, if I see her in the exams, I'm kicking her butt. But not because I want revenge. I'm gonna kick everyone's butt in the exams, Narumi declared with a fist clenched in determination. That's some declaration, leaf brats. Let's see you guys back that up when the time comes. A white-haired teen with a mist Hittite commented as he stepped into the ramen stand. His teammates followed in behind him. Excuse me, is this Ichiraku's ramen? A kunoichi familiar to the Genon of Team 7 asked politely as she stepped in. Haku-chan. Narumi squealed out in glee, before she jumped out of her seat to squeeze Haku with a hug. I can't believe you're here. I'm so glad to see you. Narumi told Haku as she jumped up and down with excitement while still holding Haku in her embrace. It's good to see you as well, Narumi-chan. Same with you, Hinata-san, Sasuke-san, Haku said with a smile. Hinata replied with a smile, as she gave her a polite bow. I'm glad to see you as well, Haku-san. Sasuke just gave her a 2-finger salute like he had seen Kakashi do, trying to look cool. Narumi? So, this is Naruto Taiku's sister? Suigetsu asked Haku. Haku nodded. This is Naruto Taiku's Genon team. Naruto Taiku? Sasuke asked with a raised eyebrow. How do you guys know Naruto-sensei? He was the leader of their squad during the Mist Civil War. A shy-looking teen with black-framed glasses replied. The Genon of Team 7 hadn't really heard the full details of Naruto's long-term secret mission, but they had heard it had something to do with the hidden mist, so they put the pieces together in their mind. Leader of their squad? Then who are you? Sasuke asked the shy teen. One of our teammates was promoted to Jonin, so Chojuro-kun joined us for the exams. Haku replied in Chojuro's stead. Cool. It's nice to meet you. I'm Narumi, Narumi said cheerfully, as she stuck out her hand for a handshake. Chojuro looked at the hand in front of him, then looked up at the girl who was offering it. His face blushed when he saw her face. She was cute with those round cheeks of hers, and her flaming red hair that reminded him of May gave her an exotic beauty. Hi. Chojuro shook her hand, unable to look her in the eye. Narumi just gave him a smile as she shook his hand, not noticing his nervousness. She then turned to greet Suigetsu. Any sister of Naruto Taiku is cool with me, Suigetsu said, revealing his shark-like teeth with a smile, as he shook hands with her as well. The two teams got acquainted with each other, and Narumi helped the Kirijinan choose their ramen with her expertise in the field. "So, who's your Jonin sensei, and where is he?" Sasuke asked. "Zabuza-sama is our Jonin sensei. He's at the Hokage Tower, filling out some forms at the moment." Haku replied. "How did you find us?" Hinata asked Haku. "Zabuza-sama told us to explore the village while he was busy. Naruto Taiku talked about Ichiraku's ramen all the time, so we decided to try it out while we were here. We weren't expecting to find you here, but I guess we shouldn't be surprised." Kyuubi smiled as he brought out the Kirijinan's ramen. He made a mental note to thank Naruto with some ramen on the house for his free marketing. "So, you guys are gonna be in the exams too. Awesome," Narumi said in between her slurps of her third portion of ramen. "You do know this means we'll have to fight each other, right?" Sasuke asked Narumi. He had seen Haku in action back in Wave and acknowledged her as a worthy opponent to test himself against. He was excited to test his mettle against her during the exams. "Oh. You're right." Narumi deflated slightly when she realized that. "We could try to avoid each other or even help each other in the first few stages," Haku offered. "We're only really required to fight in the tournament stage of the exams." That's a good idea, Haku-san," Hinata replied. She was happy to take all the help she could get and reduce the number of potential threats. "Sweet. Sounds like a plan then," Narumi said with a smile on her face. "Why don't we show you around the village after we finish eating? There are so many places you gotta see," Narumi said excitedly. Haku smiled. She had missed the vibrant energy of her friend from Konoha. "That sounds good, Narumi-chan." A few days later, at the Hokage's office, the night before the exams. "So, what was so important that you called me here at this time? You know the exams are tomorrow, right? I was supposed to buy my team dinner tonight," Naruto complained as he entered the office. Hiruzen turned around from the window to face him, with a more serious face than Naruto was expecting to see from him. Usually, he would just chuckle when Naruto complained. "I've met with the elders and clan heads of Konoha today, Naruto-kun," Hiruzen began. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Aren't I a clan head too? I don't recall being called to that meeting." "Naturally. As the meeting concerned you," Hiruzen replied. "Oh?" Naruto said as his mind worked quickly to try to put the pieces together in his mind. "I'm guessing you called me here to inform me of what was said in the meeting?" Hiruzen nodded. "Correct." He sat at his desk and pulled out his pipe. "I hope you don't mind if I smoke?" "As if you need my permission, Hokage-sama," Naruto replied as he gestured with his hand for him to continue. Hiruzen lit his pipe with a minor fire jutsu and took a deep puff as he prepared to break the news to Naruto. He wasn't sure how Naruto was going to take the news and needed to brace himself. "So, you must be aware that I am old. I'm not even as strong as I was as when you first joined the shinobi forces, let alone compared to my prime." Hiruzen started. Naruto nodded. "Hey. I'd say old describes you just about right. That's nothing new." Hiruzen chuckled. "Of course. Father Time is undefeated after all. The old leaves must fall for the new leaves to take their place." Naruto started to feel a bit nervous, as the Sandaime's words and flow of the conversation seemed to be heading in a direction that Naruto didn't like. He really hoped this wasn't heading there. "Where are you going with this, Hokage-sama?" Naruto asked. Hiruzen sighed. "I'm not getting any younger, and I can't be the Hokage forever. If I had things my way, I'd have stayed retired after handing over the hat to your father, but tragically, that didn't go as planned. It's almost been 20 years since then, and I really need to choose my next successor." Naruto stayed silent. Shit. This was going exactly where he didn't want it to go. "I'll just come out and say it. After much discussion with the village elders and the clan heads, it has been decided that you are the best candidate for the position of Hokage," Hiruzen told Naruto. Naruto began to shake his head. No. No. I'm not interested in becoming Hokage." The Sandaime sighed. "Listen, Naruto-kun. Shouldn't I have been asked if I even wanted the position? I've never even been interested in the position. I've got other responsibilities that are far more important to me." "No. Find someone else," Naruto shouted out, interrupting the Hokage. "Obviously, we can't force you to take the hat. But you should reconsider," Hiruzen advised. "And why should I?" Naruto asked indignantly. "Well, one thing to consider is for the sake of the village. There aren't any other candidates in this village that are as capable as you, And there sure aren't any other candidates whose names command the amount of fear and respect yours carries, which is important in making other villages think twice before acting against Konoha. Naruto scoffed. Of course there are other candidates. Shikaku is much more capable than I am in running a village. Or if name value matters so much, then Tsunade is an option. Hell, if combat prowess is important, then choose Kakashi. While Shikaku is very much a capable and crucial asset in running a village, he won't be able to protect the village from the bigger threats himself and doesn't really instill faith in the villagers that he'd be able to. He's better suited as an advisor. Tsunade is powerful and comes from noble lineage, but do you really think she is fit to be the leader of this village? While Kakashi is strong and intelligent, he is nowhere near as powerful as you are, and he can't even come to meetings on time. He is definitely off the table. Hiruzen countered. Well, then you can look at some of the others as options. Either way, I can't be tied up with Hokage duties if I want to take care of my sister and my team. Naruto replied. And that's the next reason you should reconsider. I'm not sure how much you know, but I've been keeping forces in Konoha that wish to use your sister the way other villages use their Jinchuurikis or just flat out don't like her at bay. Who's to say the next Hokage will hold the same stance? Hiruzen told Naruto. Naruto clenched his fists and narrowed his eyes at the thought of people trying to use his sister like that. You might not be able to spend as much time with her, but you'd be able to help her a lot more as Hokage. Think about the mistakes the village made dealing with you and your sister after the Kyuubi incident. I must admit a lot of it was due to my shortcomings as a leader, something I deeply regret and wished I could have handled better. However, as a Hokage you would be able to do things differently. Do things much better than I was able to. You could do so much more for her. Hiruzen told Naruto, trying to convince him. Naruto closed his eyes and turned his head up to face the ceiling, internally debating on what decisions to make. Besides, who else would I choose? Jiraiya? Danzo? The third asked. At those names, Naruto's shoulders slumped, and he let out a defeated sigh. Now those were some awful alternatives. Sigh fine. So now what? I'm Hokage starting tomorrow or something? Hiruzen chuckled. You don't need to worry about things changing so quickly. As we are fortunately in a time of peace, we can slowly transition. I'll start grooming you to succeed me after the Chunin exams. Besides, if your Genin are as good as you tell me they are, they'll join the Chunin forces and may even lead their own teams. You won't need to watch over them like a mother hen anymore. Though Naruto was extremely displeased with the thought of becoming Hokage, he still gave him a small smile at the thought of his team. Oh, you'll see just how good they are soon enough. At the Namikaze Uzumaki household, the next morning. Oh, and then we took Haku and her friends to the hot springs after getting Dengo. Girl time with Haku-chan and Hinata-chan was so relaxing. Just what we needed before the exams. Though I'm not sure if Sasuke had such a good time with Suigetsu-kun and Chojuro-kun, Narumi recounted her previous evening to Naruto as she checked over her supplies one last time to see if she had everything she needed for the exams. Naruto smiled as he listened to her tale. Soon spending time with her like this would become a rarity, with all of the extra duties that would be imposed on him. He needed to cherish each moment while he could. Go get your brush and sit on the floor in front of me. I'll brush your hair today. Naruto told Narumi. Eh? I'm not a baby anymore, Ni-chan, I can do my own hair. Narumi replied as she looked at him strangely. Naruto chuckled. Of course. But I want to brush your hair today. For good luck on your exams. Narumi shrugged her shoulders and brought the brush as he asked and sat in front of him. Naruto started to slowly brush her hair with long, methodic strokes. Narumi hummed as she relaxed at her brother's brushing. It's been a while since you brushed my hair like this. I forgot how nice it feels when you do it. You should brush my hair more often, Ni-chan. Narumi told her brother. Naruto chuckled again. I thought you said you weren't a baby anymore? Well, what can I say? It feels nice. It's different from when I brush my hair. Narumi replied. Naruto smiled as he finished up. I'll think about it. Maybe I can brush your hair every once in a while, when we have time in the mornings. But we'll worry about that later. We'll need to leave soon if you want to meet with Sasuke and Hinata in time. Don't want to be late to the exams, now do we? Narumi jumped up and grabbed her stuff. Right. Let's get going then. Chunin exams, here I come. In front of the academy. Naruto and Narumi arrived at the swings in front of the academy first. The place Team 7 agreed to meet up at before they went inside for the exams. After a few minutes of waiting, Hinata, then Sasuke arrived. Good, looks like we're all here. Naruto commented when he saw Sasuke arriving. You ready to kick some butt, Sasuke-chan? Narumi asked with a confident smile. Sasuke replied with a smirk. I've been itching for the moment I can show off the things I've been working on. Naruto chuckled. I'm glad you guys are feeling confident, but let's not get too arrogant in our abilities. At that, Narumi and Sasuke's cheeks reddened a little in embarrassment, and they nodded. Now, once you go through those doors, you three will be on your own. I won't be there to tell you what to do or help you if anything goes wrong. Hinata frowned a little when she heard that. She wanted to be as confident as her two friends, but she couldn't help but be worried they'd come across obstacles that were too tough for them to overcome. She'd definitely miss having her sensei as a steady rock she could always rely on. Naruto noticed Hinata's concerned look and continued speaking. But let's get some things into perspective. The others in there are in the same boat. Unlike in missions, we know for sure that you'll only be dealing with Jinan. You don't need to worry about facing Chunin or Jonin level threats. We've trained pretty extensively on your individual skills, and I'm pretty confident that you guys are more than capable of handling the average Jinan. Have faith in the work you've put in. The three Genins perked up and smiled at his words. You three are all incredibly talented. But what really sets our team apart is the teamwork and the faith you have in each other. When things get tough, I want you guys to rely on each other. I'm confident that you'll be able to overcome anything this exam has to throw at you when you work together. Got it. Thanks, Naruto-sensei. Sasuke replied with a smile. Naruto smiled back. Good. Now a few last words of advice before I make you guys late. I know you guys are thrilled to compete and show off what you can do, but show some restraint. What did I say was one of the most important tools of a shinobi? Teamwork? Narumi replied. A calm and analytical mind? Sasuke suggested. The element of surprise? Hinata quietly asked. You're all right, but Hinata was closest to what I was trying to say. Secrecy. Don't give away your position. Don't show your weaknesses. Don't reveal all of your cards until absolutely necessary. Use deceit and misinformation to put the playing field to your advantage. Put up a false front to create a false sense of security, then strike your opponents in ways they don't expect. Naruto advised. Naruto smiled as he looked at his team trying to process the information. Cute little things. Anyway, that's enough from me. Good luck on your exams, you three. Believe in yourselves. Oh, and I'd hurry up and head inside if you don't want to be late. Naruto told the three as he vanished in a swirl of leaves. The three broke out of their deep thought and rushed inside. Inside the academy. Let's see now. It says here that we need to head to room 302, Narumi mumbled out loud as she looked at the instructions that came with her application forms. It's only been a few months since we've graduated, but it feels like we haven't been here in ages. Sasuke commented as they climbed up the stairs. Ah. Here we are, room 302. Narumi announced to her team, pointing at a room with a sign that had 302 written on it. There were two tough-looking Jinan guarding the door, preventing many of the Jinan gathered outside the doors from entering. Sheesh. I didn't know there would be so many people competing. Narumi commented as she headed towards the crowd. She was suddenly roughly yanked back by her collar by Sasuke. Ack. Hey. What was that for? Narumi complained as she glared at Sasuke. Where do you think you're going, idiot? To our exam room? Duh. Narumi replied as she pointed to room 302. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Hinata, is that room 302? Veins began to bulge around Hinata's eyes. No. There's a G Genjutsu cast over room 202 to make it look like room 302. Oh. Well, sorry I don't have cool eyes like you guys. Narumi told her teammates as she pointed at her violet eyes. I didn't even use my Sharingan, dum-dum. Just used my brain. How many floors did we go up? Sasuke asked. One? But what does that? Narumi stopped herself when she realized what he meant. Oh. Right. We're on the second floor, so that's room 202, gotcha. Use your brain like me, alright? Sasuke said with a teasing grin to a glaring Narumi, as he led his team up the next flight of stairs which were hidden under another genjutsu, quietly leaving the mass of Jinan in front of room 202. Hey! Where are they going? A voice asked out loud, turning the attention to Team 7. Team 7 turned around with an annoyed look to see which idiot couldn't keep his mouth closed. Most of the crowd luckily lost interest when they didn't see anything, and went back to trying to get the Jinan guarding the fake 302 to let them in. I told you to be quiet and follow my lead, you idiot, Sakura hissed at Kiba as she punched him in the shoulder. You almost gave away the fact that room 302 here was fake. TCH. Idiot. Sasuke commented before he headed up with his team. Hey! I'm not an idiot, Kiba shouted back towards Sasuke's back, who ignored him and headed up. TSK, arrogant bastard. Hasn't changed in the least. You almost alerted everyone to the secret. Way to go. A slightly older looking Hyuga boy told Team 8 before he turned around to go up the hidden stairs. You should keep dog boy there in a muzzle if he can't learn to keep his mouth shut. His female teammate slapped his shoulder. Neji-kun. That was uncalled for. TCH. Whatever. You know I'm right, 10-10. His big mouth and small brain are destined to get them into trouble someday. Neji told his teammate as they went up the stairs. GRRR. I hate all of these arrogant bastards. I'll show them. Kiba growled as he followed his teammates up the stairs as well. When Team 7 reached and entered the real room 302, they were greeted by Team 10. Narumi-chan. Hinata-chan. Sasuke-kun. Ino called out as she ran over to them, followed by Kyuubi, who was nervously munching on a bag of chips, and Shikamaru, who walked over towards them with his hands in his pocket, and the laziest gait they had ever seen. Ino-chan, Narumi shouted back as she hugged Ino. Good to see you guys too, Shikamaru-kun, Kyuubi-kun. Team 7 and Team 10 greeted each other, glad to see a fellow rookie team in a sea of older, more experienced Junon teams. Ino was especially very glad to see Team 7, and her Sasuke-kun in particular. When Team 8 came in next, Sakura was greeted by the sight of her rival in love glomping Sasuke, who didn't seem to be really enjoying the hug, but didn't look outright annoyed either. Trying to take the advice of her sensei, she tried to not be so obsessed with Sasuke, but it wasn't like you could just turn your feelings on and off, and it was tough to not feel jealous. You. I MMA kick your ass, you arrogant bastard. Fight me here. Kiba growled out when he saw Sasuke. I'll show you how much stronger I got under Kurenai-sensei. Sasuke just rolled his eyes and ignored him. You really don't know when to keep your mouth shut, do you? Neji asked rhetorically, as he passed by Kiba. I'll kick your ass next, Hyuga bastard, Kiba shouted, much to chagrin of Sakura, who was already annoyed from Ino acting too chummy with Sasuke, and Shino as well, though nobody could tell from his appearance. I see you wish to fight the Uchiha as well. Neji's teammate in a tight green bodysuit said to Kiba. Huh? And who are you? Kiba asked. I'm Lee. Rock Lee. The boy said as he gave him a thumbs up and a blinding smile. I'm also interested in seeing how I match up against the rookie of the year of your class. Well then get in line. I've got a bone to pick with him first. Then I'll go teach Mr. Arrogant Hyuga over there a lesson next. Kiba told Lee. 10-10 shook her head as she came by and stood next to Lee. I don't think so. He was the rookie of the year for our class, and he's known as a prodigy even amongst the Hyuga. I doubt you'd be able to land a finger on Lee-kun here, let alone Neji. Hey! Don't underestimate me, Kiba shouted. You guys sure know how to draw attention to yourselves. An older Konoha Junon with glasses told the rookie teams as he approached them. You should take a look around the room. Kiba and the other Junon in Team 7, 8, 9, and 10 looked around the room and saw a bunch of older Junon glaring at them. That got the rookies and Team 9 to quiet down a little. And who are you? Kiba asked, already annoyed by his earlier encounters. The older Junon pushed up his glasses. I'm Kabuto. It's clear you guys have no idea what you guys are getting into. This is my 7th time taking the Chunin exams, you know, so I've got quite the experience. Maybe I could help you rookies with some information or intel. We're comrades after all, aren't we? Sheesh. 7 times? Just how bad are you? Sasuke asked. Kabuto shrugged his shoulders. The exams are a lot tougher than you might expect. I wasn't ready to risk my life unnecessarily when there's always a next time. Coming from a clan of mind readers and information gatherers, Ino's interest was piqued at the prospect of information. What kind of intel are we talking about? Kabuto smirked as he pulled out a deck of cards. I have information of the competitors here. Things like their mission records or skills. Ino whistled at that. That could prove to be quite useful. Do you have anything on Gaara from Suna? Sakura asked. Hey, picked quite a character as your first choice, huh? Kabuto mentioned as he shuffled through his cards until he found the right one. He's from another village, so there's not too much info on him. All I got are his mission records. He whistled when he read through the mission records. It says here that he took 8 C-rank missions as a rookie, and get this, even a B-rank mission. That's pretty crazy. Even more impressive is that it says he came back from each mission without even a scratch. The rookie Jinan started to become nervous. What kind of beast was he? They'd barely taken 3 C rank missions. AB rank? And not even a scratch? What kind of monsters were competing in this exam? They were beginning to feel like they were in over their heads here. Well, that was everyone but Team 7. Sasuke scoffed when he heard the mission record. That's it? That doesn't sound like much. Kiba was extremely annoyed at his arrogance. TCH. Shut up, Sasuke. It's not like any of us have anything like that under our belts. Sasuke just shrugged. Speak for yourself, Inuzuka. Kiba wanted to punch him in the throat and wipe that arrogant look off of his face. We'll see how great you are. He muttered under his breath. Hey Kabuto, do you have anything on Uchiha Sasuke? Got it right. Here. Kabuto told Kiba with a smile that soon fell off when he read the records. The Jinan of Team 8, 9, and 10 wondered what made Kabuto look so shocked. What is it, Kabuto-san? Sakura asked. T2A ranks? Kabuto stuttered out. What? Let me see that. There's no way that's true. They don't even let Jinan take B ranks, Kiba yelled as he snatched the card out of Kabuto's hands. The other 11 Jinan gathered around him to see what was written on the cards. 2A ranks, 6C ranks, and 5D ranks? Kiba gasped out. The other Jinan stared at the card in disbelief while Team 7, mostly Sasuke and Narumi, crossed their arms smugly. Wow. I mean, I knew you guys were strong, but this is seriously impressive, Sasuke-kun. Ino commented. Impressive is sort of an understatement. Shikamaru added in as he looked over Sasuke's card. Jinan aren't even allowed to take B-rank missions, let alone A ranks. This is kind of unheard of. Neji studied Sasuke's card with interest. He's extremely well-rounded. Highly proficient in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. And he's activated his Sharingan as well. It'll be interesting to see how he stacks up against me and my Byakugan. The Jinan were studying his card intently when the card suddenly went up in flames when a small ball of fire hit it. That's enough now. You'll have to wait if you want to see my skills in action. Sasuke told everyone. Kiba smirked. Hey. Scared we'll use this information against you? Sasuke scowled. Kabuto-san? How do you have all of this information anyway? Hinata asked. Oh, you know. I have my ways, Kabuto said vaguely with a smile. At Hinata's question, Sasuke and Shikamaru became suspicious of Kabuto. How would a Jinan come across this kind of information in the first place? They decided to keep an eye on him. Do you have any information on those guys? What village are they even from? A musical note? Ino asked, pointing at 3 Jinan who wore Hittites with a musical note inscribed on them. Oh them? They're from a new village called the Hidden Sound Village. I don't really have anything on them. They're an insignificant little village after all. Kabuto replied with a smirk. Sakura was about to ask for more information about the Hidden Sound Village, when 3 figures blurred into their vision. Kabuto saw several kunai flying at him, so he jumped to the side to dodge them, right where a teen with bandages covering his whole face except for one exposed eye, swung at his head. Kabuto leaned back just enough to let the fist fly by his face, dodging the attack. He smirked, having seen through all of their attacks and dodging them, but then his glasses suddenly shattered. Overcome with nausea suddenly, Kabuto hurled the contents of his stomach onto the floor. What? What happened? Didn't he dodge everything? Sasuke wondered out loud in shock, having tracked all of their movements the whole time, and not seeing a single registered hit. The Sound Jinan stood over a hunched-over Kabuto. How's that from an insignificant little village? The bandaged boy sneered. Looks like the leaf isn't any better. That was a cheap shot, Kiba yelled out as he put his fists up. You sound jerks better watch what you say about Konoha, or we'll teach you a lesson. The spiky-haired Sound Jinan smirked as he raised his hands. Why don't you come teach us this lesson then? Narumi and Lee stood by Kiba to help him defend their village's honor, and tensions rose as they were about to fight. Alright, that's enough, you worthless scum. A booming voice yelled out with authority as the door slammed open, capturing the attention of every Jinan present. Who the hell are you? The spiky-haired Sound Jinan asked. The owner of the voice stepped into the room, revealing an imposing man with a scarred face clad in a black trench coat and a bandana on his head, and several Chunin standing behind him. I'm Morino Aviki, the examiner of the first portion of the Chunin exams, Chapter 43, the written exam. In room 302, the stage for the first portion of the Chunin exams. I'm Morino Iviki, the examiner of the first portion of the Chunin exams. The three belligerent sound Jinan immediately piped down when they realized who they were speaking to. Iviki smirked when he saw the sound Jinan realize who he was. Looked like they knew who was in charge. Good. Now, I suggest you sound Jinan stop doing as you please, or I'll disqualify all three of you before the exams even begin. Am I understood? The three sound Jinan nodded. Apologies. This is our first time taking the exams. We must have gotten carried away. I might as well use this opportunity to address everyone. Iviki began, turning to the rest of the Jinan present. Fighting is prohibited, unless specifically permitted by the examiner. He scanned the crowd, looking for anyone who dared to disagree with his rules. And as far as you are all concerned, I am the law here. Anyone who dares to disobey me will be disqualified immediately. Many of the Jinan gulped nervously at the intimidating aura exuding off of Iviki. He could smell the fear on them, and it made him smile a sadistic smile. In the Jonin lounge. Sheesh, they got that sadist as the examiner? Kakashi commented as he walked into the lounge, where many of the Jonin sensei had gathered while they waited for their Jinan to finish the first part of the exams. Kakashi. My rival, Guy shouted out, alerting the other Jonin sensei when he saw his friend. What are you doing here? Kakashi shrugged as he pulled out the book he always kept on hand. I'm a part-time sensei for Team 7. Wanted to see how those rascals would do in the exams. Sadist? Kurenai asked in concern, bringing back the topic brought up by Kakashi, not being familiar with Iviki or his reputation. Ah, right. I keep forgetting you've only become a Jonin recently, Asuma said as he smacked his forehead. You see, Iviki is the commanding officer of the torture and interrogation force in Konoha. Asuma told Kurenai. Her ruby eyes widened when she heard that. Torture and interrogation? What the hell was Konoha doing putting such a man in charge of the Chunin exams? He's a consummate expert in the T&I department. Asuma explained. One of the best to ever take the position. He's no Yamanaka, but he can play with your mind like a toy. He's famous for specializing in breaking people down without even hurting them. At least physically. Kakashi added as he flipped a page. The sick bastard thoroughly enjoys the process of methodically breaking people down too. You know what they say, no one's better than a man who loves his work. His methods are most unyouthful, but I must admit his diligence and devotion to his work is commendable. Guy added. Kurenai couldn't help but feel concerned for her Jinan. She hoped Sakura wouldn't get psyched out, or Kiba wouldn't fall into some trap. Hey, sounds like my type of guy. Zabuza commented as he walked over to the small group accompanied by Naruto. Naruto shrugged. Hey. I doubt you'd like him so much if you met him in the T&I dungeons. The other Jonin put their guards up when they saw a foreign former A-ranked missing nin amongst them. Momochi Zabuza. Asuma called out, remembering Zabuza from his bingo book entry. What are you doing here? I saw him outside by himself, so I invited him in, Asuma-san. Naruto replied instead. He's a friend of mine. You have friends? Kakashi asked in what sounded like genuine shock. Zabuza started to crack up in laughter as Naruto glared at Kakashi. Kakashi-san, Kurenai shouted out in a scolding tone, which Kakashi shrugged off as he turned back to his book to avoid Naruto's glare. She gave Naruto and Zabuza a warm smile. Are you a Jonin sensei for one of the Jinan teams as well? She asked Zabuza. Zabuza nodded as he quickly eyed the beautiful woman up and down. Asuma noticed and was internally furious at his gawking, even though he didn't say anything. Please feel welcome to sit with us, Kurenai said in invitation to Zabuza and Naruto. Don't mind if I do. Zabuza replied as he sat down, though away from Kurenai as Asuma subtly cut off the route to the seat next to Kurenai. Can't wait to watch my Jinan tear through this exam. Too bad for your Jinan, but the winner of these exams will be from Kiri. You'll see they're a cut above your average Konoha Jinan, Zabuza said with a smirk. Naruto rolled his eyes, before he turned his thoughts to his team. He was curious to see how his Jinan would handle Iviki. Back in room 302. We will now begin the first test of the Chunin exams. Take a tab from one of the Chunin proctors, and you will sit according to the number on the tab. When everyone is seated in their proper seats, we'll hand out the test sheets. Iviki informed the Jinan. A written exam? Narumi gasped out as she began to pale. That's right. If you have a problem, you can leave now, Jinan. Iviki told Narumi. Sorry. Narumi replied as she deflated in her seat. Iviki knew who this was. The famous, or infamous, Narumi. Known as the sister of Naruto, or the Kyuubi bitch by some. He'd see what she was like and what she was made of before he decided what to think of her. He'd keep a close eye on her for now. Hinata and Sasuke traded looks as they had one of their mental conversations through their facial expressions and body language. A written exam? This is the worst possible thing for that idiot. Sasuke expressed to Hinata as he looked at Narumi, then at Hinata. I know. And we're all separated too. Hinata expressed back. She hoped Narumi would be able to get through this section all right. When all of the Genin were finally seated, the tests were handed out, with the questions turned over so the blank sides were on top. Now before you turn the tests over, there are some rules to this test. I'll explain this only once, and I won't be taking any questions, so listen carefully. Ibiki told the Genin. Here's the first rule. You will all start with 10 points. The test has a total of 10 questions, and each one is worth a point. If you get all of them correct, you keep your 10 points, but you will get a point subtracted for every question you get wrong. Narumi started to chew on her nails nervously. She hoped she could keep at least 5 points by the end. Here's the second rule. This test is a team test. This means whether you pass or fail the test is based on the combined score of your teammates. Sasuke's face paled when he heard that. It was hard to be confident for a written team exam when Narumi, who was notoriously bad at written tests, was on your team. Here's the third and most important rule. Anyone caught cheating will have 2 points deducted for each offense. The Chunin proctors will keep an eye out to catch any cheaters. There will be people who will be asked to leave during the test. I guarantee it. Any pathetic scum who gets caught cheating will be destroying themselves and their team. Crap. Narumi thought. Now she couldn't even think about cheating anymore. Here's the fourth and final rule. Anyone who loses all of their points will fail. Ibiki paused to look at the reactions of the nervous Genin. He smirked at the fear on their faces. Along with their 2 teammates. The Genin began to grumble and complain. Hey! That's not fair. Silence, Ibiki shouted out with authority, instantly silencing the room. You scum have no right to ask any questions or complain about my rules. If you don't like them, you can leave. The grumbling and complaints died down at his command. He looked around at the unhappy, nervous, and fearful expressions on the Genin. He savored their misery. Narumi looked like she had the life sucked out of her. She was nervous for the test already, but now knowing that she could be responsible for their team failing, she was absolutely dismayed. Haku, sitting in one of the rows in the back, saw Narumi with her head down on the desk in despair when she heard the rule. She frowned at seeing her usually bright and cheery friend looking so down. All right. I hope you all paid attention to the rules because I won't be repeating them. You have 1 hour to take the test. You may start now. Ibiki told the Genin, officially beginning the first portion of the Chunin exams. Narumi flipped the paper over and picked up her pen. All right, let's see what we got here. Question 1. An enemy on a branch 20 meters directly above you is unaware of your presence. You throw a kunai at the enemy, and it reaches him in 8 seconds. Given that the kunai weighs 200 grams, how much momentum does the kunai carry? If the enemy is wearing a standard flak jacket, is it enough to penetrate deep enough to incapacitate the enemy? If not, how much faster do you have to throw the kunai to incapacitate the enemy? Assume you, the thrower, is 175 centimeters in height. Narumi looked like she saw a ghost. What? What is this? We never learned this in the academy. Or did we? Shoot. Where do I even start? This is like 3 different questions in one. Narumi fought the urge to tear all of her hair out and took a deep breath instead, like Naruto told her to when faced with a difficult problem. Alright Narumi, calm down girl. What did Ni-chan say? Oh yeah, if you can't solve one question, move on to the next one. Question 2. A boulder weighing 300 kilograms rests on a dirt surface, 10 meters from a ledge. You decide to push it without lifting it. A. How much force must be applied to get the boulder moving? B. After a bit of time, the boulder begins to roll. How fast is the boulder moving after rolling under the same force you calculated in part A? For half a second? C. When can you stop pushing before the momentum of the boulder carries it off of the ledge? Narumi's jaw dropped. I don't know? Just push it really hard? Don't stop pushing until it falls off? What kind of question is this? How does anyone know how hard they're pushing in the first place? When she looked at the rest of the questions, she found that following 7 questions were just as hard. More math? What is this next question? A cryptogram? What the heck? We never even covered this. Ugh. In gloom and absolute hopelessness, She reached the bottom of the last sheet on her test, without solving a single question. Question 10. The question will be revealed 45 minutes after the test begins. Listen to the examiner carefully before answering. What the? Is it like a listening section? Maybe I can solve that one? That way, I can at least have 1 point. Crap. 1 point? If I get that wrong, Hinata and Sasuke fail too. I can't let that happen. I need to answer at least one other question. But how? While Narumi was banging her head on the table trying to come up with solutions, the others came to the conclusion that this test was not meant to be solvable by genins. Some of the sharper genin also caught on to the fact that there were several tuning plants amongst them in the exams that had all of the answers. This led them to the true purpose of the rules. You were meant to cheat. This was not a test on your knowledge, but a test on your information gathering skills instead. Narumi suddenly had an epiphany, something the others had already caught on to earlier. Maybe I could copy somebody's answers? Yeah. Maybe a tiny little peek won't hurt. Right when Narumi gathered the courage to copy from the paper of the genin next to her, a kunai pierced his test sheet. You've been caught cheating 5 times. Get out. Take your 2 teammates with you. Ibiki sternly told the genin, in a tone that left no room for arguments. The genin sighed and walked out with slumped shoulders, accompanied by 2 other genin who looked just as miserable. Narumi watched several more genin be disqualified for cheating, some even carried out by force, and her intent to cheat slowly waned. Meanwhile, her teammates and friends were using creative ways to copy answers. Sasuke used his Sharingan to copy the hand movements of the tuning plants to get the answers, while Hinata used her Byakugan to see their answers directly. In the sea of cheaters, with genin getting caught left and right by the tuning proctors, only 2 genin took a different approach. Shikamaru and Sakura just solved the problems themselves. Haku had been seated next to Shikamaru, who completed the first 9 questions in less than 15 minutes and was taking a nap, and saw his unprotected test sheet. She pretended to drink some water but let some water spill intentionally, something that went unnoticed by the proctors. With some one-handed seals under the table, she used the spilt water to form a small, almost unnoticeable mist, which gathered at the ceiling, which she then used to make a small mirror of ice. She put her hands behind her head and leaned back, pretending to be deep in thought, while she looked at the answers on Shikamaru's test reflected on her ice mirror. She smiled as she jotted down the answers. A few minutes later, she had all of the questions answered, except for question 10. While she was waiting for the remaining time to pass until question 10, she looked around and saw Narumi, who was still banging her head on the table. It hurt Haku to see her friend so hopeless, so she decided to help her out. It was the least she could do for her friend and her former captain's sister. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Narumi was repeating to herself when her forehead suddenly hit something cold. What the? Why is there ice on my table all of a sudden? She wondered, as she looked at the thin layer of ice that formed on her table out of nowhere. As she was staring at the ice, an image began to materialize inside the ice. Huh? What's this? She wondered until she realized what it was. It was a copy of the test with all of the answers written on it. Wah! Did my head banging open up a portal or something? Did Kami-sama hear my distress? She wondered until she saw a name written on the exam, Yuki Haku. Right. Haku-chan can control ice. I don't know how she did this, but this is awesome. She wanted to turn around and thank Haku right away with a hug, but she had a test to copy discreetly. She'd definitely thank her after the exams were over. Haku watched Narumi furiously jotting down answers on her paper and smiled. Looked like she found a good way to use her Makyo Hyoshu, demonic mirroring ice crystals, to help someone instead of hurting people. A few minutes later, Ibiki looked at his watch. 45 minutes had passed since the start of the written test. 45 minutes have elapsed. We will now be starting the 10th question. All of the genin laid down their pens to pay close attention to Ibiki. Before I ask anything else, you must decide whether you will take the question or not. What? Choose? What happens if we choose not to take it? Tamari asked. Then you will lose all your points and fail immediately. Ibiki replied. What? Then why would anyone not take it? Narumi asked. And that brings us to the next rule. Ibiki began with a smirk. If you choose to take the 10th question and get it wrong, you will be banned from ever taking the Chunin exams again. The remaining genin were incredulous when they heard that. That was ridiculous. There's no way that's true. You have no right to ban us from taking it in another village. A different genin called out. You are correct. Ibiki replied, causing a ripple of murmurs to break through the Jinan. You will be free to take the exams in other villages. Just not any village Konoha is allied to. The Chunin exams are a joint project from Konoha and her allies, and the rules set by the examiners are upheld by all of them. That was basically the same thing as not being able to take the Chunin exams ever again, since they never sent teams to the Chunin exams held in Iwa or Kumo. What kind of stupid rule is that? There are Jinan here who have taken the exams numerous times before. Kiba pointed out. Well, I guess you lot are just unlucky to have me as the examiner this year then. This year, it's my rules. Ibiki replied. That silenced everyone. But I'm still giving you a way out. Those of you who aren't confident can choose not to take the last question and try again next year. When Ibiki saw that everyone had heard and understood the gravity of his words, he began talking once more. Now, getting back to the 10th question. Do you wish to take it or not? Those of you who wish to not take the question, raise your hand. Once we confirm who you are, you may leave the room. Many of the Jinan began to internally debate on what to do. If they chose to take the question and failed, they'd practically become eternal Jinan, or just a run-of-the-mill shinobi who would probably peak as a chunin. However, if they quit, then both of their teammates would be forced to quit as well. In a position of not being able to communicate and discuss with your teammates, it was a tough choice to make, a choice that would affect your whole team. Nobody wanted to make the first move, and nobody wanted to be the sole Jinan quitting. Silence fell upon the room as Jinan nervously eyed each other to see how others would choose, hoping that someone else would take the pressure off of them. Ibiki smirked as he watched the pressure and mental strain he put on the Jinan begin to wear them down. He was curious to see who the first pathetic quitter would be. After a long and very uncomfortable silence filled with tension, someone raised their hand and broke the inactivity. I quit. The first Jinan to quit convinced others to quit as well in a demonstration of the bandwagon effect. It was tough to be the first to admit you didn't want to go through with something, but once people started to leave and make it seem normal, others didn't feel as guilty or weak for quitting. From the 51 teams that were present at the start of the exams, nearly 20 had either been caught cheating or quit on the 10th question, with more continuing to choose to give up. There were only 26 teams left when Ibiki decided to prod Narumi to test her mettle. So, how about you, Red? You think you got what it takes to answer the 10th question? I saw you banging your head on the table earlier. You think you got enough brain cells left to answer the 10th question correctly? Remember, if you fail to answer the question correctly, your whole team will fail. Sasuke and Haku glared at Ibiki for his dig at Narumi. Sasuke felt angry especially, as only he was allowed to make fun of that mountain gorilla for being stupid. Everyone's attention was now on Narumi's response. Would she quit now in an effort to protect her team from the fate of being banned from future Chunin exams? Narumi glared at Ibiki for a while for insulting her before responding. If you're trying to make me quit, then I'm gonna tell you right now to stop wasting your time. I'll never quit. It's true that I'm not good at written tests, but I won't back down. We entered the exams knowing we could potentially even die. I won't let some stupid test scare me. If we try our best and still fail and get banned from the Chunin exams, so be it, but I won't fail because I was too scared to even try. If I did, I wouldn't be fit to be a Chunin anyway. My team believes in me to try my best, and I won't let them down. After her words rang out throughout room 302, there was a moment of silence as her speech was processed by everyone. Hinata and Sasuke smiled at Narumi's response. Now there was their teammate who never gave up. Sure, she wasn't the brains of the team, no, definitely not, but she was certainly the heart and soul of their team. Her other friends also smiled at her response, and gained courage from her words, resolving to see the test through. Though the others didn't really care about Narumi, they too gained courage from her words. She did have a point after all. Ibiki looked over the room and saw the effect Narumi's words had on them. The look of doubt and uncertainty that had been present on their faces had been replaced by a look of determination and resolve. It looked like no other team would be dropping out now. What a shame. He had them dropping like flies earlier too. Ibiki chuckled briefly before he gave the remaining Jinan, but Narumi especially, a genuine, non-sadistic smile. I see. Well then in that case, to all of you remaining, I say, congratulations. The Jinan looked on at him in confusion. Congratulations for what? Well done on passing the first stage of the Chunin exams. What? But what about the 10th question? Narumi asked. There was no 10th question. Rather, the choice to take the 10th question was the 10th question. So, you're saying the other questions were all a waste of time? An annoyed Tamari asked. Ibiki shook his head. Hardly. The rest of the questions serve to gauge your information gathering skills. Say what now? Narumi wondered out loud. These questions were obviously beyond the level that any Genin are expected to be able to answer. Ibiki explained. Narumi felt relieved, knowing that she wasn't an idiot for not knowing the answers to the questions. She wasn't meant to know. Duh. Obviously. Sakura tried her best not to look too pleased with herself for being able to answer the questions on her own, but was not having much success. Shikamaru snored, having failed to wake up for the 10th question in the first place. That's why we planted several Chunin who had all of the answers amongst you. You were meant to show your information gathering skills by copying off of them. Basically, cheating was the premise of the test. Huh? There were Chunin here with us this whole time? Narumi asked herself quietly in confusion. She hadn't noticed, too busy with stressing over the exam. However, we couldn't let those with shoddy cheating skills pass. In the field, intel can sometimes be more valuable than lives, and will be guarded accordingly. If you get caught in the process of gathering intel, there will be consequences. Ibiki explained as he untied the bandana covering his head, revealing a head marred with scars from torture, drawing gasps from the Genin in front of him. Then what about the 10th question? Kiba asked. The 10th question is the most important question. You were presented with a difficult choice to make. Risk being barred from entering the Chunin exams ever again to pass this round, or quit, hoping for better luck next time. In our careers, we will be presented with similar difficult choices. Say you're given a mission to collect information from a location that is guarded by an unknown number of forces in unknown ways. You could possibly die on this mission, but the information is crucial. Do you still choose to take it, or refuse to take the mission, and hope someone else will take the mission while you wait for an easier mission next time? Ibiki asked rhetorically as he explained. If you're not willing to do what the village needs in concern for your own safety, you're not worthy of being a Chunin. This is what the 10th question was meant to determine. Those who chose to take the 10th question, answered the 10th question correctly. Unlike the pathetic scum who gave up, you all have the right mindset befitting of a Chunin. Well done. You all passed the first stage of the Chunin exams. Hey! I knew I'd at least get the 10th question right on my own. Narumi cheered as she did a little dance in her seat. Ibiki chuckled at her antics. Interesting girl. She didn't even realize the purpose of the test and failed to realize the existence of the Chunin plants. She's even oblivious to the fact that she gave the others around her the courage to continue and ruin my intimidation tactic, giving herself more competition. And yet, she was the only one who really got the true meaning of the 10th question, even if she didn't know that she did. She definitely has the heart and mindset to be a Chunin. We'll see soon if she has the skills to back that up. He was distracted from his thoughts when a brown blur broke through the windows. The blur threw 2 kunai into the ceiling, which held up a banner that revealed this message. The examiner of the second stage, the sexy and somewhat single Mitarashi Anko, keep your hands off of Kakashi-chan. Sasuke's face began to drain of all color when he realized who it was. Dengo ne. Narumi squealed out in glee. Anko gave her a smirk and a wink. Hey there, Squirt. Didn't expect to see me here, did ya? She then turned to the rest of the Genin. This is no time to be celebrating. I am the examiner for the second test. Mitarashi Anko. Now follow me. Ibiki emerged from behind her banner. Bad timing, Anko. Her cheeks reddened slightly at her mistimed entrance, but she wasn't about to admit that. Whatever. Any time I choose to enter is good timing, Ibiki. She then looked around the Genin, and took a quick count, hoping to shift the topic quickly so she didn't look bad in front of the Genin she was meant to intimidate. 78? You let 26 teams remain? You made the test too easy. You're losing your touch, Ibiki. Anko chastised. Ibiki shrugged. What can I say? There were a lot of outstanding teams this time. Bah. You're getting soft. I'll cut these numbers by at least half in the next stage. Anko replied. Sakura and Hinata started to get worried at her statement. More than half of them would be cut in the next stage? Just how many would make it to the final stage then? Anko looked around and saw the fear and confusion on the faces of the Genin. Lovely. It was hard not to get excited. She had to fight the urge to lick her lips. All right now. I'll explain the rules for the next stage when we get to the location. Follow me. In front of the location of the second stage of the exams, Training Ground 44. The Genin subconsciously huddled in their teams when they saw the ominous and imposing stage of the second portion of the Chunin exams. A tall wire fence with signs stating, "Danger, do not enter hanging in intervals," stretched out for kilometers upon kilometers, surrounding a huge forest that was made up of massive trees that were unmatched in size by trees from anywhere else in the world. Their twisting branches and dense canopy created a dark and creepy atmosphere inside the forest which appeared to hold an untold number of dangers. Some of the Jinan could swear that they saw the glint of eyes staring at them from the darkness of the forest. Narumi turned her head when she heard the whimpering of a dog. "What was that, Akamaru? Huh? You sensed something really dangerous? What do you mean? Where?" Kiba asked his whimpering dog. Narumi turned her gaze back to the forest and gulped. Sure, she was confident in her abilities, but she had to admit, at least to herself, that she hated dark creepy places. "Welcome to my favorite place to unwind in this village. Training Ground 44. Or as some like to call it, the Forest of Death," Anko announced with a huge smile. A slightly unhinged smile, but a smile nonetheless. "Forest of Death?" Sakura asked. Anko gave her a smirk. Hee, don't worry, you'll find out why they call it that in just a moment." Sasuke scoffed. The place fits her to a T. "A creepy crazy forest for a creepy crazy woman," he whispered to Narumi, who snickered. Sasuke had to jerk his face back when a kunai went flying by his face. Even though he had been able to dodge the kunai, it still grazed his face and left a tiny scratch on his cheek, which was enough to draw a bit of blood. "You crazy bitch. That could have killed." Sasuke was surprised to see her gone from where she was standing, and even more surprised when he felt something round and squishy brush over his cut. This is the most delicious glaze for my dengo," Anko stated as she ate her dengo dipped in Sasuke's blood. All of the Jinan present were flabbergasted at her insane actions, but Sasuke was visibly shaken. His lips were trembling, and his hands were cold and clammy. It was clear this woman was insane. And nobody wanted to mess with insane. Only Kyuubi, who was scared stiff as well, was curious about the most important question of all that everyone seemed to miss. Where had the dengo even appeared from? He didn't dare ask though. "Sheesh, these Konoha shinobi are fucking insane," Suigetsu muttered to himself. "Don't start your own conversations when this creepy crazy woman is speaking, alright?" Anko warned the crowd as she asked Sasuke, and everybody nodded in absolute fear. "Good. Now let me get back to explaining," Anko stated before she turned her attention to the rest of the Jinan. "Now before we start the second test, there's something I need to hand out." Narumi's eyes widened and sweat began pouring down her face when she saw Anko pull out a stack of papers. No. Not another written test." "What? Written test?" Anko asked in confusion. No, these, my sweet dear child, are agreement forms," she explained. "You see, there will be deaths in this stage of the exam. It'll probably be the stage with the highest mortality rates. If I don't have you sign these and if you little cuties croak in this round, it'll all be my responsibility," Anko explained with a bright and innocent smile which contrasted heavily with the content of her words. She handed the papers to Team 7. "Be a dear and hand these out, will ya?" As Team 7 handed out the papers, Anko continued to speak. "Now before you guys sign these forms, let me explain what the second test will be. After you hear my explanation, you can head to that booth behind me, and check yourselves in," Anko stated as she began her explanation. "Simply put, you all will be taking part in the ultimate survival test. Let's start this by describing the stage. Training Ground 44 is, as you can see, a massive forest, teeming with wonderfully dangerous wildlife. It covers a circular area with a radius of 10 kilometers, with a tower at the center, and a river bisecting the forest. During your survival in this forest, you will be tasked with one simple task. Use your many weapons and jutsu to compete in a no-holds-barred scroll battle." Anko showed the Jinan 2 scrolls. One black, the other white. As you can see, one of them has the kanji for earth written on it, and the other has the kanji for heaven written on it. You will be fighting for these scrolls. Seeing as there are 26 teams here, 13 will get the heaven scroll, while the other 13 teams will get the earth scroll. To complete this test, you must collect both scrolls, and make it to the tower at the center of the forest. "I see. So she wasn't kidding when she said only half would make it through," Neji commented quietly. "But there's a time limit. You will have 120 hours, or 5 days, to make it through. You will not be able to leave once the time begins," Anko announced. 5 days? Kyuubi sputtered out. "But what about our food?" Anko shrugged. "Find your own. The forest is teeming with wildlife. Just avoid the giant, man-eating beasts, and the poisonous plants and animals." Kyuubi's face fell at that. It would be a very long 5 days. Let me warn you though, I don't expect 13 teams to pass. As the days go on and you get closer to the tower, the number of enemies you'll face will increase, while time to rest will decrease. So not only will 13 teams definitely fail by having their scrolls taken from them, but some will also die from the harshness of the course. Anko warned. Now, let me explain the grounds of disqualification. Outside the academy, Ibiki was walking out after grading the papers when he noticed Naruto leaning on the wall beside the door with his arms crossed, waiting for him. Ah, Naruto-san. It's been a while, Ibiki said in greeting. To what do I owe the pleasure? Hello Ibiki-san. Naruto replied. I was just wondering how my Jinan performed. Ibiki smirked. He had guessed this was what Naruto wanted to talk to him about the moment he saw him. Hey! Quite the interesting bunch you got there. Naruto just raised his eyebrows, non-verbally asking Ibiki to explain. Ibiki looked through the papers he held as he spoke. So, you've got Itachi's little brother, the Hyuga heiress, and your sister on your team. Quite the team. Right. Sasuke, Hinata, and Narumi. Naruto replied, subtly emphasizing his preference of using their names instead of who they were related to. Yes, them. Anyway, it seems Sasuke is indeed a prodigy, like his brother and father before him. I mean, a Jinan with a Sharingan? Impressive. And it seems he has quite the mastery over it as well, seeing that he's able to copy what people are writing, simply by observing the movement of their hands. He's indeed gifted, but don't chalk up his skills to him simply being a prodigy. He's put in the work to earn it. Naruto told Ibiki. Ibiki nodded approvingly in response. Good to see that there are still those from the younger generations that understand the value of hard work. I'm looking forward to see more from him. Naruto nodded in agreement. Now, Hinata. She's sharp and observant, and clearly has a good head on her shoulders. However, I haven't seen anything that makes her stand out. Her Kekkei Genkai gives her an advantage in the information gathering, so I wasn't able to gather much about her potential or what she's really capable of. I see. She'll show you what she's made of in the later stages of the exam. She's got a lot more talent and skill than what meets the eye at first glance. Naruto replied. I hope so. Ibiki replied. But the most interesting one of the bunch? That position goes to your sister, Narumi. She's not really the brightest. She spent most of her time banging her head on the table, instead of gathering information like the others. In fact, she seemed to not catch many of the underlying purposes of the test, or the things going on around her. Naruto was not happy to hear that. However, she seems to have some intangible traits about her that seems to work in her favor. I observe she has friends who care deeply about her, something I noticed when Sasuke and Iyuki Kunoichi gave me death glares for questioning her intelligence. She seems to also be able to inspire a sense of loyalty and a desire to help her from others, which was especially evident when a foreign Kunoichi risked getting caught cheating to help her. It's quite an interesting trait, I'd say. Ibiki went on to explain. She was also the only one to catch the hidden meaning of my last question, though she didn't even know it. It was as if she instinctively knew that the hidden meaning of my last question was that you can't back down from missions or challenges just because they seem daunting. Or maybe she just has that quality in her naturally. Overall, I'd say she isn't the most intellectual, but she has a strong spirit, and a sort of intuition. An interesting combination. I'm very interested to see how she'll perform in the rest of the exams. Ibiki told Naruto. Naruto smirked. That sounded like Narumi all right. Why don't we have a wager on how my team performs? Ibiki returned the grin. What do you have in mind? Back at Training Ground 44. Alright, here are some rules and the ways you can get disqualified. Anko put up her closed hand as she began to explain. First, you will be disqualified if you don't make it to the tower with both scrolls within the time limit. She told the crowd as she straightened her thumb. Second, you'll be disqualified if you lose a teammate, or if a teammate is killed. Anko held up her thumb and index finger before she put her hand back in her pocket. Also, you must not look inside the scrolls until you make it to the tower. Anko explained. What happens if we do look? Narumi asked. Anko gave her a smirk that told her that it was a bad idea. If you're so curious, you can open your scroll and find a nice surprise waiting for you. She then turned to the rest of the Jinan crowd. As Chunin, you will be expected to handle classified information. This is to see how reliable you are. If you can't be trusted to handle that, then you don't deserve to be Chunin. The Jinan nodded in understanding. Good. Now that's all for the explanations. Hand in your forms to get your scroll, then choose a gate to start at, and head on over. Anko told the Jinan, who began to head towards the registration booth. Anko looked at the backs of the Jinan as they eagerly headed towards the booth to hand in their agreement forms. She frowned slightly at their naive eagerness. Despite her warnings, some of these Jinan would not be leaving this forest alive. They just didn't know it yet. One last word of advice. Anko called out, causing many of the Jinan, including Team 7, to turn around. Don't die. They turned back around, rolling their eyes at such an obvious and useless word of advice. Sure, it wasn't helpful, but it was really just Anko's wishes for them. Contrary to how she portrayed herself to the Jinan, she wasn't a huge fan of young kids dying. She really hoped Team 7 in particular would be alright. She had grown quite attached to them. As Anko tried to hide a concerned look for Team 7, someone else was observing her, unbeknownst to her. Kukaku. So, little Anko is all grown up now, eh? The Kuza Kunoichi watching Anko turned her eyes to the backs of Team 7. So, you're concerned about their well-being, eh? Kukaku. Why don't we see what these kids are all about? Anko suddenly had a bad feeling crawling up her back and on the side of her neck. Shit. This old thing is acting up again, she mumbled to herself as she clutched the side of her neck. Anko felt someone observing her, so she turned around to look in the direction she felt the presence. No one. The dull pain quickly subsided as quick as it came. She was relieved the pain went away, but she couldn't help but feel unsettled. That mark hadn't acted up in years. Nothing good ever came with those pains. She hoped everything would be alright. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.